of, let's say, four important things. The first one is a law on security of networks. It created a cybersecurity agency, the BSI, and there is also a directive on critical infrastructure as the legal framework for the cybersecurity of critical infrastructures. This has been in place for several years, but is updated from time to time. It has been updated also this year, also in reaction to the increasing threats that we have seen and experienced during the pandemic, where everybody relied heavily on a digital environment, and we saw also, but we saw on the other hand that also the incidents were increasing, or the number was rising. According to these specifications, critical infrastructure operators must regularly implement and demonstrate technical and organizational measures for IT security, both at federal and state levels. There are coordination offices for critical infrastructure, which are tasked with coordinating and networking measures. Then the second element is a critical infrastructure strategy, which summarizes the objectives, the threat situation, and the areas of voluntary commitment and responsibility for both government and business stakeholders. Here in this directive, or in this strategy, also our neighbors, the EU, the G7, and NATO are mentioned as most important partners for our national critical infrastructure protection. Then we have a cybersecurity strategy. It has been reviewed this year and was agreed on in August 2021. This is a public document because it mirrors this whole of society approach, and it gives tasks to all the stakeholders that are responsible or that are contributing to cybersecurity. So to the private sector, to the civil society, to the technical community, to academia, and also to the government on both national and federal level. Then you've heard perhaps about our IT security law, which is the law that was under discussion when we discussed also how to speed up the deployment of the 5G networks in Germany. It is the law that strengthens also our cybersecurity agency and gives it authority, for example, in detection and defense against cyber attacks, the security of mobile networks, consumer protection, security for companies, and cybersecurity certification. So when we look now at the European level, we have just last Friday had an agreement among the member states on a new network and information security directive. It's also an update from a former directive, but we have also seen the need to, for example, intensify our efforts to protect critical infrastructure. So this network and security, information security directive, it's NIS and NIS2 now. The council has agreed on it. Now it's going into the negotiations with Parliament. And we implement this European regulation by our national regulation. Perhaps some elements also of our international cooperation. So beyond the European level, I would like to mention the counter-ransomware initiative. This is an American initiative where Germany joined, and I'm personally leading the diplomatic track within this initiative. It is a really groundbreaking new step in harnessing international expertise and political resolve to defeat ransomware threats. In the diplomatic track, we finalize at the moment a mapping of ongoing multilateral formats and discussion and negotiation processes. And we want to define also areas where enhanced collaboration among the participating states could be useful. We want to encourage all states to actively fight ransomware criminal groups ransomware is a cross-border phenomenon, so no nation state can do it alone. I will leave it at this, but I'm happy to join the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that the part of the answer was also covering the first question about the expectations from the private sector, looking at the also domestic, the EU perspective. So thank you so much for the structured response to this. Now the floor to Mr. Klingler. Also would be really grateful to keep the remarks shorter to make sure that we will hear in all experts. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Anastasia. Thank you for inviting us to this workshop. Unfortunately, Nadine, who should have taken part, cannot because she felt ill this morning. So she asked me to replace her. Well, as you also mentioned, unfortunately, the protection of critical infrastructures against attacks since peacetime has become increasingly urgent in recent years. And as the title of this workshop aptly puts it, critical infrastructure can be attacked and damaged from afar with the click of a button. And this year we have seen a sharp increase in such incidents, including some spectacular attacks like on the Colonial Pipeline. I think that, again, make everybody aware how important it is to protect critical infrastructure and take measures in that regard. Well, in Switzerland, we have a strategy on the protection of critical infrastructure. The first one was adopted in 2012 by the government. The second one in 2018. It's from 2018 and 2022. And it defines critical infrastructure as processes, systems, and facilities that are essential for the functioning of the economy or the well-being of the population. And that can include energy supply, passenger and freight transport, and medical care. And as we have seen during the pandemic, medical care has really come up high on the agenda because of many very worrying attacks on the health sector. So this has been, even before the pandemic, already a part of the critical infrastructure as our government has decided it. The key approach is in national regulatory frameworks will be dictated by different elements. And generally speaking, in Switzerland, we follow the approach of rather deregulated markets for critical sectors. This means a regulatory approach has to keep in mind the costs which will stem from regulatory requirements. In general, there should be always a balance between regulation and incentives. In Switzerland, we see the protection of critical infrastructures as a cross-cutting task, which interfaces with various policy areas and tasks, like energy policy, security policy, protection against natural hazards, and so on. Accordingly, critical infrastructure protection takes place within the framework of decentralized structures and responsibilities, as Switzerland is also a federal state like Germany, and like Regina just mentioned before and gave the example. And as for the definition of critical infrastructure providers, Switzerland has an inventory which focuses rather on critical functions than just on organizational level. Stakeholders who consider themselves to be operating a critical infrastructure can contact the National Center for Cybersecurity and ask to be included in the inventory. To give you an example, some time ago, a company that produces security paper for banknotes approached our National Center for Cybersecurity. And after some discussion and after they showed to this NCSC what they do and why they think they're critical, they were accepted and included into the inventory. This inventory is holistic in nature, not only focusing on the information assurance part of critical infrastructure providers, but with increased digitalization of processes, it also becomes clear that such things as managed service providers for critical infrastructure providers grow in importance. So we also have companies that provide services. And I think the SolarWinds attack was a wake-up call in that regard and probably made rethink in some countries what critical infrastructure should be and what should be in an inventory. And I think the inventory itself, well, it's not enough to have decided what is regarded as critical infrastructure or not. You need also a process then, what to do and what does it mean for these providers. And a friend of mine working in the NCS just gave me one example. I think it's a very good one. He said in one country he spoke to one of the heads of the cybersecurity authority, and he told him that he could decide if he wanted that his pen is a critical infrastructure. He has the authority to do that. But that is not enough. You have then to decide what does that mean for this pen. Who can use the pen, and what you do if you don't use the pen? You put it in a safe, and so on. So just deciding is not enough. You need really the processes and the measures and the whole structure, what you do, and that is also part of our strategy. I can maybe talk a little bit more on that when we talk about the second of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's really interesting also looking not only the critical functions, but also on the use case and where those critical services can be used and how it could impact the regulatory approaches in this regard. I'm passing the floor to Mr. Dunn to hear the perspective about the Singapore's approach in this regard.
Yep. Thank you, Anastasia, and thank you to Kaspersky for convening this workshop and for inviting the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore to share our perspective on this subject. So let me first begin by sharing how our perspective on CII protection in Singapore. So in Singapore, protecting the critical information infrastructure, or what we call the CII for short, is a national priority. And we make use of our, we have a law that mandates CII operators to protect these systems, and for CSA to be the authority to manage the protection of these systems. And our focus is really in ensuring that there is no loss or compromise of the computer or computer systems necessary to ensure the continuous supply of essential services. So in Singapore, we have identified 11 critical infrastructure sectors. They are the usual familiar sectors, things like energy, water, banking and finance, healthcare, transport, which includes the air, land and sea sectors, also infocom, media, security, emergency services, and the government sector. These sectors provide services that are essential to the national security, defense, foreign relations, economy, and public safety and public order to the citizens of Singapore. So given the unique historical and socio-political circumstances of each country, we think that states should have the prerogative to designate CII at the national level. So in our case in Singapore, what we do is that the CSA, we work closely with the various sector regulator. So for each sector that I mentioned earlier, there's a sector regulator. So CSA work closely with the sector regulator to determine what are the impact criteria that will disrupt or cause a grave debilitating effect to the essential services. We, first of all, determine the criteria, and then we will jointly perform an impact assessment to identify the systems that meets the impact criteria. Through this, those systems that are considered essential, providing essential services, will be designated as CII by the commissioner, by the Commissioner of Cybersecurity, which in this case is also the Chief Executive of the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore. To manage this CII, we have established a Cybersecurity Act, a key piece of our legislation for the oversight and maintenance of national cybersecurity in Singapore. And the key emphasis of this act, as I mentioned, is to ensure protection of CII against cyber attacks. The act has three key objectives. Firstly, is to strengthen the protection of CII against cyber attacks. Secondly, is to authorize CSA as the national agency to prevent and respond to cybersecurity threats and incidents. And thirdly, to establish a licensing framework for cybersecurity service providers. One of the key focus as part of my job is to ensure that our CII remains resilient in the face of a cyber attack. Whenever there's a breach of a cyber incident, reporting of cyber incident are mandatory for CII owners. The Cybersecurity Act set out a framework for CSA to be informed, and if need to request for information on CII during investigations. CSA will also work with the CII sector regulators and CII owners during investigations to determine the best course of action. And of course, our focus is on balancing between operational efficiency, impact to businesses, and of course, operational investigations. As cybersecurity threat increase in severity and sophistication, organizations will need to recognize that it is not a matter of if, but when they will be breached. And our cybersecurity framework takes into account the full suite of what is commonly known as the IPDRR framework, the Identify, Protect, Detect, Response, and Recover framework, to ensure the resiliency of CII in providing essential services. And we also believe that adopting a threat and a risk-based approach on cybersecurity is a sustainable and relevant approach towards managing cyber risk. I think I will stop here. I'll be happy to discuss these issues in greater detail later if there's further interest on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, for providing the domestic perspective and also quite really structured in a structured way. And I'm passing the floor to Ms. Joanna Viva to share the perspective from Australia.
Thanks, Anastasia, and lovely to see so many colleagues joining in today. I just wanted to, rather than give a full overview of the Australian framework, I thought I'd touch on some legislation that passed through our Parliament just in November. And this is legislation specifically designed around security of critical infrastructure. So it passed less than a month ago. That legislation has 4 key provisions that will be of interest here. The first is that it extended the definition of critical infrastructure in Australia from 4 to 11 sectors. And so those sectors include all of the things that you would expect it to include: power, water, transport, fuel, etc. Interestingly, for many involved in this discussion, it also did specifically designate the domain name system as critical infrastructure in Australia, as well as things like superannuation assets. So we have quite considerably expanded the definition. And then to go to David's point about, who gets to decide if the pen is critical infrastructure, what are the obligations that then arise from that? The new legislation that we've passed implements 3 specific requirements. One is reporting requirements and the establishment of a register of critical infrastructure assets. And this includes reporting requirements around things like foreign ownership. So it really has increased and extended those existing reporting requirements. It mandates cybersecurity incident reporting for our critical infrastructure providers. So if you have significant cyber incidents happening on critical infrastructure in Australia and it's designated in these sectors, it's now mandatory to report that to the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. And then the 4th element of it, which is, I think, quite unique, is that we have legislated government assistance measures. So this means that if there is a cybersecurity incident happening on critical infrastructure, and the language here is important, that seriously prejudices Australia's prosperity, national security, or defence, then the government now has the power to mandatorily take control of that infrastructure to be responding and mitigating to that cyber incident. So as far as I'm aware, the only other country that has powers at quite that level of basically ministerial direction for the government to take control of the infrastructure is France. So ANSSI, the French cybersecurity agency, has a similar power. But it is a considerable step up in Australia. It's not without controversy, in particular the fact that there isn't necessarily the provision around judicial review of that ministerial direction. So it's something that I'm sure there will be a lot more discussion on. It really goes to the point on question 3 about what do you do when there is a major cybersecurity incident as well. So happy to talk about that more as we go on.
Thank you so much. Really interesting. I think about the extension of the definition of what is not considered as a critical infrastructure sector. We also see the same trend in the European Union with the updating of the EU NIS directive and inclusion of the managed service providers and the cloud providers, for instance, also as a part of the critical infrastructure. So it's definitely could be also the trend that we will see in other jurisdictions too. Thank you so much for that. I'd like also to merge the second and the third question right now and to also narrow down them, and probably again to pass the floor to Ms. Greenberger and ask how is it possible to share how those particular norms of the critical infrastructure protection from the UN Cyber Stability Framework coexist with the domestic efforts? And in the event of the cyber attack, beyond the private sector who might own the ICT infrastructure, critical infrastructure, what are the expectations from the government to other private actors? And here, of course, I would also to refer to the security researchers, to incident responders, private certs, and many others that also could be private, and it could also be part of the global response at the national level.
Okay, Anastasia, could you repeat your first question, please? I had problems understanding acoustically.
Sure. Apologies for that. How those norms from the UN Cyber Stability Framework, at least two norms on the critical infrastructure, coexist with the domestic efforts in this regard. And it would greatly help to understand us how are those actually implemented at the national level. Thank you.
Okay, the UN norms are a very generic framework. So what we do on the national level is we try to have something in place that solves our day-to-day problems and is in line with this global framework. So, for example, certs in the UN framework have to be apolitical, and this is, for example, something that we can provide for in our national legislation. So we have 42 certs in Germany. So it's a rather complex system, but all of them are, of course, available also for cross-border incident resolution. I would like to, with regard to how is the responsibility of private sector and government sector balanced, I would like to raise also a question for discussion. I would like to hear also your comments, because we have, of course, to define what is critical infrastructure. And Johanna mentioned already the issue of sectors, and also Dan did this, which sectors are critical infrastructure. But we have also another criteria that could be size of critical size of infrastructure, and therefore it becomes critical infrastructure. And size could be financial turnover, and could be number of users. And that is something that also on the European level we are taking up this idea of size as a criterion for being critical. As soon as many people rely on a certain infrastructure for their daily lives, it becomes critical in a way. So of course, there is also the sectorial aspect, and this is something that the government, of course, focuses on. It's responsible for, water, energy, waste, and so on. So this is absolutely a critical infrastructure. But with regard to information infrastructure, a lot more becomes critical because people rely on it in their daily lives. And for example, mobile telecom networks, 10 years ago it was a luxury, now it's an essential. So this is also something that we have to discuss, and we have to discuss it with the private sector, because as soon as they are defined critical infrastructure, there are heavy burdens for them with regard to their relation to the government institutions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Daniel, would you like also to share the perspective of the Switzerland here?
Yes, of course. Well, the report, the Open-Ended Working Group report, and in particular the report of the GGE, they give quite valuable guidance on how to implement the norms, in particular on the protection of critical infrastructure. The GG report mentions, for example, the General Assembly Resolution 58/199 on the creation of a global culture of cybersecurity and the protection of critical information infrastructure. And the annex highlights actions they can take to that end. And I think that's quite a good start for many states to look at that and see what could they do, what actions could they take if they don't have yet done so. As I mentioned before, a good step in our view is to implement these voluntary norms is to the development of a national strategy. And ideally, this strategy is developed with all the stakeholders that run, for example, critical infrastructures. As I said, we have this national strategy on the protection of critical infrastructure, which is also linked to the national cybersecurity strategy, which is in place. And this strategy defines 17 measures with which the government intends to maintain the security of supply in Switzerland and improve it in key areas. And among other things, it has given the respective supervisory and regulatory authorities responsible the mandate to examine in all critical infrastructure sectors whether there are significant risks of serious supply disruptions. And in addition, measures are to be taken to reduce such risks. And under certain circumstances, it may be necessary to adapt then sectoral legal foundations, laws, for example, energy law, traffic law, and so on. We are, on the one hand, active in establishing and developing more in-depth collaboration between critical infrastructure providers and government entities in the field of cybersecurity, such as the NCSC, as I mentioned. And on the other hand, Switzerland stands as a small and independent nation that acting against threats of malicious network activities originating from its territory is absolutely key. So not only in regard to secure our critical infrastructure providers, but also to contribute to the international effort to quench such activities early on in order to avoid damages to other nations' critical infrastructure providers. And to achieve this, Switzerland is active in numerous international groups and fora, from purely technical ones like cybersecurity incident response team focus groups to such platforms as the GFCE in the cyber capacity building domain, because we think it's also, of course, important to help other countries to build up their capacities. And as mentioned, also having a trustworthy, collaborative and broad exchange between critical infrastructure providers and the government is key. The network of relevant stakeholders must be established early on and continuously strengthened in order to function in case of an outtake or an attack. So the focus must lay on building up such public-private partnerships early on to allow for efficient support. And however, from a Swiss point of view, it is important to understand that at the end of the day, the providers of critical infrastructures must understand the responsibilities and duties, as even the best network and partnership cannot replace a sound and robust managing of cyber risks within the respective organization or enterprise. So it's really a shared responsibility that we are trying to implement. And this also means that corresponding capacities must be made available. It is also worthwhile for critical infrastructure operators to prepare for the worst possible incident and that crisis communication networks are maintained and tested regularly. If public-private networks are established and functioning and every actor knows what to do in an emergency, attacks can be mitigated or fought more easily and negative effects can be avoided. And that's basically the approach we're trying to implement.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Interesting, the use of the phrase "the shared responsibility" and how it's actually is also the balance. Quite interesting to look at the Swiss approach, especially given that it's the confederation has the different approaches at the federation level here. Mr. Dan, would you also like to provide the view of the Singapore?
Yep, sure. Yeah, so I think on the first questions of the UN norms, maybe let me just say that Singapore sees the UN as an important and inclusive platform that offers countries, both big and small, an opportunity to come together to discuss about the developments of rules and norms for international peace and security in cyberspace. It is also a platform to enhance cyber cooperation. So the successful conclusion of the inaugural OEWG and the 6th UNGGE last year are significant achievements. So specifically on the implementing of the this non-binding norms and the confidence building measures, we would like to share 3 key areas that we think are important to enhance global cooperation in cyberspace. And the three areas can be aptly summarized into the three C's in our views. So the consensus, collaborations, and capabilities. So the first C on consensus. So while much progress has been achieved in these landmark reports by OEWG and GGE, this year, we think that more can be done to broaden the consensus on the existing areas of divergence. So we need to discuss to ensure that there's consensus to develop what are the so-called rules of the roads. It's important for countries to put aside their differences and to work on the common areas and to ensure that there's a consensus on what the norms are. Secondly, we think there's a need to collaborate to keep the digital domain safe and secure. Okay, as we all know, the cyberspace transcends physical boundaries, and many systems spans across different countries, and countries need to collaborate closely to ensure that we can respond effectively as a system to cyber threats. So, lastly, on the countries must invest in developing capabilities, both at the within the country, as well as to ensure that we help other countries to develop their capabilities, so that there is a systemic response to cybersecurity. So, okay. So moving on to the second question on the protection of critical infrastructure. I think our keyword here on protection of critical infrastructure, I think our keyword is it's a team effort. Government do not necessarily have a monopoly on the solutions to cyber challenges. No single country or no single stakeholder will be able to take on the full responsibility of ensuring cybersecurity of its CII. It is a collective responsibility of all stakeholders, including the government, the critical infrastructure operator, as well as the private sector. However, government should take the lead in strengthening cross-sectorial cooperation, given that the weakest link can provide an entry point, not just to a specific system, but can cause a knock-on effects that affect other sectors and the whole country too. So in Singapore, what we do is that we regularly conduct nationwide cyber crisis management exercises to improve our crisis response capabilities and readiness to respond promptly and effectively to cyber attacks. We bring together all the 11 critical information infrastructure sectors in a national concerted effort to test and validate their operational plans in response to complex attack scenarios with realistic simulations of multidimensional cyber threats. In addition, cyber threats are not confined within geographical boundaries, and we think that bilateral and multilateral operational cooperation are key to share timely information and respond to incidents swiftly. Singapore will build on these efforts and work more closely with our partners to collectively combat cross-border cyber threats. We recognize that the urgency of highlighting the threats is important to protect CII, and disrupting or undermining the operations of CII will likely impair the delivery of critical services to population and cause detrimental effects at the domestic, regional, or international level. In this regard, we are glad that the consensus report of the 6 GGE and the inaugural OEWG have recognized the fundamental importance and the need to protect this cross-border CII when developing an additional layer of understandings for norms 13F and G. And I think, that's all I have for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dan. I agree with you, especially the last DG report actually provided quite an additional layer of understanding how those norms could be elaborated. And it was really helpful to us as a private sectors as well, to understand how states view them, what the particular measures are recommended to other states, and thus I think also recommended implicitly to the private sector and owners of critical infrastructure to do to protect the critical infrastructure. I pass the floor to Joanna as well to hear the view from Australia, but before I also really just like to highlight, we will be happy to hear your questions. Do not hesitate to ask them in the chat. I see many people in the room physically attending and listening to us, so we will be welcoming your questions as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to emphasize with the recent UN agreements that passed through the General Assembly just a couple of months ago, where they were agreed earlier in the year, the key takeouts for those who aren't intimately involved in those discussions is that we have now unanimously agreed, every country in the world has agreed to 2 norms relating to critical infrastructure. I mean, they've agreed to 11, but relating to critical infrastructure, there are 2 in particular. One, we're not going to intentionally damage the critical infrastructure of other states using ICTs. And the other is saying that you should protect your critical infrastructure from ICTs. So the significance of the agreements earlier in the year at the UN is saying every country in the world agrees that we need to do this. And that is actually quite a significant milestone. Then in the GGE report, in addition to the OEWG report, which is every country in the world saying, yes, this is a good idea, we have now the additional layer of understanding and additional guidance on, well, what does it mean when you say, let's not damage the critical infrastructure of another state? So it provides much more, we have this high level statement. The new GGE report provides a lot more detail. It also provides some suggestions for countries. If you're looking at, how do you protect your critical infrastructure, go and have a look at that report because it's a great starting point. In terms of what countries are doing and how you can implement this, with respect to the first one, and I would love to see more of this, there are not enough countries in the world making public commitments that they are not going to intentionally damage the critical infrastructure of other states. We know there are many countries out there who have and are developing offensive cyber capabilities, including Australia. Australia, however, is one of the few countries that publicly commits that we're not going to use those capabilities to intentionally damage the critical infrastructure of another state. We need more transparency around this. We cannot keep allowing these capabilities to be developed in the shadows. Obviously, parts of this will remain classified, but in the same way we disclose we have warships, we can disclose the fact that we use those warships in accordance with the rules that we've all agreed. We can disclose the fact that we have these offensive cyber tools and agree and commit to use them in accordance with the rules. With respect to how you implement the protection of the critical infrastructure one, well, the example that we gave earlier with the Australian critical infrastructure legislation that's just passed is an example of that, and many of the other things that colleagues have spoken of touch on those points as well. The other thing I would say is, yes, these norms are voluntary, but countries have now committed to act in accordance with them. That's the significance of the agreement that came out of the UN earlier this year. They are also supported by binding international law. So it's not just voluntary norms. These are many concepts that are also reinforced by binding international law. And we need more countries not just to talk the talk at the UN. We need more countries to walk the walk and actually act in accordance with the commitments that they're making. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really interesting, especially to my personal perspective, binding international law and non-binding norms, it's always the question how they coexist, and looking at more how practically states already what they do really actually helps to have a better understanding of this, and probably within the
I would just say the GGE and the OEWG reports are really good on this point as well. Mm-hmm. They make it really clear that international law and norms complement each other, that the norms do not change any of the existing binding obligations that you have as a state. They help us to understand what some of those obligations may be. So norms and international law operate concurrently, and I'd encourage people to look at the GGE and the OEWG report, which provides really good commentary to help understand how the two coexist.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you so much, Joanna, for this. If anyone would also like to reflect to the remarks, yes, please.
I just want to add to something that Johanna said, one or two ideas. The first one is that the states are obliged to protect their critical infrastructure is also a big challenge on the human resources, and something that is often not really considered as a serious challenge is a serious challenge, which means, do we have enough experts and cybersecurity experts and human resource literate to protect critical infrastructure in our societies? And this starts, from primary schools to university, we have to make sure that we have enough people who are able to do this. And then something that Daniel said is also important for us. This is cyber capacity building, and there we have in the OEWG report a very important sentence, which is that cyber capacity building is not a one-way street, but a two-way street, which means that especially in this field, when it comes to implementing the norms on critical infrastructure, we need to cooperate closely so that on, let's say, all the partners who share a certain, for example, information network, communication network, take part in this cyber capacity building effort so that all sides are able to do their responsibility, to follow their responsibility in protecting the infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I agree about the two-way street of the capacity building. And what's even more, I would even add that within the UN Cyber Stability Framework, as I understood, capacity building is about helping some states to the less developed states, but I think there could be also the way how the private sector might be helping to other states and the other private sectors, especially small and medium businesses. So this is also one of the way to look what is going on in terms of the cyber efforts in this regard.
Yeah, just an example. For example, Ukraine. Of course, everybody is speaking about Nord Stream 2, but there are actually some other pipelines running through Ukraine to Central Europe. And we are working with Ukraine in terms of cyber capacity building to set up a better framework for protecting this infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Daniel, would you like to also respond?
Yes, I just also wanted to add, well, of course, I support everything Johanna said on the relation between norms and international law, and the reports really have quite good language on that. Everybody can go and read that. And I just wanted to add that, well, the obligation, or say that the norm that you should protect your critical infrastructure is, of course, very important, but I would also like to highlight the other one, that you should, if there is a request for assistance by another state, that you should try and help that state, of course, with the means that are available to yourself. And our approach in Switzerland is that on the technical level, with the certs, they help everybody. If we get a request also from a state that we usually maybe don't regard as our closest friends, if there is really an attack on the critical infrastructure in that country, if we get enough information from that state that, well, on the technical the information we need to be able to help them, then we do that. And I think that is also really important, that there is a good cooperation on a technical level between states, between certs, which is not politicized, but really trying to help mitigate effects of malicious activities in the cyberspace. Yeah.
Thank you. About this aspect, also thank you for building the bridge to the second part about the international component, where actually the norm H about the request and assistance would be the core to look at. But also, the whole participants, I'd like also to pay attention to one of the sessions previously taken at the IGF about the law of neutrality, and how actually, if the sum of the private sectors and even states can have this neutral status to mitigate a cyber incident, despite the political or geopolitical context. This, I will also share the link here that has been actually organized by the ATH for Zurich. It's really interesting discussion taking place at the IGF. Concluding the part number one, I also want to narrow down even more the first question, and I assume that it will be difficult to give the answer ABC for the 1 and 2 minute, but keeping the same order. In the event of the cyber incident, and keeping in mind that this is for the government to provide the institutional framework, but the private sector might own this infrastructure, what would be the recommended course of action for the critical infrastructure operators and the private sector broadly? And here, I, of course, refer to security researchers, the company that I represent, or the private incident responders, and many more. So maybe to start first with Mr. Dunn, and then to Ambassador Greenberger, to Daniel and Joanna.
Yeah. So I think in the event of any incidents, I think the keyword I would repeat is what I said earlier. The key think it's about teamwork and working together, collaboration to respond to any cyber security incidents. And in Singapore, we stress that a lot. The expectation is not that because you are a CII operator and therefore you are alone to face the threat when you hit with an incident. In the first place, the government will lay down the institutional framework. In our case, under the Cybersecurity Act, we will have certain. We have the power to mandate them to take certain measures. And of course, when an incident happens, they will report the incident to us and the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, and we will draw on any resources from other parts of the government when necessary to support any of the critical infrastructure operators if they need the help. Of course, we bearing in mind that the private operators, they would have, if they're operating critical infrastructure, they would have put in place some organic capabilities to defend the system. But sometimes when they meet pretty advanced, very advanced threats, the government would have no hesitation to lean forward to provide support. And it's all about teamwork, working together and ensuring that we have an understanding even before incident happen, confidence building measures, and to work out the processes before incident happen, so that when something happens, the team effort effect will come into play. And that's our key focus. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Greenberger?
Well, the responsibility of the governments is basically to provide for the framework, so to set up national rules and also international cooperation. With regard to malicious state actors especially, of course, that's also a diplomatic responsibility. But with regard to cyber criminals, it's also the responsibility to cooperate in law enforcement with other governments and jurisdictions. Otherwise, it's the private owners of critical infrastructure who are responsible. Of course, as in the case of Singapore, also in our case, our cybersecurity agency is helping, but it's the private owner's responsibility. And with the new European NIS directive, we will even have fines if the private owners of critical infrastructure do not observe the minimum standards of critical infrastructure protections of cybersecurity protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Daniel?
Well, really short, I could echo what Mr. Dan and Ginsberger just said. It's the same situation in Switzerland. I mentioned it before. It's now really a shared responsibility. Everybody has to know its responsibilities and duties, be prepared, processes should be in place. And then when really incidents occur on critical infrastructure, that this network really plays out and works. And of course, the government and the NCSC, they support the industry and private actors, but the first responsibility lies with them if their critical infrastructure is attacked. Maybe also that this is a state-owned infrastructure, then of course the responsibility is with the state or the cantons in Switzerland. But I can just really support what both my predecessors just said. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Joanna, please.
Sure, and I just saw Iona's question popping up as well, which I'll address. So I think there's two things. One, when it comes to a cyber incident response against critical infrastructure, we're assuming this is going to have widespread impacts on the public, right? Because it's critical infrastructure, and if we've got our designations of critical infrastructure right, that means this is serious. It has impact on people's lives. So the first thing is that we must have pre-existing plans. You must have pre-existing relationships, both with government, so those aspects of the government agencies that will help during a particular cyber incident response of a significant scale, but also an incident management plan, and often that will be the private sector. The private sector may be the ones that get called in to respond to those incidents. So have a plan and a pre-existing relationship with the key stakeholders.
The second thing I would say is exercise critical infrastructure incidents as part of national emergency response plans. So most countries have national emergency response plans for what happens if there is some critical crisis that shuts down your country. Make sure that that also includes cyber attacks on your critical infrastructure. And in my experience, it very rarely does. There's this perception that an incident against critical infrastructure, cyber incidents against critical infrastructure, needs to have this whole different complicated structure to go from the critical infrastructure provider up to, you know, the prime minister or the president of your country. And it's just not true. If we have one of these significant cyber incidents that is happening in our countries, it will be something that the prime minister needs to be aware of. Use the structures that exist, exercise those structures in advance. And to Iona's point, in terms of if Australia's government is going to step in, it's absolutely not the case that they will always step in. This is a power of last resort. And so that goes back to the first point, which is have those pre-existing relationships and a plan, including potentially with a private sector provider to provide that incident response. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really grateful also for covering the question in the chat. And we need to conclude the part number one. I really invite everyone to thank me, all the four experts in a really interesting perspectives. But we'll be also working on the report to provide all the links that the experts have announced. So for the wider public to be more informed about different efforts taking place in those countries. Thank you so much. I will move to the second part to discuss the international cooperation component, and that's to explore opportunities for the UN Cyber Emergency Phone Book, which I'd like to stress doesn't exist. This is something that we try to find a catchy word, and that's to reflect the idea if this possibility for formal and informal mechanisms to cooperate between states and non-state actors in the event of the cyber incident affecting critical infrastructure in different jurisdictions. So we honored to have with us today the following experts: Mr. Serge Dro from Board of Directors at FIRST, representing actually, I think, the unique global CSIRT community. Then also Ms. Corbin, head of the Counter Cybercrime Programming at the Global Program on Cybercrime at UNDC. And Mr. Pedesher, Senior Security Researcher at the Global Research and Analysis Team, Greg Kaspersky, to represent mostly the perspective of the private sector and the private security researchers today. So we also have the free call questions today, and I'd like to announce the first one. Let's imagine that is an affected state by the cyber incident, and the critical infrastructure in that state is affected by the cyber incident. And that state or the owner of the critical infrastructure doesn't have the capacities to respond. Who should it approach for help? And what does the UN Cyber Stability Framework suggest doing in this regard? So I'd like to start first with the Mr. Serge Dro, then to pass to Carmen, and then to Pierre. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. My name is Serge Dro, as you said. I'm on the board of FIRST, the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams. And we are kind of really the umbrella organization that brings together all these incident responders, not only from governments, but also from the private sector and academia. And I think that you mentioned in your question, what if a state is affected that doesn't have the capability or the capacity to react to this? And I would argue that probably most national CSIRTs today, sooner or later, run into limits where they can't handle an incident anymore. First of all, because they don't have access to the infrastructure that's affected. Remember, most of the critical infrastructure is actually operated by private sector organizations, and it's very rare that they're operated by the government or a state itself. So that team will have to reach out to other teams. Now, what at first we promote is not only that every state has a CSIRT or national CSIRT, but that it has a national CSIRT community. And that those communities probably should be of regional nature, because if you're affected in a smaller country, there's a good chance that your neighboring country will suffer from the attack too. And so to answer your question, what I feel should happen is that if a national CSIRT runs into trouble, it needs to reach out within its CSIRT community to other teams that may be able to help. that is absolutely crucial. If you believe you can have a national team that can solve all of it, you probably lost.
Noted. And I think in this regard, at least two non-binding norms would be activated: the norm about the request and assistance, and the norm about the cooperation between certs and providing the flow to cooperation between them. Thank you so much. Carmen, would you also like to share perspective?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this panel. I'm really happy to join today with the other experts and to listen to the first panel of experts that gave so many really wonderful perspectives. So, as you mentioned, I am the head of UNODC's counter cybercrime programming that we are doing in West and Central Africa. And so I am posted currently in Dakar. And before I came to Senegal and to the UN, my first career was as a cyber prosecutor in the United States. So I have over 11 years of working as a cyber prosecutor, specifically on all types of cyber crimes and dealing with digital evidence. And I raise this because I'm really seeing a lot of what this discussion is today about relationship building and how to react to an emergency incident and how that is actually applicable and a reality in what we're facing in Africa and the work that we're doing in West and Central Africa, but really across the globe. As Serge said just a moment ago, really all certs in any country probably at some point are going to face a situation that they may not be prepared for. And they're going to need to reach to other experts or other private-public partner relationships to help get through the experience or solve the issue. So I think the two major things that we highlight in the work that we're doing in West and Central Africa, but as our program as a whole across the globe, really focusing on capacity building, training for understanding on digital evidence and cyber investigations and prosecutions, but relationship building. Relationship building is critical. And as Serge, I want to underline exactly what he said. This is internal to countries between public and private entities, but also regional. It is especially critical. We see it here in West and Central Africa that regional relationships and knowing who points of contact are in other countries, whether it be a neighboring country or someone in the region that would be reachable for assistance or collaboration if an emergency incident occurs, is really, really critical. And so these are two of the aspects that we really focus on a lot in our work here.
Thank you so much for the comprehensive overview and a very brief one of what the UNODC does in this regard. Pierre, the floor is yours to share the perspective of the private sector.
Thank you, Nastia. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss this point. I would say it depends on a lot of factors. Well, starting by what is the response term meaning, the affected states or activity sectors, requesting states memberships, existing memberships, and requesting organization of such state. But various defined options and frameworks already exist to request help, such as the regional CSIRT communities or cooperation mechanisms like the EGC and the NIS directive cooperation mechanisms for the European Union, maybe regional crisis and incident response mechanisms, be it cyber-focused or not, like the IPCR arrangements, the Argus high-level cross-sectorial crisis coordination process, or the EEAS crisis response system for the European Union. There's also multilateral cooperation bodies at CSIRT, state or military levels, like the TF-CSIRT, the FIRST, the IWWN, or NATO even. And of course, additional bilateral agreements and cooperation frameworks may exist, but to my knowledge, nothing which is fully international by nature and which is cyber-specific in-house already exists for such a case. So this is just to illustrate possibilities, because the state may also decide to approach various organizations, including private ones, international body or states, however it deems fit and out of any existing framework, depending on the circumstance of the attack or the crisis, of course. And questions now are, can any state in the world benefit from at least one of such existing cooperation frameworks? Are existing frameworks sufficiently fit, tried and tested and trusted to be enabled in such case? And could enabling whichever of such existing frameworks be read as an offense or threat by any other state? I don't believe that there are existing frameworks today which can cover all of these three questions with, let's say, favorable answers. And I also sincerely don't know what the UN Cyber Stability Framework is suggesting in such a case.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Still, it's really great to hear actually the part of the answers are the same for all the three speakers. It actually, I think, positively indicates that it's still the same structures that we all aware of and what they could currently already leverage and use. But going further in the aspects of the limitations, why some of the theoretically positive and the efficient mechanism may not still be existing, the question is, what can be done in this regard, and specifically to achieve thus stronger cooperation between the CERT community, and how the neutrality of the CERT could be ensured in this regard. And in the meantime, hearing the answers of the speakers, I also would like to send the link, as I mentioned, to the session of the neutrality and the research done by the ETH Zurich about the law of neutrality in cyberspace, which specifically talks about the neutrality of the private actors and the CERT. Maybe it also could be helpful for the audience. So Serge, the floor is yours.
Sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Sure, absolutely. What can be done for stronger cooperation between CERT and how to ensure their neutrality?
Okay, so sorry, it was kind of a busy day today. I think what's really important is that states take to face value that CSIRTs or instance responders should just focus on their very own role, on the one role they're designed to do, and that's responding to incidents. They should not be part of any other activities, such as kind of attribution, for example, or even offensive capabilities. Why? Because if you're starting to deal with someone that, say, does attribution, then other states may not willingly collaborate, because you never really know if this actually pays back. So I think it's very important to have a clear understanding of the roles and responsibilities of all the involved actors. And sadly, we often see situations where either a CSIRT team feels I'm more important than the other one because I'm a national CSIRT or I'm from a big corporation. So, and that just doesn't really work out. We need to get away from this and really continue improving trust. And that may mean that certain states kind of take a step back and start working with people they don't really like. And that, of course, is a big challenge. But again, I think that challenge can be overcome by really kind of focusing on the role. And we do this in other areas, like in disaster relief, for example. If even some area has kind of a big earthquake, there's no questions of rescue teams from countries not really on speaking terms working side on side. But in cyber, we don't have that concept yet. And I think it's very, very important to move this way. And that's also, I think, one of the reasons why I think FIRST is really a great organization, because we do have members from pretty much any kind of political bloc. So we have the national CSIRTs of China, Russia, pretty much every European country and the US in there, and they talk to each other. And that is the principle I think we need to foster and continue promoting.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's quite optimistic to hear and positive to hear about this. Carmen, the question to you as well about the stronger cooperation between CSIRTs and the possibility for more neutrality, to ensure more neutrality for them.
Sure. So, again, I can speak from our own experience here and the work that we're doing in Africa and West Africa. So one of the ways that we work, especially to build these relationships and to build, because of course, with relationships, you have more of an opportunity, more of probably a realistic reality of cooperation. is we have regional events where we bring cybersecurity experts or members of CERTs from different countries and the regions that we cover and the countries that we cover to come together to work on these issues for capacity building work, for conference work. And also just recently, last month, we actually held a conference that was a regional conference that included some tabletop exercises. And again, it was a fake incident where there's an attack on a national bank, but it's a process by which it allows different cyber experts from these different countries to have to react in an active way to an incident that is, allegedly happening in their country. And it allows them to then, in a very safe space, talk about how they would react to these things, how they could work together, how they would share information within their region between these countries to combat the problem that they're facing. And so it's from this on the ground sort of work that we're doing regionally in the areas that we are working around the world that we're trying to build this collaboration and these relationships in a very, I would say, a simple way, in the way of basically just having the people be across the table from one another, or, under the pandemic, it is also sometimes across the computer screen, unfortunately, like we are right now. But it still is allowing people to see each other and talk to each other and recognize that, many of these countries, they do have a CERT, or even if they do not have a CERT, there are cybersecurity experts that are in place in different, whether they're in law enforcement or other agencies within the governments, that can be the point of contact for this type of collaboration and international cooperation. This type of relationship will always be key, I think, for an emergency situation, for de-escalating the situation, and then for moving forward with an actual investigation and prosecution. These relationships between countries, private-public relationships are really going to be key. And our partners too at Interpol, they have also a large program that is in Africa where they're trying to also work in the same ways of building networks and capacity building in cybercrime. And I won't speak any further about that in particular, but you can go and research that online. And so there's a lot of us that are working in the same field to try to really build up these connections around the world.
Thank you so much, and also for highlighting the role of the Interpol in this regard. I see that we also have the Director Jones from Interpol. He is with us. Maybe he could also like to share the perspective of that. Of course, we keeping in mind that the cybercrime and the issues ensuring the international security in peace are two parallel but still separate process within the first and the third committee. But it could be interesting to know if actually the same mechanisms might be used in the event of the cyber incident, especially when we don't know yet what's actually the cyber incident is about and what we're dealing with. So I think they definitely could be lots of the overlapping mechanisms in this regard. But Pierre, over to you for sharing the perspective of the private sector as well.
Yes, so what can be done to achieve stronger cooperation, and how can the neutrality of CSIRT be ensured? Then one of the lessons learned I kept from my past experiences as a major incident responder and as an international affairs officer is that cooperation does not strengthen or even happen as a result of any single specific action, whoever the initiator of the action may be. Broad and effective cooperation, as well as its developments, are a result of multiple factors, which, apart the will to cooperate, necessarily include common grounds, goals, or issues, commitment, mutual understanding, supplementary or compatible capabilities, clear outcomes or explicit successes, time, and I believe before anything else, trust. Trust between parties, but also trust between individuals. And as a result, to me, building or strengthening cooperation is first and continuously building trust. And there are no magic recipes to do so. This is achieved by trying to face and experience various common situations and issues over time. This is enabled or eased by various means, including openly stating the will to cooperate and the benefit to do so. This is always starting from there. knowing each other by setting arbitrary meetings or call schedules or agendas, exercise events to discuss with more and more freedom and sincerity, understanding and committing to each other, for instance, with staff exchange, so that one can truly learn and discover from the day-to-day work of the other and try to bring something to it, or with capacity building also, setting common definition or key concepts. This could, for instance, be defining what is a global critical infrastructure, setting a reasonable amount of both practical common goals and bold goals as a program so that everyone can start trying to reach a common success, openly sharing operational information to each other as a token of goodwill, and daring to ask for help in the event of a difficult situation as a will to build a practical common ground and as an opportunity to face issues more easily. And to enable anticipation and lessons learned before any real operational need arise, then this can all be experienced through proofs of concept. Take any part of a broad or global issue. Let's agree to try tackling it for real as much as possible during a given time frame, gather willing forces and go with any options I listed. Then as regards CSIRT's neutrality, then again, it depends on what neutrality means. CSIRTs have a common mission to understand, investigate, and remediate cybersecurity incidents, but they all do so for their constituency first, be it states, private corporation, or customers. And as so, they will never be absolutely neutral in the sense they will probably always work with their organization as a priority, by mindset and by design. But that's not necessarily an issue, because when cooperating, only the common goals remain as a common priority. And as Gregory Bateson, Bertalanffy, or any systemics practitioner would emphasize, any system is a set of individual items, but is not limited to it.
Quite interesting angle. Thank you so much. So we actually hear again the mostly common the answers and the most common the elements of the answer. Serge highlighted that focusing on the role should be that important element to stick to the role, and thus ensuring the stronger cooperation between CSIRTs and ensuring the neutrality. Carmen also said about the loss of the cooperation and collaboration in this regard. And Pierre, I think you also stressed on the trust building and experiencing already altogether the some cyber exercises, and thus actually this could be a necessary, well, the experience helping us together what did work, what didn't work, and how we could improve our cooperation in the future. But I think also trust is also relies on the personal relationships between the different people. So the question would be how to formalize the cooperation between the institutions beyond the particular context and particular expert. If the cyber attack affects critical infrastructure, again, in several jurisdictions, and if cross-border cooperation could be possible, if yes, how? What are the formal and informal mechanisms? First of all, we need to keep in mind in this regard. So I'd like to pass the floor again first to Serge, then Carmen, and Pierre.
So I've been thinking a lot about how to create trust and foster trust, and I've always come to the conclusion trust is an inherently human thing, and it's very, very difficult to kind of disassociate this from human and institutionalize this. At the end of the day, it's always about people kind of working together that have a past history. And in my experience, you build. People always say it's very difficult to build trust, and I kind of agree, but not 100%, because I think you can start quite easily by starting on a simple problem. You collaborate. You send a simple request for help. You don't send another team a request that involves loads of confidential data and is really tricky and has political components. You really start low and working together. This is how you build up trust. I feel this is a very, very important thing to do. And I think if teams continue working together on a regular basis, then actually the trust can be extended to a team. So just being associated with a certain team then means that whoever you collaborate with is going to trust you a little bit more. So so I think the goal would be to start with individual trust and then expand this to entire teams. But that means for a lot of security people to a little bit overcome their egos, because it means bringing in junior people into the conversation and not just keep everything themselves. And it's also a challenge because a lot of security people or a lot of technical people are kind of shy. So you need to be a little bit outgoing, be able to talk to others. Again, trust is a human thing, so all the human factors play in. But I think we know how to build, we all have friends, hopefully. And I think it's really the same mechanisms here. Start building friends.
Thank you. Thank you. Quite an optimistic way. Carmen?
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying, I think generally the same sort of concept, but it really comes down to cyber diplomacy, kind of like what Serge is saying. It comes down to, obviously, you need people in certs and in positions that deal with cyber attacks to technically know what they're doing and how to solve the problem. But you also need people that are able to be good communicators. And there needs to be a willingness to share information and to share skills, if that's possible. And so, again, with our program at UNODC's Global Program on Cybercrime, we are trying to create possibilities for these trusting relationships, or the beginnings of these relationships to start by capacity building work, where we're bringing different people from different countries together, where they're learning together, they're training together. Sometimes they're even assisting each other, different countries assisting each other on cybercrime investigations and training. So with these ideas and these events, we're working to try to build these relationships, these trusting contacts, and that diplomacy, that ability to communicate with one another and willingness to do so, because ultimately that is going to be key to solving this really huge issue that we have globally.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you so much, Carmen. Pierre?
Well, to get back on your question about is cross-border cooperation possible, and the initial topic of this discussion about the Cyber Emergency Fund book, I believe, of course, that cross-border and even cross-anything cooperation is possible, and it is in any way absolutely necessary. As obvious as it is already, I believe it is still useful to state it again. Cyberspace is by design and by fact a cross-border asset that exists from interdependencies only. Any state or organization can decide and try to manage for its own small and incomplete part of it, but any action on cyberspace as a whole is global by nature and is only possible from cross-border cooperation. Then because of this, and as far as I know from my experience as well, there are almost none of such cyber attacks or incidents which are strictly bound to a single autonomous system handled by a same organization. So attackers have several targets, sometimes on several countries, rely on infrastructure all over the cyberspace and leverage assets that originally belong to several organizations. So cyber attacks are somehow global by nature as well. And lastly, victims of a cyber attack and organizations that are affected by a cybersecurity incident often provide services or goods which somehow are at least have dependency on other organizations and services. So incident perimeters are most likely to be broader than first seen by initial responders. And a cyber attack or cybersecurity incident would most likely be global by nature, but response is almost never. What an unbalanced situation we put ourselves in, actually. And the results of the current way to handle cyber attacks and cybersecurity incidents speak for themselves. Those who can barely manage to contain or remediate on limited perimeters, others simply can't. Some then go straight ahead to attribution and political escalation, and hopefully the overall cyber readiness is better following regulation and past incidents, but it's still not good enough to make most cyber attacks difficult, while cyber attacks are not more limited or less frequent than before. So yes, I believe cross-border cooperation must be possible and should bring better results than those we already have. But for this to be possible, I believe we must be ready by building trust and preparing cooperation frameworks, just as discussed previously in this framework and discussion. A UN emergency phone book is a good start and could surely be done easily by leveraging existing cooperation mechanism. I think about FIRST, for instance, but this will surely need to go further right away.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Pierre. It would be really definitely a good case, and especially if such a UN cyber emergency phone book, a global repository of the global context, could be officially somehow centralized and existing right now. So I think it would be quite really helpful, especially to countries who do not have those capacities in the small countries. But I understood that the ability of the country to respond to the request coming from another country is actually being reliant on how much this country is successful with the domestic approaches and having all the domestic structured approaches to ensure the critical infrastructure, build the teams, allocate the resources, and also if speaking at the fact that the critical infrastructure protection is sectoral, and if at least at the national level, the sectoral cooperation is possible, then beyond one nation, the more cross-border cooperation, I think, also would be more possible in this regard. Before we close the session, I also would like to provide the floor to Director Jones. It's really great to see you and also to hear the perspective coming from law enforcement and global law enforcement. So floor is yours.
Thanks very much, and very conscious of the time, Anastasia. Really interesting conversation. What's just come through very clearly then is the trust element, and how do we trust then as a global community in this space. Interpol, 195 member countries, neutral organisation. We're trying to engineer that trust model that we can share criminal data sets and informations. But what we're looking at here across the piece is vulnerabilities within our networks and our systems that criminals or other actors take advantage of. So sharing first of all about the vulnerabilities and identification and mitigation of those. Looking at how FIRST operates as well. So very much we're trying to work with FIRST now to draw together that community, learn from each other and share, and about cooperation. We look at those criminal acts effectively and trying to coordinate that between countries. We look at those geopolitical angles, and very much we're still working in that geopolitical context in law enforcement. But I'd also sort of ask and look at the CERT communities about what do you do with that information, that sort of cutting room floor information which you gain, where it's not a state attack, but you get a lot of information there that is related to criminal acts. How do you share that then nationally? But also how do we then share that out internationally as well? So I think there's another important element that we need to look at here as well within this conversation. So I've said enough because of the time. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come in. Really interesting field discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I also like the perspective on the data sharing, which I think is also the hot topic within the each government to define the access to data and also the possibilities for data sharing between private and public partners, between the law enforcement and so on. Thank you so much to all the experts. We need to conclude the session. I really hope that you find the discussions useful. As I hope it could be one more step forward to having a better understanding globally how the critical infrastructure protection taking place, what the regulatory approaches are in this regard, and how we may have further insights coming from the UN level, especially between the new open-ended working group starts next week. So thank you so much. Again, please join me thanking in all our experts, Serge, Carmen, Pierre. I hope you would have a really productive day further at the UN Internet Governance Forum. And thank you so much. It was really great to see you all.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united. We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm Paul Hoffman from ICANN. I'm going to be the online moderator for this session. Welcome to everyone here. This is a 90-minute session, and the way that we will be organizing it is we have 3 expert speakers, each of whom has positions that they will lead first. Then we will be having an open discussion, certainly among the speakers, but also hopefully with questions from the audience. For those of you on Zoom, you can use the raising hand feature. David Huberman from ICANN will be sort of watching the Slack and watching the Zoom and such like that. But the idea today is that we will be presenting information about DNS privacy, especially how it is happening these days. We will have a bit of discussion, but really our purpose here is to have the community understand better what are the aspects of DNS privacy that are going to that are currently affecting policy and governance, but certainly will be affecting policy and governance in the near future. So with that, I'm not going to introduce the individual speakers. I'll let them do it, but I will give their names. First up will be Andrew Campling. Next up will be Carlos Martinez, and third will be Roxana Radu. And I think it's best if everyone gets to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about not only their background, but also where they're coming from on this topic. So with that, why don't we start? Andrew, why don't you take it away?
Great, thanks, Paul, and welcome everyone. As Paul said, my name's Andrew Campling. My background is in sort of telecoms and tech, and for my sins, I also do sort of things occasionally, like sort of dip into the IGF and other tech fora, as well as also more on the public policy, public affairs side. So let me just share my screen if I can, and I hope this will work well. So I trust that you can all see that.
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. I'll be stuck otherwise. Okay, so as Paul said, we're talking about the state of DNS privacy technologies. I'm going to sort of start with a focus more at the sort of the client and protocol end, and then we'll sort of move outwards from there. Firstly, just a reminder: DNS is the sort of the directory that when you type in a URL or your client software, so it puts in a URL. Sort of DNS provides the IP address, the location of the content that you're actually seeking. I'm going to talk a little bit about how developments, recent developments, are going to be encrypted. Look at some other sort of things that are coming up in the future, as well as just pose a couple of questions around technology and whether that can give the necessary privacy, and consider a few other aspects. I will focus a little on the tech aspects, but I will try and keep it also to tease out some of the policy implications of that. And I'll be happy. I'll put some links in the slides. So if we're sharing slides afterwards, or anyone wants to reach out to me, you're welcome to have those if they're useful. So firstly, and very briefly, just a reminder that standard DNS, if you look at the top left sort of picture on the slide, You send a request from a device. It goes to a resolver which converts a URL into the IP address and sends it back again to your device. And when sort of DNS was invented all those decades ago, it wasn't encrypted, it was sent in clear text because that wasn't really an issue at the time. And it's worth noting that because it's in clear text, then a third party could, if they had the necessary competence, could either at least passively monitor and learn by that passive monitoring what data you are accessing, or equally they could intercept and maybe change the results of your DNS queries, either perhaps blocking access to sensitive material if it's a safe state actor, or substituting it with something else if perhaps there are a malicious actor that's trying to get you to upload their malware. So with that in mind, a number of different protocols have been developed that can encrypt the sort of DNS signal. One of the more recent of those, that's had a relatively large amount of interest from the community, is something called DNS over HTTPS, or usually abbreviated to DOE. And if you look at the bottom right picture, you'll see that in this example, very simplistically, it works in broadly the same way. A query goes from your device to a server and back again, but the main difference is that it's not sent in clear text. It's encrypted and sent within the rest of your HTTPS traffic, and then decrypted at the far end by the resolver before the result is sent back again, encrypted. So an observer, therefore, would find it quite challenging, if not impossible, to actually monitor passively or actively what you were doing through that route. It is worth bearing in mind, of course, throws up a couple of considerations from a policy point of view, that any client software can directly access the DNS this way, and that means they can potentially bypass any settings that either the user or the operating system has set, any preferences. So it may actually be going to resolver that's one that maybe the user would prefer not to be using. It's also worth bearing in mind that although the signal is encrypted, the resolver at the far end is decrypting it, so they still see sort of details of everything that you're accessing. So it's by no means foolproof. It may just removes the risk of a so-called man-in-the-middle attack. An intermediary intercepting and either monitoring or disrupting your DNS activity. Now, in order for you to upgrade from sort of standard classic DNS to encrypted DNS, that means that either the user or the client software has to change the resolver. I'm just going to briefly touch on a couple of or three different approaches to that. Firstly, Mozilla Corporation was, I think, one of the earliest adopters of DOE as a standard within the Firefox resolver, and it uses an approach where it certainly in the US, it will prompt the user to upgrade. It doesn't do it without their confirmation by pressing, if you're looking at the screen, the attractive looking OK got it button to move from their existing resolver to an encrypted resolver. But it is clearly encouraging the user to make that choice. Does throw up a number of issues. As you'll see, the dialogue suggests that this will be more secure and improve the user's privacy. It doesn't consider whether the user may already be using an encrypted resolver. And nor does it take into account whether that resolver does things like malware filtering, because some of the default resolver options that Mozilla offers do not offer any form of protection in that sense. So it's possible by clicking that attractive blue button, the user might actually be less secure and have less privacy than maybe they did before, because they may be more open to malware attacks. So it does throw up some interesting policy sort of challenges that way, by maybe overriding some of those local choices. Currently, Chrome and Windows 10 are using a so-called same provider auto upgrade approach, where they examine the preferred resolver that a user or a system has, and then check whether that same resolver operator provides an encrypted option. And if so, they will seamlessly in the background upgrade to the encrypted option. The thinking being that if it's the same operator, then they should carry forward the same policies in terms of things like, do they offer filtering, et cetera, same privacy sort of choices and so on. So it will maybe overcome some of the issues with the Mozilla approach. But it does require the client software to maintain a manually curated list of resolvers sort of within the software. It's not automatic how it does. And as a technical point, for those of you that are interested in that aspect, the resolvers have to be operating from public IP addresses, which means that a lot of resolvers operated by ISPs, particularly those certainly in Europe, I think parts of Asia, I think less so in the US, they don't operate on a public IP address, so therefore they can't use this route to seamlessly provide in background. That's why, as I move down the slide, there's currently activity in the standards body, the IGF, within the ADD working group, to look at a standards-based approach to finding what resolvers are available that offer sort of different forms of encryption, so that client software can use a standards-based approach to finding resolvers, and then either automatically or through some sort of user dialogue enabling an upgrade and potentially a choice of upgrades that way. There's a bunch of different approaches currently in development with not particularly meaningful names, so DDR and DNR, two of those, and also it's less well developed, but there's currently activity to try and support a so-called split horizon DNS, which solves some problems which are particularly pertinent in the enterprise space, whereas the first two are maybe more relevant in the consumer space. There's already some early deployment using DDR. Cisco, Microsoft, and Quad9 have currently got a sort of prototype deployment using the DDR protocol. DNR is potentially much more suited in the long term to for the needs of ISPs because it works with DNS forwarders and private IP addresses, so it's far better suited to the environment that's typical in many markets around the world, but may require the CPE to be upgraded. So the adoption cycle will potentially be a lot longer because of that. But arguably that's really the best long-term answer. And I think data we had from Google suggests that about 85% of queries that Google sees originate from a private IP address. So we really need the sort of DNR solution for the vast majority of current resolver traffic. There are some other developments which I'm not going to dwell on in terms of other encrypted DNS choices. So DNS over QUIC is currently being standardized. It's not quite a standard yet, but it's getting very close to that. It's already been deployed as sort of pre-standard. AdGuard claimed the first deployment of both client software and a resolver. And from their testing, it appears to offer certainly some performance benefits relative to Doe. But nevertheless, as with Doe, the resolver operator still has full visibility of queries from a user. So you still need to invest trust in the resolver operator. To overcome that particular problem, something called Oblivious Doe has been developed, which through a more complex route is able to hide the IP address of a user from a resolver operator, but it's by no means foolproof. You have to trust that the deployment, which goes through a series of 2 proxies, that those 2 proxies aren't colluding with each other. Because if they are, you don't gain any privacy benefit, and you do take a performance hit. So that's also in development. It's unlikely to go through as a full standard. It's been marked as experimental by the IGF because there's greater focus on the development of a broader protocol that covers more HTTP traffic than just DNS. And then finally, there's also something called Doe over Tor, which is much more complex, using the Tor network, which offers many more privacy benefits, but is a lot slower. So you take a performance hit. But you do need to be careful how you implement it, because you might get the performance hit, but still be prone to digital fingerprinting. So you may not get the full privacy benefits that you expect, even if you use Tor for your DNS queries. And then just briefly covering a couple of other aspects. You may have come across something called Private Relay, Apple's new service, which it announced middle of this year, and went live a couple of months ago with the latest updates to the iOS, iPadOS, and macOS systems. That encrypts DNS and indeed other traffic using the Oblivious mechanisms and Apple implementation of that, which I'm not going to dwell on. There's a diagram on the screen which sort of shows you the sort of 2 different proxies that it routes traffic to. First of which is operated by Apple, the second of which by one of its partners, so that the IP address that hits a resolver and indeed that hits the website they ultimately visit is a temporary address, not the actual end user's address. So it disguises the origin of queries, so you get privacy benefits that way. It still suffers from the weakness of Oblivious, that you have to trust that there's not collusion between the proxies, because if there is, you don't get any privacy gain. They can still observe you if they collude. And it also throws up some issues because of the way it's implemented. Apple's controlling the routing of potentially quite a lot of internet traffic globally through Private Relay. So I know a number of network operators are very concerned about the quality of service and resilience and cost impacts that it has, as well as local policy impacts that Private Relay has. It also, from a policy perspective, does raise some compliance and antitrust issues, which are worthy of consideration if time permits. And then also on the horizon, there are some other technical developments. Sort of the encryption of DNS sort of removes that from plain text, but there's some other data, the so-called server name indicator, which is also in plain text currently, but there's standards work underway to hide that as well. I think from a policy point of view, the issues that raises are it potentially bypasses a lot of content filtering software, so removes protections without warning from end users. And I know that's a concern in some parts. And the way, if you want to reinsert those protections with content filtering, then potentially you have to put far more intrusive software on client devices than you would currently need to do content filtering. So perversely, this privacy development may result in far more intrusion into data than is currently necessary to provide fairly basic protections. And then briefly, the other interesting development, I know there's a lot of concerns about increased centralization of internet infrastructure and the negative effects that has in terms of monopoly behaviors and loss of resilience. The European Commission is looking at a number of initiatives because of that. It's certainly concerned about loss of resilience within the DNS space, and is therefore proposing to introduce something called DNS4 EU, which will provide an open resolver that the European Commission will part fund the deployment costs for. That's envisaged. I think that you might see the very first deployments of that towards the end of next calendar year. So maybe by IGF 2022, who knows? There might be some signs of the first deployment of that. And that's deliberately intended to provide an EU-based resolver, because many of the current open resolvers are operated by US corporations. Now, that's a very brief run through some of the technology developments, and I've highlighted maybe some of the issues that they bring. It's worth noting that in most cases, the policy implications of some of the new technology developments are often ignored when the technology is being developed. And arguably, a lot of those the developments are brought forward very much with a US market perspective, and it's apparent that there are quite significant differences between different markets. For example, you don't have so great a prevalence of DNS forwarding from private IP addresses in the US, whereas it's very commonplace in Europe and parts of Africa, so parts of Asia, at least. And also the voice of the end user is not really heard when a lot of these protocols are being developed. And they, as I mentioned already, do raise centralization and antitrust concerns in different ways. And it's also worth bearing in mind that they are also the new developments can be and often are helpful to malware developers. So one of the early adopters of DOE was malware, sadly, which is quite predictable, but it is helpful to malware to make it much harder to detect on client systems. So with that in mind, in my view, I think more needs to be done to make sure that regulation and legislation keeps pace with sort of technology developments. And also, in addition to looking to technology to solve privacy problems, I strongly recommend that people look to the privacy and transparency policies of the software that they use, the companies behind that, because again, a lot of those are often written with a US perspective. And actually, there's a word missing on my slide. I realized that there isn't, there isn't a US-wide GDPR equivalent, for example. So that makes a difference to, I think, how a lot of the software sort of privacy and transparency policies are drafted. A lot of the policies don't even tell you explicitly what legislation, what regulations are applicable. They don't necessarily, in some cases, deliberately, they don't state what jurisdiction they're operating under, which I think is deeply problematic. If they're operated by US-based companies, and this is certainly true of many of the open resolvers, Even if they do have privacy policies, it's worth noting that the US Cloud Act and FISA 702 apply to all US companies, which basically means that if you're not a US citizen, any US law enforcement agency has warrantless access to your private data, which is why I would never use a US-based open resolver, because it basically, in my opinion, completely overrides any protections from GDPR. And often the policies are quite sort of fragmented, quite complex and difficult to understand for a typical end user. So I just wanted to perhaps finish off by highlighting one of the things that as an industry we've done is to develop something called the European Resolver policy as an alternative to those by, for example, those offered by the likes of Mozilla and others, with something which is explicitly written to be GDPR compliant, which explicitly says that you cannot monetize personal data, either the resolver operator or any third party, and explicitly states what jurisdiction the service is being operated under, as well as many other aspects. And I would certainly commend people to look at that and either look to use resolvers that are compliant with the European Resolver policy, or adopt at least the concepts within it, because it's developed openly, it's freely available. So at least take on board the approach within it. I'll finish there, and if anyone does want access to the slides, there's various sources of additional information where I put links and so on, which may also be of interest should people want to get in touch. And I'll stop there and see if there are any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Actually, before we go for questions to you, I think it would be good to have both Carlos and Roxana give their perspectives, just because we do actually have three different perspectives. This is not going to be all technical and direct policy things like what Andrew just gave. So Carlos, please introduce yourself and tell us why, give us an introduction to an operator's perspective, if you would.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew. And thank you very much. Sorry, Paul. And thanks, Andrew, for the technical introduction. And I'm going to take it from there. And I will repeat some of the, from a much higher level, some of the technical descriptions that Andrew made. And I'm going to address the what I consider to be the operator's perspective. One thing that Andrew mentioned in one of his last slides, I think is very relevant, is that many of these things have been created with a US-centric perspective. I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. I currently working for LACNIC. LACNIC is the Latin American and Caribbean Internet Address Registry. We are one of the 5 RIRs. But before this, I used to work for an ISP, a network operator, the largest in the country, smaller or medium by other countries' standards. About, we had like 1 million broadband customers, something like that. So the issues and the problems that operators face are very dear to me. Let me tell you a bit about South America in terms of how privacy in general, not only DNS, is perceived here. It's definitely not on the top of the agenda of almost any end user. Of course, if you present them with a prompt saying, oh, choose this to be more secure, that everybody is going to pick on it because it's nice. It sounds, like warm, your heart, something like that. But I question how many of those users in our region actually understand what they are choosing to be part of. And there is something that sometimes it's ignored, and these very large country perspectives tend to ignore, is that the operators in countries like, say, Brazil or Argentina, while there are huge operators there are, for example, in Brazil, you have 8,000 small ISPs that cater to very specific communities, rural communities, Amazon communities, many of those using technologies like wireless networking. And for those communities, the operator is sometimes their only contact with the wider internet, or sometimes even with technology itself. So they depend on them for many things, in particular user support. They configure their computers, they troubleshoot their connections. One could say that they serve a social purpose in that sense. So one of the things that worries me is that while I think encrypting DNS is something that we should tackle, it may introduce problems for these particular cases, which I think would be very unfortunate. So a little bit more about me. Well, I've been working with network operator groups in the region for a while. I was part of ICANN's SAC, and I'm still doing the root keys, the DNS root key ceremonies, which I hope can take place in person next year again. So I'm not going to go over the details of the encrypted DNS technologies, but the three most relevant, I think everybody needs to have in mind, are basically DOT, DOH, and DNS over QUIC, although there are some new players, as Sandra described. I have my personal favorite, which is DOT, because it's a proper protocol in terms of the architecture of the internet. It has its own port. It doesn't invent a new transport. It's basically using the technologies we have to solve a problem we know how to solve using traditional technologies. I mean, we've as an engineering community, we've become very good at applying security to all their protocols. And we've been doing this in I think, a very successful way, like TLS 101, TLS 12, and now TLS 13. So we have those tools, why don't you use them? So what exactly, and Andrew mentioned this, what exactly encrypted DNS protect us from? Basically, it protects us from passive monitoring on the wire, or active monitoring in some cases, by lawful or unlawful actors. But bear in mind that this refers only to traffic on the wire. In the end, at some point, your query will be in clear text, because end servers need to know how to process them. So this means that there are multiple other points where traffic can be analyzed. So encrypting DNS is important, is relevant, but it's definitely not, a universal solution to the privacy problems on DNS. So just as one example that I don't remember if Andrew mentioned, I think he didn't, but it's an interesting take on how information from DNS can leak onwards, is that usually when you do recursion, you leak a lot of information. And if you are running recursion from a recursive server that, towards servers that do not support encrypted DNS, you end up potentially leaking more information, like basically asking every server on the internet all the things that you want to know. This can be minimized. There is a technical QA minimization that I actually encourage everyone to deploy. It has its own issues, but I think it's also, it's just an example of, encrypting DNS is important, but it's definitely not the only thing that operators need to do. The other issue that operators find that can, in the particular use cases that I described, or situations where the operator is an important or has an important role within a community, is what I call the shifting trust boundaries. We've been doing this for a while. I do this myself, right? Like using 888 as a resolver and things like that. And there are very valid situations where that is a good idea. Curiously enough, many of these small ISPs, they decided to stop running their own recursives, and they just send 888 over the HCP to their customers, which introduces a set of considerations into, liability, jurisdiction, and things like that. It opens a whole window of policy situations for this regulator situation for these operators. So this has been going on for a while, and operators, I think they know that many of their users do this, and they are prepared to deal with it. When I mention deal with it, I think what I'm referring to is what happens when a user calls their support line. Basically, they're saying my internet doesn't work, or even worse things like Facebook is down, then the internet must be down, or things like that. So they are prepared to ask the proper questions to the users to try to identify whether these different DNS resolvers they may be using may be the issue. However, when you encrypt this traffic, it becomes much harder to do the same thing, because particularly if you use DOH, where most of the DNS traffic will be mixed with normal web traffic, it can become very difficult for operators to troubleshoot potential issues. And there are other things that also can suffer. And one of the things that is most dear to these small operators is the video services they provide. Their local caching for video. It's very, very important for their basically bottom line, because if users start fetching video content from their transit links, their costs basically skyrocket. And the quality of service they provide to the users definitely suffers. Why does this happen? Because many of these encrypted, particularly these public resolvers, will not propagate something called the client ID, which is used for local CDN caching, basically preventing local caching from properly assigning a local cache to a user. Meaning that your Netflix will suffer, or your YouTube will suffer, and you end up with a lower quality video and things like that, which translates again into more support calls. So one of the things that actually kind of horrified me when Mozilla brought up the first iteration of TRR, which was basically doing it without telling anyone, enabling things by default, was that this could quickly become a nightmare for operators. We even organized a panel in one of the Lightning events, one of the last in-person Lightning events, basically addressing this point, trying to raise awareness within the operator community. You know, this may happen. You need to be prepared for this. And we tried to reach out to Mozilla, but they declined to participate. So that was a bit unfortunate. I'm very, very, very glad to hear that in some form they rolled back this enabling by default policy they had. On the other hand, Chrome and Microsoft had much, I would say, friendly approaches to enabling encrypted DNS. For example, something that I'm going to mention on my last slide, they will try to use a local encrypted DNS provider. Basically meaning if your operator provides encrypted DNS, they will prefer that. For the user community, again, I agree that the user community is seldom listened to in these matters. And this is not a very technical audience, and we need to be very clear on the message we send to them. And one of the things that I'm very uncomfortable with is when we try to sell solutions that apparently solve everything, like, you know, you will encrypt your DNS and your privacy will be safe forever. Privacy threats come from multiple fronts. And as Andrew described very clearly, in some cases, encrypted DNS can actually take you to a worse position than you were before. There is one additional thing that I think I'm going to be very clear on my feelings on this. I think it's a terrible idea, which is moving the DNS to the application space. There is a trend of software developers and application providers, particularly from the larger ones, of course, that they think that they can do DNS better than the operating system. So they decide to build their own resolver software within their application. And you end up with, let's say, 5 or 10 applications on your phone, basically running their own DNS request, perhaps sending their encrypted queries to different recursives, ending up in situations where not only every user, but every application on a single device could have a different view of the internet, leading to very, very, very uncomfortable, splinter net questioning and bringing the whole centralization debate, I would say, sharply into focus. Again, I see this is probably one of the most worrying trends. This is not specific to encrypted DNS, and this has been going on again for a while. But I think it will be important to raise this topic. I would say up more often. So, what is the ideal setup for me if I were to go back to working at another network operator? It's basically this: I would enable DOT or DOH, preferably DOT again, on my local resolver, and I believe the users should always have the possibility to use an offsite resolver if they so choose to. Why? Because situations like the one on the lower picture happen all the time and will continue to happen. And I think it's a powerful thing that the users can have tools like offsite resolvers if they need them or they think they can provide better service. And I think I have a few conclusions here. I think, again, I hope I wasn't too too strong on my opinions on DOH in general. I think encrypting DNS is important. It's one element on the DNS privacy fight. Again, moving trust boundaries without user acknowledgement, I think it was a bad idea. I'm glad to hear that this is no longer the case. And I definitely encourage operators to deploy encrypted DNS on their own resolvers. And right on time, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. So it wasn't until about 2/3 of the way through your talk that I realized that you were going from slides that you weren't presenting to us. So we didn't.
That was a terrible mistake.
That's okay. That's okay. If we'll try to make those. There we go.
Sure,
yeah.
Definitely.
Very
that was
good.
terrible. I'm sorry about that.
Not a problem. We will make the slides available later. We'll make sure that there are URLs available and such like that. So Thank you. I mean, network operators are obviously very core to all of this. So having especially having the point of an operator who's not one of the giant ones who can do anything, very, very valuable. So our last speaker for the session, and before we go to general discussion, is Roxana Radu. And I have no idea if I've pronounced your last name correctly, but very good. Who will talk a bit about one of the topics that both Andrew and Carlos have touched on, but is very central to a lot of policymakers' questions, which are open resolvers and the use of them, how that affects policy and such. So Roxana, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Paul. And also thanks to Carlos and Andrew for making my job a lot easier, because they have already explained in great detail all the changes that we are seeing in this market. So I'd like to focus a little bit on the business model and how that might play out in this discussion. Let me start with a quick introduction about myself. I'm a research associate at the Graduate Institute in Geneva, and I'm the co-author of a study on consolidation in the DNS resolution market, together with my colleague Michael Hausding from Internet Society Switzerland. We conducted this research last year, and it was published in the Journal of Cyber Policy. And I wanted to touch upon some of the empirical findings from the data that we gathered, and also some general trends that we think affect the policy discussions. And I do believe the IGF is the right place to have this conversation, because it is part of this larger debate as to whether we can have security and privacy at the same time. For a really long time, we've been talking about the trade-off, more security for less privacy, or the other way around. But this is one of the areas in which we could potentially achieve both, where we wouldn't need to give up on anything. And I think it's a great example of how our thinking has evolved throughout the years. And we are now in a position to just have this mature conversation, where, again, the aspiration would be that we don't have to sacrifice anything, that we can achieve both security and privacy, and a more equitable market if possible. So we know that the DNS resolution is a critical service. It's also sensitive because it reveals data about the websites that we visit, and it's integrated in absolutely everything we do online. Therefore, just not having the security built in from the beginning obviously poses a number of problems, but I think it's always good to not have privacy as an afterthought, not have it come in at the end, and potentially privacy as well, but really redesign some of the protocols that we have with that in mind. And it's fair to say that the DNS market has been highly decentralized in the beginning. Each internet service provider would operate this service for their local users. But we have seen an increased concentration of the power of certain companies in this space because they have offered competitive services that to a large extent provide more security, but also come with some challenges. And we can also talk about these dynamics in the market, like leaving some operators completely let's say, we could separate this into two, and we could say, okay, there's a large incentive to invest in this and make it a lot better. And then there's also that part of the market that simply thinks, okay, we could outsource the service. It's just going to be better handled by other people, or we simply have no incentive. And this is not really a user requirement. There's very little awareness as to what happens in this market. So we don't necessarily need to do more. We can just go ahead, the business as usual. And that has also meant that the security protocols that Andrew talked about in the beginning tend to be mostly implemented by the large open resolvers rather than the small ISP providers in remote neighborhoods around the world. So that's where the business model comes in as well. And what we have noted in our research is this consolidation of a two-sided market. There is an aspect that is completely financial to it as well. A lot of these services are obviously offered for free. So yes, if you pay your ISP provider, in a way, you also pay for this service. And we all have monthly bills to pay for the internet we're getting at home or at work. But then if you are using an open resolver, you're not necessarily paying anybody directly. And that becomes very interesting because, of course, nothing runs for free, right, on the internet. And here we've noted that there is this two-sided market. So the public DNS resolution is offered for free, but there is monetization coming out of monitoring traffic and overall internet health data that can then be sold to cybersecurity companies and basically separated as a different package that is offered for a cost. And with this, I think we are now in a good position to understand that having the market considerations as part of the discussion is quite important in order to understand what the regulatory gaps are and to better inform policy, but also just to understand what the consequences might be down the line in the evolution of the internet. So on our data, we could see that for mobile platforms, more than 50% of all queries were handled by alternative DNS services. And that was data for 2019. So Google and Cloudflare together answered 49.7% of all DNS queries in our measurement, which was based on ONI data, the Open Observatory for Network Interference. We also noted that compared to 2016, where we had less providers in the market, just longevity did not make a big difference. This is a highly dynamic market in which Cloudflare and Quad9 could still rank second and third with only a few years of experience in this market. So it's quite interesting to see that when we talk about consolidation, we will have actually very different implications there. And it might be a market that changes much faster than we envisioned. And what we have also noted is that top open DNS providers operate mostly from the US, with the exception of Quad 9 that also moved to Switzerland recently. But in general, we have not really heard a lot in terms of how they are processing data and what that means for the end users in the policies that we were reading from these providers. So it goes back to the point made by both Carlos and Andrew about just user awareness, number one, and second, privacy protections that might be offered regionally or that might be included in some of the policies which would not be applicable for other jurisdictions. But overall, we noted that there was very limited research in this space and very limited monitoring of market trends. So that puts already policymakers at a disadvantage because very few of these providers actually shared any data on it. And there's let's say, convoluted methodology around how we might monitor these market trends. So my colleagues already spoke extensively about the security protocols. I will not go deeper into that part, but I think we can ask the question of who gets to configure the resolver service. And we have a few options here. Is it users? Well, it's very rarely so. Users still need to be relatively tech savvy to be able to do this, especially if we consider that most DNS requests come from mobile devices and it's not as easy to configure on a mobile device. But more generally so, they have very few incentives to ever look at this invisible part of how they use their devices. It can happen if there is an outage, but other than that, it's quite limited. They need to be quite advanced users to go there. Second, should it be configured by applications? Carlos gave a wonderful overview of some of the challenges there and some of the concerns that it might lead to fragmentation. And then we also have the question of operators configuring. And here, what we note is that we have different restrictions and obligations in place than we would have with browsers and applications, and then we would have with local ISPs versus global operators. And again, security versus privacy. In terms of security, we have a number of obligations on operators themselves, and under the EU NIS directive, we're seeing that. There is a requirement for national authorities to supervise the security of operators of essential services. But obviously, if DNS services are provided by telecom, we might have telecom providers, then we might have them covered by national telecom legislation. And in some cases, they might actually be covered by both. None of these obligations would apply to applications. So that creates already another gap in the regulatory space we are talking about. So when we go to just privacy considerations, I think there are three main points we can consider. One is the question of jurisdiction. Again, we don't necessarily know what happens to the personal data collected when that happens outside of the EU, where we have a strong regulatory framework around it, but also many other countries around the world are still grappling with developing their personal data protection legislation. So in most places around the world, this would definitely be underexplored by regulators. And when we go to the question of how this personal data might be used, this is point number 2, is a question of reusing personal data. Again, we have very little information as to whether this is integrated into other services that open resolvers are offering, or even local ISPs. In some countries, there is legislation in place that limits what you can do with this personal data, which again includes domain names, websites you visited, and much can be inferred from knowing this about a person. So it can be highly sensitive data. But again, we don't know whether there are restrictions in place as to how this might be used. From our study, we looked at the Google policy because they were the dominant player in the market that we investigated. And there we saw that there was nothing in their policies to restrict integration across their own services. So they might not be doing anything with the personal data as such that would necessarily infringe on privacy, but integrating that into other services they're offering would consolidate their position in the market, making them impossible to compete with down the line. And the third consideration that I believe didn't come out so far in the discussion, but is quite important, is the question of content filtering and potentially national blocking. Obviously, national regulators can mandate content blocking in their jurisdiction, and local ISPs would be forced to comply with such policies. And again, this could be for better purposes or for worse. That's a separate discussion we could have, whether that's in order to restrict political positions or to make sure that certain activities are simply banned under national legislation. Could be gambling, could be any other decision at the national level that has to do with blocking, and that would mandate ISPs to comply with these requirements. But what we're seeing is that the open resolvers are not bound by the same regulations, and that can have an effect on privacy down the line. So I think it's important to consider all of this and also keep in mind the business model and whether we can achieve, again, privacy, security, and an equitable market with an open competition in this space. Thank you. I'll stop here for the time being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roxana. So we've had three different perspectives, not just three different opinions on the same topic, but different perspectives where people are coming from and such. For those of you who are not following the chat on Zoom, there's a fairly active discussion with some different perspectives going on. I think at this point it would be good if folks wanted to, in Zoom, wanted to raise their hand, bring some of the discussion that's been happening over in the chat out so that our speakers and so others in the virtual room, I'm looking over at the upper left corner of my screen at the actual room, which seems to be nearly empty, unfortunately. As you can tell, none of the speakers are in the face-to-face meeting in Poland. But if folks would like to bring some of the perspectives that they've been stating over in the chat out to the room, that would be great. Certainly our speakers can also speak to them, even if folks in the discussion are not, since I can see that some of our speakers have been following the chat as well. But anytime you talk about the balance of privacy, especially via encryption and policy, it brings out some strong opinions, which is just fine. As folks know, that my background is actually on the technical side, but as a strong advocate of the technologies that we've been talking about, at least from their technical implementation, which is why I helped to develop them in the standards body. But really, this kind of discussion should be among people who are both implementing the technologies and distributing the technologies, as well as the ones who are governing them. So I encourage folks to raise their hand. I will call on you, and I'm not even sure how to unmute. Maybe David Huberman will help me on this if folks want to speak. But if not, I still would encourage the panelists to speak to each other about what they are seeing, and the conversation can continue. We still have half an hour. I think there's plenty of time for us to hear a lot here. So I'm not seeing any hands raised in the official Zoom thing, but I think I saw Andrew. Did you put your hand up? And if so, please go ahead.
Yeah, in fact, I was going to ask how anyone actually in the room in Katowice can engage. I presume there's a microphone in the room, and it looks like there's a lady walking to it. So
can you hear me though?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Very good. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thanks, Andrew. Mallory Nodal here from Center for Democracy and Technology.
Greeting, Mallory. Thank you for holding the space for us there.
Absolutely. I'm not going to moderate. I actually don't have a comment, but maybe others then feel encouraged to come up to the mic. I also, like Paul, agree that working on the technical side means we do need to have these conversations in this space that brings in the policy. And I think that what I'm hearing just also from Roxana's presentation is that it might make sense to bring some real policy recommendations around this, whereas we can meet in the middle on the other side of things. I've worked with Siobhan Call from at Brave Software now. We worked on a policy paper. Well, actually, it's a technical paper that brings in the public interest on DNS privacy. So that paper is trying to resolve, what from a user perspective is the right technical choice across various tensions. So it disrupts measurement, it disrupts accessibility features. It can disrupt a variety of things, and I think some of those have been mentioned here today, but we're trying to approach it from what's the best in the public interest so that we don't have big telecom operators speaking in the public interest, because that seems to be an incongruous spokespersonship. So what would be really useful then is, like I said, to meet us in the middle then with real concrete changes to policy that would encourage the right user-centric approach, because it is an ecosystem question, right? We're not necessarily going to be able to control how implementers do this. We can only suggest what's best when folks are really trying to do the right thing for privacy, how they can do that to get the best trade-offs and what users actually want, given that it is, it's a rather difficult thing to know how to configure and to know how to threat model. So that would just be my, encouragement. Maybe Roxana, you and I can talk later, and I can also share that paper that I'm referencing if it's at all interesting. It's not final because there's so many other considerations that continue to come up that we want to keep feeding into it. So thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be very curious as to your preliminary conclusions. What would be best in the public interest?
Well, it's very complicated. I think somebody mentioned before, we can't actually have silver bullet solutions, and we never try to, but being able to trouble the questions from a variety of different angles is what's important, and to also evaluate the difference between DOE, DOT, oblivious DNS, all those different things have different outcomes depending on what problem you're actually trying to solve. So it's more just a very complicated guidance for implementers, which is, I think, the best we can do.
Thank you. Sure. I'd love to follow up.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any hands in the Zoom room, so I'm going to, I try not to speak for other people, but I will, I want to surface one of the things that was said a few minutes ago in the chat, which was that the feeling that, or the question of, should we not have deployed these technical solutions before the policy discussion had happened? So basically, do you have a policy discussion on privacy in the absence of knowing how the technology will work? Or do you deploy the technology as a way of getting the policy folks to understand what will happen under certain circumstances and such like that? So I think that that's a fairly relevant point, and clearly I'm of the opinion that the privacy should be, the privacy technologies should be deployed early and often as a way, because, for in areas other than DNS over the last 25 years, we have seen policy follow deployment by 5 or 10 years. And those are my feeling is that in those 5 or 10 years, we wouldn't have seen any policy discussion unless it was forced. So it's not that I believe that we need to force policy discussions all the time, but in these cases, I think history shows that we did need to, in fact, deploy first. So I see somebody else in the room, and even though the vast majority of us are offline, I like face-to-face stuff. So whoever's at the mic, please speak first, and then we have some other folks with hands up.
Great, thanks. My name is Colin Curry, and I'm joining from Ofcom, which is the communications regulator in the UK. One of the things that we're really proud about in the UK regulatory space is the development of a new kind of umbrella organization called the Digital Regulators Cooperation Forum, which brings together Ofcom, the Information Commissioner's Office, and the Competition and Markets Authority to try to set kind of common agendas around the evolving regulatory space for digital platforms and services. So I wondered, I know that Andrew had mentioned in passing competition and kind of that angle of things. I wondered if the different panelists would be able to comment a little bit more about that intersection. And just to respond to your point about the kind of policy and technical questions, I think it's really important to treat those hand in glove. And, as regulators in the UK, at least, there's been a really concerted effort to bring more technologists on board and to try to beef out internal capacity. But obviously, there's a real need for kind of ongoing multi-stakeholder and relationship building between different actors to ensure that policymaking isn't happening in a vacuum. Thanks.
Thank you. Andrew, you have your hand up, but also I think since you were just name called here, why don't you respond to that?
Sure. So I'll sort of do this in order. So firstly, the reason why I raised my hand was to the earlier point about needing to also have the policy discussion as well as the tech development. In my view, I think one of the current problems that we have is the standards bodies are operating in a vacuum, not deliberately, in fairness, but there's way too little engagement from the rest of the multi-stakeholder community in standards development, even though the development of those standards often brings with it enormous policy and other impacts. And as I said earlier, in my view, the voice of the end user is really quiet in the standards fora, and I think again that's deeply problematic. So there are a few honourable exceptions, but I would really love to see more regulators, more government agencies, more industry bodies present in the standards development, and frankly, I think current stance within the ITF that we only focus on the technical aspects and don't look at the policy implications and developments is an issue that needs to be fixed. We need to have proper engagement in the standards communities. This stuff is far too important to leave it just to the technologists, because dare I say it, the tech sector's done some bad things over the last decade or so. No one in their right mind would let it carry on by itself without paying careful attention to what it's doing, because otherwise it will make bad choices, in my view. And I've completely forgotten. Colin made a good point. Would you mind prompting me, maybe slightly, Paul, so I can then get back on track and address Colin's point?
Well, she was speaking about the competitive aspect,
yes.
Anti-competitive aspect
of
operators or folks who are receiving the traffic or blocking others from seeing the traffic and such.
So I think that's really valid, and that's one of the motivations behind the European Commission bringing forward its DNS for EU project, because there are antitrust concerns. Currently, for example, if I looked to the excellent data that comes from APNIC with Jeff Huston and team, from their data, the combined share of traffic that Google's Open Resolver sees, for example, if you look at both the data that goes directly to it, including the data routed, as Carlos touched on, from ISPs, and also the data that it gets if there's a serve fail from a first choice resolver, potentially it could see up to a third of global DNS traffic in some conditions, but I think in normal conditions it would see about 15%. of global traffic, not just one country's traffic, but the entire globe's DNS traffic, which, given its dominant market position in search and digital advertising, if I was an antitrust regulator, I'd be paying very close attention to that. Equally, some of the you've got to, from an antitrust point of view, consider the business models of some of the other open resolvers. Not all of them. Quad 9, for example, is an honourable exception because it's not for profit. Some of the others, they're obviously monetizing not necessarily the personal data, but they are monetizing their operation to improve their core business and potentially to exclude others. Again, the antitrust, if somebody's doing something for free, but it has a cost, surely a regulator should be considering how are they recovering that cost, because potentially they're disrupting a market for a commercial motivation. And probably time doesn't allow here, but certainly, again, I put some links in my slide, so email me for them. And then I put a report out recently, for example, on private relay, where there's some clear antitrust considerations, which, if I was a regulator, I will be having a very close look at. But time probably doesn't allow to dwell on that just now. So I'll stop there because I see Carlos wants to say something.
Thank you, Andrew. Carlos, please.
Thank you. This is a very, very interesting discussion. I would like to start by referring to something that I think her name is Colleen from Ofcom. She mentioned something about an initiative bringing together operators in order to collaborate, and I think that's a brilliant idea. I actually have tried to raise the same idea with the regulator here in Uruguay, so I would love to get in touch with you, Colleen, to see whether you can help me with some ideas to actually convince the regulator here to make something like that happen in my country. I think, and taking from there, I think one of the key things that I believe was lost in the whole debate on whether DOH was good or not was that no technology happens in a sustainable way without industry collaboration. And this opened up a few things like, I don't know how involved were the developers of DNS, open source DNS software solutions like, Bind, Not, Unbound, and things like that, because in my opinion, those are key players in this. Having good open source implementations of encrypted DNS resolvers is actually one of the most powerful tools we can use to actually get encrypted DNS deployed widely. I know that I don't know if all of them, but most of them now have implementations, at least of DOT. I don't know, not so sure about DOH, but that took a while. For a long time, the only way of using DOH was using, something on the internet. I don't want to pick on anyone because particularly Cloudflare has been very open in our region. We have very fruitful discussions. They agree to participate in events and talk about these issues. And I definitely have a very good relationship with them. Talking about industry collaboration and reinforcing something that Andrew said that I think is very, very, very concerning is that operators' participation, for example, at the ETF, is probably at a record low at this time. Basically, there's next to no engagement with the operator community in the ATF. Yeah, sure. You may find, some emails from, I don't know, VT.com or AT&T or something like that in the registrants, in the registered participant list, but there is no meaningful interaction with the operator community from the ETF. And sadly, from what Andrew said, I get the impression that it's also the situation in other standards bodies. And I think that's very unfortunate. In a way, it also happens in our region, for example, in the network operators group. Curiously enough, they're called network operators group, but most of the participants there are either from smaller networks or universities, which is great. But I mean, there is a disconnect there, and it's probably, I think, this two manifestations of the same phenomena that I think we should address. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Roxana, just before you jump in, I would like to respond to the feeling that not enough either operators or regulators and such are active in the IETF. That has always been true. It has been more and less true at various times, like Carlos mentions. Voluntary organizations, especially voluntary organizations that spend a lot of time on developing new ideas, it's very hard to get people whose day job is to look at current developments, excuse me, to be involved. If we can get more folks who will be affected by our protocol changes involved early, that's great. So Carlos, you were asking, for example, you know, how many developers were involved in like DOT and DOH, and there was a good smattering, but even they were looking at it as, what am I going to have to do once this protocol is finished? And are they doing anything in the protocol that would make my development difficult? Similarly, when we do get folks from the governance community in the IETF, they are often only watching and would only speak when a development is obviously going to hurt them in the short run. And I'm not suggesting a way to get them more involved. I've certainly been active in trying to get newcomers to the IETF, you know, over a long period of time, and that is sometimes successful and sometimes not. But all organizations that are voluntary generally have a hard time at getting participants to be active early in the process. And the IETF, you know, having been around for over 30 years, has seen this over and over again, not just in the DNS and not even just in encryption. Certainly there's other things that we do, but let's stay on the DNS topic without diverting back into routing and routing security and such like that. Roxana?
Yeah, thank you. Just two brief comments. One is that we definitely need to look at the ecosystem, and we can't regulate in silos. That is simply not going to work. We've seen this happening for more than a decade now, and I think that has to change. So I commend the initiative from the UK for trying to bring everybody in the same room and understanding this collectively. And I think the EU is moving in the same direction. We've been part of consultations on the resilience of DNS and so on. So I think that's getting quite a bit of attention recently, and that's a good shift from a policy perspective. We definitely need to make this invisible part of how our networks operate more visible also to the end user, because at the end of the day, we are never getting informed if our ISP provider is switching to an open resolver. We get no notification, it's not part of the contract. So to be able to challenge this, even at the level of consumer protection, it's a completely different discussion, but it has to be the ecosystem approach that we're taking rather than just talking to the open resolvers or just talking to ISPs and so on. And we definitely need to integrate the consumer perspective here. I would prefer if it was more of a user protection safeguards approach rather than just protecting what you consume. But whatever goes in that direction is still welcome. And second, I would like to also touch upon the dynamics in the standards community. And I'm not as experienced as Andrew is, but I think it's fair to say that some of the proposals that we are seeing now getting implemented on a large scale are sponsored by the open resolvers. So it's Google putting forward some of these proposals. And of course, that doesn't ever challenge the business model, right? So these are small adjustments. It never goes into a complete overhaul of what we currently have that would actually make them get access to less data. So by not having those other voices in the community, we are ending up with the voice of the loudest, the ones that are always present. And that is, again, not going to mean a fundamental change for public interest. And second, that with voluntary Standards, obviously, there's a question of implementation and adopting the standards. And if we are having operators with so much power in the market, they can always design their own standards, right? So the fact that we have global discussions about certain standards that could improve everybody's well-being doesn't mean everybody's going to adhere to that. And we are seeing that with the power of just switching to another alternative because we just have that option out there. So consider a market of this type in 5 years' time where there's even more consolidation. I think that brings us to rethink some of these connections between what these actors do with the market power they have and how that plays out also in the standards making bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxana. And just to acknowledge what you just said about the powerful players already who are using their, who can set their own internal standards. The DOH standard was something that Google already had implemented internally. And when the IETF said we would like this as a public standard, and that was mostly, even though I was co-author on that, that was mostly driven by folks at Firefox. Google was perfectly okay with that. So one of the nice things about open standard bodies is that if there is a first mover, sometimes they are doing first moves just to get things going, particularly on the privacy side, and are willing to then also take in the input from other folks. And in this case, in the DOH case, they've done that pretty much fairly heavily. So I think what we're seeing in open standards as well as open governance, such as meetings like this, is that somebody needs to get the discussion started, and maybe that's not just with words, but with an activity. As long as they're willing to then say, okay, now the discussion started, what do we need to do? I think is something that we at least see in the technical side. I would love to see it also on the governance side. I see someone at the mic. It's sort of funny being not in the room, but please go ahead.
Thanks. Mallory again. So I want to just be clear about what the goals are. And so when we wrote the paper I mentioned before, it was about DNS privacy generally, not specifically any implementation of it. Just the very notion that our lookups should be private is good for privacy, obviously. It's also really good for censorship circumvention. So that's a right to information issue. It's a freedom of expression issue. There's actually a lot of really good reasons for it. And it would be inevitable that users would want it, that there would be operators that would want to provide it. And so the details of how it was done, I also don't think would be well influenced by governments or regulators that had an agenda coming to the standards bodies. How it was implemented with DOE, with DOT, with all the other options out there, it's just the best way to do it from an engineering perspective. And I don't think that those changes, you couldn't make changes to these specific protocols in standard setting that would make a government body happy or an ISP happy. Because really what we're saying is that we're going to disrupt the ability of intermediaries to look at this data, and we're going to let users decide which intermediaries they trust. So that is going to have an impact on ISPs who like to filter content by domain. It's going to have an effect on any kind of censorship that uses the DNS now, and so yeah, there's going to be those outcomes, but I just want to clarify that I don't think that this is necessarily about who made the standard. As has been pointed out, we keep falling back on this thing where it's, big tech is a euphemism for U.S. companies that are outside the purview of GDPR and others, but that's a policy question. That's let's make some recommendations for how to do that better. And the other side of it on the technical level, how you resolve that for example, well, resolve as an intentional pun, but one of the things with regards to ISPs who have for many years had the corner of the market on DNS data and have abused it. I mean, if you read the report that just came out of the FTC in the US about still these persistent abuses of user data by ISPs, which is incredibly staggering, that's been the status quo. This changes that. And I will note that to get ISPs back into the game of DNS data, they have to resolve using DOE or DOT, which is ironic, and they will do that. But so we're effectively pulling ISPs kicking and screaming into a space where they're actually respecting user privacy. And I think that's actually a good thing, even though there's still some resistance to it, which I don't quite understand. But I'm happy to know there are folks working on getting more ISPs to do that. And I'm glad to hear that there are lots of people on this panel who think that that is the right thing to do, because it is.
Thank you. I'm not seeing other hands of new folks, so please, Andrew.
Yeah. So that segues fantastically well in what I was wanting to say. So thank you for that, Mary. Looking specifically at DOE first, and then perhaps I'll make a more general observation. I think it's you've got to consider what the motivations were in the design of DOE specifically. And I note that one of the reasons the browser operators like DOE is because it gives better browser performance. The fact it may also have some privacy benefits is interesting, but I think entirely coincidental. It's all about giving a snappier user experience with a browser. One of the reasons I'm concerned about DOE is the design allows for the use of cookies, which if you were genuinely concerned with privacy, you would not do that. Because you're now into the HTTPS realm. Which is partly why within the European resolver policy, we are clear that resolver operators should not support cookies. And also, again, from a privacy point of view, again, a technical point, some of the resolver operators, ironically, some of the cloud operators, for performance reasons, have session lengths of as long as 7 days, which is fantastic for digital fingerprinting and conversely really bad for privacy. The reason I'm making those points is simply encrypting DNS is not magical. It does not by itself infer privacy. It simply means that no other party can easily get hold of your data other than the resolver operator, but they may have bad intentions, which is why, as I said earlier, you must consider basics like what's their privacy and transparency policy, what jurisdiction are they operating under, etc. Don't just go, oh, it's using DOE, therefore my privacy is protected, that's fine. The reverse may well be true. And also, just
Andrew,
to pick up,
I'm gonna hop in here. There is actually a physical room, and we're gonna get shoved out of it in a few moments. So, if I can cut you off, let Carlos have the last word, and then, like I say, sitting here in California, I don't think of these things, but there is a physical room that's going to have to be cleared soon. So, thank you. And Carlos, do you want to have the last word?
Thank you very much, Paul. I just wanted to highlight something that Mallory said, that I think anything that breaks status quos and brings them to light is a good thing. The problem is that the new status quo needs to be better than the last. So just shifting the party that abuses something to a different party that abuses it in the same way, it's not necessarily improvement. But I definitely agree that bringing these things to light creates a debate and creates a space for improving things. And that's a good thing. And my final reflection is that I definitely think that we need to encrypt traffic. I just think we need to frame it in the proper way. Not assign it roles or powers that it doesn't have, and have it in perspective of have wide industry collaboration. Thank you very much. This was a very lively session and very enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And especially thank you to all three of the speakers, Andrew, Roxana, and Carlos. Thank you for the active discussion over in the chat. I guess this is what we get when we're not in the room and all standing at the mic line. And thank you for the folks in the room standing at the mic line. I do like to be reminded that there are physical people, and when they stand at the mic line, you don't see the back of their office and such like that. So enjoy the rest of the week in Poland, and hope to see you all in the various discussions about DNS privacy that are coming soon. Thanks.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
пожалуйста, ссылку. Дэвид не может по своей. Ты регался на эту сессию? Потому что я ему дал свою, он пишет, что типа только один девайс.
Давайте мы. Сейчас ему придет ссылка от Антона Горелого.
Да нормально. Он переименуется.
Так, а нам надо...
Блин. Катя пишет, что звук включен. Dear colleagues. Dear colleagues, is the sound on already?
Yes, the sound is on.
Why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you tell us? Can you kindly switch it off? We still have some logistics arrangements.
Нет, ничего, мы просто обсуждаем. Что ссылку присылать, ничего такого не было. Как вы можете слышать, если там же микрофон надо говорить?
Я почему попросил выровнять звук, потому что сейчас буду kindly ask.
А где Роберт?
Ну, он только что за один. Hello. Are you coming? Excellent. Please go with me. Thank you. Lucian and Robert both are coming together.
Подружки.
We have a concept here. We prepared for you masks, branded masks. And so men are wearing black masks with the name of the session. They are wearing this. We're wearing this because people took our branded session name already, so we only sent you that. Спасибо.
We are going to start in 1 minute. Microphone is working.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good afternoon, and I welcome those of you who visiting us in person and those who join us virtually. My name is Anna Dupan, and I am researcher in Russian National Research University, High School of Economics. The topic of our discussion is Clash of Digital Civilization, Governments and Tech Giants. And this topic is particularly interesting for me because over the last 7 years, I researched the problems of balanced regulation in digital environment. Online part of our discussion will be moderated by David Akpatuma, who is a member of the board for Friends for Leadership. David, do you hear me? Yes. Today is the 4th day of the IGF, and I visited a lot of sessions, and how do you think what's the most popular words during all of these sessions? Balance. Balance of interest, balance of regulation, multi-stakeholder regulation. So everybody talked about it. And one of the main questions for our discussion is it possible to create a balanced system of regulation where national interests of governments will be protected, where fundamental human rights of users will be protected, and when business interests of technological companies will be protected. Yesterday, Vincent Cerf, one of the founders of Internet, said very interesting thought. He said that in modern world, the Internet is the same global resource, the same ecosystem as the atmosphere of all the world's oceans. Of course, we can't establish at the level of one country the rules which how to protect or how to use atmospheric air or how to use world's ocean. This requires the efforts of all countries. In the past, the establishment of rules for regulation of air was ridiculous and even stupid. But now, no one doubts that it's necessary. We have a lot of international treaties concerning the regulation of atmosphere and world's ocean, and we have a lot of national legal acts, which also based on these conventions and regulated atmosphere and world's oceans. The same story is with the Internet now. Since the IT giants have a major influence on the use of Internet, it's time to define their rights and responsibilities towards users and national governments. Now we have less than 1 hour to discuss these problems, and I'd kindly ask all of our panelists to meet their presentation within 5 minutes or 6. And I suggest we'll ask all the questions after the presentations of all our panelists. I'll present every panelist before its presentation, and our first panelist, whom I hope will open our discussion, will be Patrick Penix. Mr. Patrick is the head of the Information Society Department of the Council of Europe, and he deals with freedom of expression, protection of journalists, data protection, and internet governance itself. That's why, Mr. Penix, I have the following question for you. How to find the right balance between the respective roles of states, online platforms, and media stakeholders, as well as individuals themselves, without imposing drastic changes in regulatory and liability frameworks? Mr. Patrick?
Thank you so much, Chair. I never thought I was going to be introduced with the sound of the Game of Thrones, especially not in speaking about the clash of civilizations. Maybe it's the clash of thrones that we have to look into. A week ago, the Council of Europe adopted a framework for the management of artificial intelligence. And some of us will say, to which extent would we not have needed a similar legal framework when the internet came about? Not in order to stifle it, but to enhance it, to ensure that on the one side you have enhancement of progress and innovation, but also to underline that certain applications of the internet potentially pose risks to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And we're, in some ways, backtracking now. I think we need to be open to discuss those items openly and freely, because there's a number of elements that we need to regulate. I think we need to be able to regulate the prevention of unlawful harm. We need to be able to regulate equal treatment and non-discrimination. We need to be able to regulate data governance for AI systems, ensure robustness, safety, security, cybersecurity, transparency, explainability, auditability, accountability through the life cycles of AI systems, but also in the life cycle of the internet. We find that such an instrument should include provisions on access to effective remedy as well, and a mandatory right to human review. We recommend that this issue be sustainable in relation to all AI systems that should be considered. The Council of Europe has always had a very strong connection with civil society on the one side, but also has had a strong connection with business. And in doing so, we strive for a balancing act. Council of Europe, together with in the framework of the IGF, but also in the framework of the European Cooperation on Internet Governance, and in its standard-setting approach, has always pruned a close cooperation with civil society in what we call this multi-stakeholder process, which is so important also to the IGF. The presence of digital platforms over the past decades, obviously, has taken an incredibly fast and whole new dimension. At the Council of Europe, we look particularly at the impact of the platforms and the internet intermediaries on human rights, the rule of law, and democracy. In order to be able to, as you say, balance the acts, we have to make responsibilities clear. We should not be able to give too much responsibilities to private stakeholders, which some governments tend to do. Think about hate speech. Or not too little responsibility when they are taking over some editorial functions, some curational functions, then we need to be able to frame that. And I think that is the balancing act that we need to be doing. In this sense, the digital platforms, they have become an important part of our everyday information and communication activities. They have also transformed our media and news consumption habits. They offer new opportunities in terms of access to information, freedom of expression, public debate, and participation. They have become gradually almost indispensable for all sorts of activities, commercial, cultural, social, and at least for the 2 years during the pandemics brought this aspect even more to the front. So platforms have not only become powerful intermediaries between content producers and their audiences, but have also assumed a central position in the world economy, while the whole public sphere has gone through a tremendous structural transformation. New powerful actors, internet intermediaries, have become in a position of prominence and political importance. So those platforms pose new challenges. They give us opportunities, first of all, but they also pose new challenges, not only for the realization of human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of expression and information, the right to private life and the protection of personal data, but also for the functioning of our democratic societies. We've seen that. If you see that around in 70 countries we've had election interference, that basically means that we have to make sure that all of this is protected. So the rise of digital technologies and the fast growing use of artificial intelligence systems, because that's one of the developments, I would say, that since the creation of the Internet Governance Forum, we have, as Council of Europe, embarked far more into a broader area of digital development and its impact on human rights. And of course, the latest exponent, even though this has been present for some time, is the whole use of artificial intelligence. And we've seen that in front of such immense challenges that the health crisis has exacerbated, misinformation, hate speech, polarization of public opinion have never been so widespread and are hindering the necessary debates. Discrimination, reinforcement of already existing inequalities, so where is the balance there? Bias in treatment, permanent and generalized surveillance, manipulation of individuals, electoral interference, are just some of the content risks related to the application of AI in general, but specifically also through the internet. So justifying a reaction, including through regulation, co-regulation, and self-regulation from state and non-state actors. I will stay there for the beginning, and then we can open up the debate afterwards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. So you also said the thought we've already heard from the member of European Parliament that to the question regulate or not to regulate, the answer of Europe is regulate, but we need to find topics which should be regulated. So now we know about the European situation, and I'd like to give the words to Mrs. Yombonana Andrea Mampionana, who can tell us about the situation in Africa. Ms. Yombonana is a telecommunication engineer and a Girl Guide leader also. That's why I'd like to ask you, what's the context of digital transformation in Africa? What are legal frameworks of digital rights and internet regulation in this region? Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for giving me the floor. Yes, I would like to extend our debate to another region of the world. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated digital transformation around the world. Global coverage continues to grow. The last GSMA's report highlights that even sub-Saharan Africa, which was the region with the largest coverage gap, is actually now at 81% covered. Sure, after comes the concerns of handset, the affordability, the resiliency of internet, but we can say that global coverage has increased consequently the last year. So the subsequent mitigation measures put in place by governments during lockdown period, including the stay-at-home instructions, have changed a lot the use of internet. Internet has become a critical enabler of social and economic change and offering new ways of addressing development challenges. Those who are online tend to enjoy a richer experience of internet by engaging a wider range of activities. The rise in local startups, multinational companies was expected to be a lever for development in the South and bringing with them new employment and increasing state resources, of course. They are engaged in both social impact and improved infrastructure. To provide a legal environment conducive to the creation of local or foreign businesses becomes a priority in the South. So it has been more accelerated following the outbreak of COVID. We are then witnessing the adoption of legal data protection framework. However, actually, only 33 out of 54 African countries have enacted data protection laws. The others does not have drafted regulation, but they have not passed yet. So in addition to that, the countries have adopted various legislative frameworks and obligations that govern the way that content is regulated. Despite these efforts, which should have been improved the public-private partnership, as well as the daily life of all citizens, there is a regressive online content regulation and taxation. Startups working remotely or e-trade are assumed to be illegal as they do not participate or not enough participate in consolidation of state funds, and tech giants are struggling with license fees. That is the situation. A lot of African countries have recently still experienced internet or social media shutdowns, and these disruptions have been ordered mostly by the governments, and even outside Africa, it still happened. They were related to elections, protests against government policies, government side digital technology is increasing, usage to spread disinformation, propagate hate speech, and public disorder, undermine national security. The use of this practice means that the regulation fails, and the government is trying to regulate by themselves harmfully internet. Internet shutdowns not only have impact on digital rights and even human rights, but it has corrosive effects on economy. Governments should prioritize all no shutdown and no arrest options when seeking best practices to resolve regulatory issues. Dialogue between the states and non-states, multi-stakeholders could provide solutions based on improved internet governance, either for the regulation or the taxation. While criminal sanctions can be an effective way to counter hate speech, it is necessary to find an appropriate balance between censoring content and respecting freedom of expression. I will leave it for now, but we will continue the debate. Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Bonanna. As we can see, the processes which are going is the same over the world. And with great pleasure, I'd like to introduce our next panelist. He is here in person. It's Mr. Lucien Castem. Mr. Lucien is representative for public policy of AFNIC. It's France's top-level domain manager and also researcher at Sorbonne University. Mr. Lucien, what's the situation with content regulation and the regulation of digital platforms in France, and how it's planned to provide transparency of digital platforms in the Europe?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. That's quite an interesting question indeed. And indeed, it was quite great to have the introduction from Patrick to set the scene. The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly accelerated the digital transformation of the world, and it's making visible key challenges such as digital transformation, for example, of SMEs, and new policies on digitalization, both society and transformation of businesses are in the making. And clearly, there is also a need to consider digital inclusion by design. Internet has an incredible potential, but also pose a number of risks for human rights. And one of the example, which is quite interesting, is the balance between content regulation and obviously freedom of speech. You need to have an effective remedy to unlawful harms, But I wanted to present you two initiatives that we led in France quickly to nourish the discussion on first fake news regulation and secondly on hate speech. So first of all, there is a problem clearly of definition. Regulating disinformation has a lot of implications for speech, but also for privacy. And in the European Union, the ongoing dynamic in regulating disinformation is, as the chair said, focusing on the balance between rights, between freedom of expression on the one hand, and cybersecurity and the resilience of society on the other hand. For the French use case, I'll go back to a law which passed in 2018 with the aim, which is called the law on, in French is lutte contre la manipulation de l'information. Basically, it's a law on the fight against information disorders. That law had the aim basically to tackle disinformation online and better protect democracy against hybrid threats. It was enacted in December 2018. It creates a range of new duties for online platforms, including an obligation to cooperate with the regulator, the French regulator, and to develop an easily accessible and visible reporting system, as well as implementing a number of complementary measures, some of which were mentioned by Patrick, for example, auditability and transparency of algorithms. So basically, the idea is to target the rapid spread of fake news online and have a particular attention. And you know, in France, we have a presidential election coming in 2022 in a few months. So it's quite a key topic in an election campaign, either just before an election or obviously during an election. So in a nutshell, the law creates a legal injunction allowing an interim judge to qualify the fake news legally and then order its removal under strict legal regime. The fake news must be manifest, disseminated deliberately, and compromise, obviously, the outcome of an election. Another interesting point I mentioned quickly is promoting transparency obligation for digital platforms and a duty of cooperation for such platform. The compliance with the duty has been entrusted in 2018 to the French audiovisual regulator, Conseil supérieur de l'audiovisuel in French, and the authority has gained new power to do so. A key point following remarks on the multi-stakeholder way is that the regulator at the time has put together a project team which is becoming a direction with the growing duties of the regulator, and also an expert committee in a multi-stakeholder way composed of 18 experts from different backgrounds to be able to understand the phenomena and to tackle it. So back to the content regulation dynamic. Obviously, the thematic of the freedom of speech and content moderation on the broader scale is still ongoing. We had a number of legislation, but I see the time going. And you have also a trend of legislations at the European level, including the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, the AI Act, and so on. And most of these are being discussed as we speak. The consult position for the DSA being validated last week. And in the last months, we had two other major laws enacted in 2021. One in August this year on the principle of the Republic, adding new provision on these topics, and another one on October 25 this year also, sanctioning the protection of IP in France and also the regulators, the CSA, as well. So to conclude, clearly there is a need of balance, not too much responsibility, but not too little, to quote my colleague. And that's a key point because it's encompassing all stakeholders to build a long-term vision of the development of the internet with the aim of a safe and stable internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucien, for sharing your position with us. Now we want to know the situation on another group of countries. I speak about the Latin American and Caribbean group, and with great pleasure introduce our another panelist, Mr. Roberto Zambrana, who is an electronics and telecommunications engineer and has vast practical experience in the complex questions of regulation. So, can you share with us your position?
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here with this great panel. Yes, in our region, in GRULAC, in Latin America, there are certain experiences regarding all the different aspects of regulation that we had to face. In my case, I was working for the last 10 years at the City Hall in La Paz, Bolivia, in charge of the e-government era. And we had a chance to actually provide a draft for a law in order to regulate what some people used to call transport services. Of course, this kind of applications, digital applications, are in the transport, in public transport area, but those are not responsible for the transport itself. We all know which kind of companies we're talking about. And what we did at the beginning was to analyze what we had as the terms of use of this particular company as an initial study case. So one of the things that we noticed, because as you may think, these terms of use are really long documents with different stuff and with several pages. One of the things that we noticed is that in order to use this kind of platforms, the users had to resign all their information, the personal information. And it's not something that usually the people is aware of. The other interesting aspect is that in case of conflicts, we needed to go to the places where these companies are based. That's another problem as in terms of jurisdiction. And well, of course, when we started to write the law, we decided to ask them to change these kind of things because, of course, there are basic aspects that we need to have control in terms of regulation. One of those is, of course, the jurisdiction. The others are related with personal information. And I am mentioning this as an example because usually in most of the terms of use of these digital platforms, we have to face with this kind of reality. And we can also see and we can also have the evidence about this regarding how different these terms of use are from one region to another or from one country to another. We will all like that this kind of terms of use based and with approach of human rights, for instance, will be the same for all the regions. It doesn't have to be different in one to another. And one of the reasons for this, I will say, it's in our case in Latin America, and we see this as a great example regarding Europe, in European Union, because in Europe you have a way to provide a regional regulatory framework, and that's not the case in our region. In our region, actually, we feel that we are really warm. Actually, we're cold between each other. But the problem is that each country has its particular agenda. And in regulatory area, it's not different. And that's a problem. That's something that we, as region, we need to learn from some other regions, such as Europe, in order to come up with a very strong regulatory framework. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to face this kind of problems with what we call these giants. I would like to put another example. I was talking about public service, and the other example that I want to talk about is regarding to entertainment. Again, and after the pandemic or during the pandemic, entertainment companies again grow a lot, and which is good, of course. The problem is that in some cases, they were affecting local markets. I would like to mention, in our case in Bolivia, the TV cable companies. Most of them are, most of these companies are actually the companies providing telephony systems, telephony service, I mean. And one of their core business was TV cable services. And when these entertainment companies, we're talking about, of course, as platforms, as digital platforms, when they came to Bolivia to be one interesting and very cheap alternative for users, of course, nobody wanted to continue paying for the TV cable service. So that's another interesting aspect to analyze, because, yes, these kind of services in some cases are really disrupting for our local economies. And in most of them, they don't even pay taxes, the local taxes, claiming that they can't pay twice because they already are paying taxes in the cities or countries where they are based. So that's another problem that we need to face. And we need to start talking about taxes. I know, even Bint, which is a very dear person that I really appreciate. And of course, we all recognize him with all the great job that have done. Even he has a little bit of problem talking about taxation when we talk about applying this kind of taxes to digital platforms. I know his point of view, but again, it's something that we need to start talking about. It's really important about it. Well, I think I can stay here. I think I covered two interesting examples of what we need to face when we are dealing with these giant companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberta. I remember that during our last session about emerging regulation, Vincent Cerf said that we need regulation. He also said about it, of course, he said about self-regulation and another methods, but he emphasized that it's necessary to regulate some aspects of international attitudes. And also, you have very good idea that when countries have the same regulation, it's very good for them. They have common legal framework, and the experience of Europe emphasized it. That's why we also need to look at its experience. And our session called Clash of Digital Civilization, Governments and Tech Giants, but of course in the relationship there are three parts. Of course, we also need to hear the voice of users, the use of civil society, and that's why our next panelist will be Miss Marilu Cunana. She is virtually with us. Miss Cunana is a writer at Philippine Daily Mirror, its online newspaper, and she is also founder of Soamona, a global platform promoting Philippine culture to the world. So I hope Miss Marilu provide us the user feedback for this problem. Marilu?
Good day, everyone. My name is Mary Lukunanan from Suyamano, and I'm here to share with you about our learning platform that was created during the COVID-19 pandemic and some lessons that we've learned about fostering digital innovation. In 2019, about 8.2 million visitors came to Philippines because of business, tourism, and the warmth of our people. Philippine tourism was clearly on a roll. However, this momentum was cut abruptly by the COVID-19 pandemic. Those who wanted to visit the Philippines and experience our culture were locked out of our borders. Out of this massive gap, Suyamano was born. Suyumano is a Filipino virtual platform focused on cultural learning experiences, touching from local languages, Philippine mythology, cultures, medicine, and so on. We provide assistance to displaced hospitality, teachers, tourism workers on how to pivot digitally and how to market their crafts and skills globally and help them to become part of our platform so they could continue to promote Filipino culture under the new quote-unquote normal. We expect Suyumano to grow even further in the coming years, but so far, let me share with you the biggest lesson we have learned as we grew our platform. Multi-stakeholder cooperation is very crucial. Suyumano, which is a private endeavor that started out as a passion project, would not be here where it is today if not for our partnerships with different entities from the government, from the private sector, and civil society. We partnered with Philippine Airlines to create cultural packages specifically catered to those quarantined after returning to the Philippines from overseas. Many independent cultural workers, educators, and advocates of Filipino culture are sharing their expertise via our platform. We are also currently collaborating with Philippines Department of Tourism and Tourism Promotions Board in promoting local tourism to international community and engaging cultural workers to go virtual. All of these, of course, while complying with digital local regulations such as the Data Privacy Acts of the Philippines. As Suyumano, as well as other emerging digital platforms continue to evolve and innovate to share the beauty of the Filipino culture, we're looking forward to partnering with government bodies, private businesses, and advocacy groups alike to help accelerate the paces of digital innovation in the Philippines. So we're very happy that we have those partnerships with the government, cultural workers, private sectors such as airlines, in order for us to move forward and help together in this digital world. I look forward to whatever questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mary Lou. And now we are starting the period of questions and answers. So if you have questions and you are here in person, so you can go to the microphone and ask your question. And our organizer, Mr. Roman, will help me with online questions from our chat. That's why our first question will be from online.
Thank you, dear Anna. Dear colleagues, dear participants, thank you very much for your interest in our topic. And it would be fair to first raise the question/comment from the chat, which was my question. I think that the crime is crime, whether it happens in physical world or in digital space. We really need law and regulation to ensure social order, public health, and users' rights in both spaces, to whom we could call immediately at global level, especially when internet-enabled crimes like ransomware or online child pornography happened on internet, including on the cross-border social platforms. Good and proper laws and regulations at national and international are necessity to have a safe, secure, healthy, that is free from harms and crimes for all. It's quite an interesting, rather comment than question. I want to share with you very briefly my personal experience of IGF engagement since, I think, 2016 or 17 in Geneva. And the next year I was elected to the MAC, which I'm outgoing MAC member right now. And at that time, when I raised the hand in the session for newcomers, I think Windsurf, who you already mentioned, was there. When I said the word regulation, the whole room was looking like, what? So, and now you see at the forum, almost all the discussions are about this necessity, because the pandemic really showed us that we drastically need to understand the rules of the game and widely share the responsibilities, the rights, and to ensure that all stakeholder groups are in a perfect balance and that all interests are taken into consideration. This is some reaction and comments on our online comment, and one of my friends told me that our main task is to ensure that the pandemic will not happen online, because if we don't take the necessary precautions and measures, including these rules of the game, or what the Honorable Secretary General of the United Nations recently proposed in his Our Common Agenda, the Global Digital Compact, I believe that we need to proceed in that direction, and I'm happy that the United Nations is moving in this direction. Thank you.
Okay. And do you have any questions?
Kindly mute the audio off. Thank you.
If there is no question offline, maybe you can you have question in online auditorium.
Excuse me.
Okay. Yes, you can ask your question.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Bowman and dear Mrs. Moderator. I would like to mention that I had one question. In the situation of cybercrime, to whom we could call immediately at the global level, especially when internet-enabled crimes like ransomware and online child pornography happen on internet, including on the cross-border social platform. That was my question. But I would like to mention another important issue here. If it's possible, I can talk about here.
1 minute, please.
Yeah.
Please keep it short.
Thank you. As I have learned from Madam Moderator, Mr. Windsurf said that internet is like a world ocean. If we accept this notion, then we should accept that at least public core of internet is for all humankind, like outer space. It could be common heritage of humankind. Then all nations should have share and role in internet governance and management mechanism. But right now, ICANN and Internet Public Code run only under US jurisdiction. Don't you think that like outer space, that the world has an experiences of the Committee of Peaceful Users of Outer Space, COPUS? We need an international legal framework. I mean, something like COPUS for use of cyberspace.
Yes, thank you very much for your idea.
Yes,
thank you very much. It's a great idea, and I also have the same position. And I'd like to ask Mr. Patrick Pennings to answer this question, if it's possible. Patrick?
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. It is indeed possible to answer the question. In the Information Society Department, we happen to have one convention, which, even though it's not global, it was started by the Council of Europe some 20 years ago. It's actually celebrating its 20th anniversary this year, which is a cybercrime convention. And that tackles exactly what Amir is referring to. It has been ratified by 66 state parties right now, all over the world. Not every country adheres to it, but we have around cooperation activities with around 130 countries around the world. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was supplemented by an additional protocol, and that additional protocol refers to access to evidence in the cloud when it comes to cyber offenses. And it was already supplemented by a first additional protocol which concerned racism and intolerance and xenophobia. So there are tools out there, and these are practical tools because it is law enforcement that cooperates together, police, prosecutors, judges at a global level that cooperate in order to combat cybercrime. That's not enough that is clear as well. But that is definitely an important starting point, and we hope this second additional protocol on cloud evidence will be ratified, will be open for signature in May next year, and we hope that it will be followed by ratifications by the countries of all continents.
Thank you very much. And we have the question from our audience.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Professor Avinash. I'm from India, and I'm a professor of law actually, and I'm interested by your regulation that you introduced in 2017. I think that was the right time. I do my research on law and regulation of AI and emerging technologies, and my specialization earlier was international law. So my question to this forum is that in last 75 years, what we have observed that we have created so many rules, regulations, soft laws, horizontal laws, sectorial laws, subject-specific laws at the global level, but enforcement was an issue. Yes. Yeah, enforcement was a very serious issue, even in the human rights, humanitarian law, or even the WTO. You have seen it was very difficult to enforce the judgments of WTO tribunal against the big countries. So having said that, my question is that when we talk about the virtual world where the countries even doesn't have much control, because the stakeholders, they have their independent presence within the country and outside of the country. So the question is that what type of rules and regulations we are expecting at the UN level? Are we looking for even again the soft laws or some guidelines or some horizontal? So that's my first question. And second one, two big players are absent in this debate right now, the US and China. The two countries, they are having the most advanced technology in terms of AI, cyber and all these things. So unfortunately, they are not participating much at the global level. So in their absence, if any law is made, so would it be possible for the enforcement? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. And whom do you want to answer your questions? Anyone?
I think anyone, like as you wish.
Lucien, can you help us to answer the question? Roberto won. Okay. Then you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just be quick. Examples led by Patrick were quite interesting. Indeed, having international instruments is the first step. The Cybercrime Convention is quite interesting in this regard, as well as on protection of personal data, Convention 108. At the European level, just to give an example, the idea between the legislative package, DSA, DMA, as well as on other acts such as the GDPR or the Data Act, is as well to try to pave the way to enforceability and setting a scene of let's say, balanced regulation, having actors collaborate in that sense.
Thank you very much. And Roberta, can you add something to the words of Lucien?
Yep, thank you. And very quick. And also I wanted to mention this general regulation about data protection, because without the need to force to the at a global level, because this is a regulation for European Union, without that need, as a matter of competitiveness, it had to be followed by all the world. And I want to put just the example in my country. If one local company of transportation, air transportation, wants to transport a European member, have to follow this kind of regulation. So in a way, that's another form of comply to, or reinforce this kind of regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberta. Yes, the problem of enforcement, it's the crucial one, I think, and that's why almost everyone think about the international treaty, because in this case it will be possible to reflect the provisions of the treaty in the national legislation and then provide the enforcement. Like in another sphere, we have international law and international practice, how to enforce the international treaties. Maybe someone else wants to ask the question. maybe from our online auditorium. Is there anyone who wants to ask the question from online auditorium?
While we still maybe have 10 minutes, and I just understand that while we are coming from Russia, we didn't share our own position from this like Eurasian space. Maybe I can briefly comment on this. I think that would be a bit valuable. And there is a recent piece of legislation, like local act. I don't know how correctly to translate it, but you can use very illustrative infographics from our website of organizers of this session, cgitc.ru, Center for Global IT Cooperation, and you can come and visit our booth, offline or online, of course. And you can see how Russia is trying to actually make this dialogue between global IT platforms, and just to make it regulated, but in the favor of all sides. So kindly have a look. And plus, we also recently have issued a comparative analysis of digital platforms regulation from different countries. It's also quite interesting because you see how actually very commonly many countries are now considering this necessity to regulate. So I really do think that the answer of this question in there is yes, to regulate or not. But again, I believe that we can all do it in harmony, and that all stakeholder groups can be eventually happy. When users are happy, businesses are making profits, governments are happy because their citizens are safe and sound, and young people also should be happy and see the global perspectives for their talents realization.
And when I heard the speech of Lucien, I also think about the possibility to provide transparency. When we looked at projects of DCA and DMA acts, of course, they are very interesting. They are huge, and they have a lot of provisions how to provide the transparency. Maybe you can give us some examples of these provisions, how to provide transparency of algorithm and so on.
Well, in let's say 6 minutes would be.
Yes, we have 2 minutes.
That's challenging. I'd say that's quick. Indeed, you have a lot of instruments being negotiated with transversal thematic instruments like the artificial intelligence proposed regulation. But also, as you said, backbone of the EU internet regulation with the DSA-DMA package. The idea behind it was that online platform need to be tackled at the European level, not only at the national level. As I said, obviously France, but also Germany and other member states in the European Union had national legislation, some of which were effective or were nice tries to try tackling, for example, accountability of such platform and putting forward new regimes of liability. Other stakeholders had the opinion that if an actor is too big, he is too big to care. And then, obviously, there is a need to set international standards for the digital economy. And for that, the main objective is to, let's say, to propose clear rule and redefine responsibilities of digital services to address the risk faced by the users and take into account gatekeeping position, meaning big actors that act as gatekeepers on markets and new market leveraged by such platforms. So clearly, to tackle you have IP infringement, but also there are reappearance of illegal content, or also as mentioned by colleagues, the privatization sometime of law enforcement. That's the aim of the packages, I'd say, and it's obviously being discussed as we speak. It's one of the key discussion of the French presidency of the European Union, and as you may know, the French President Emmanuel Macron will set the scene of the French presidency later today.
Thank you very much, and our time is almost finished. That's why we need to summarize our discussion. As we can see, in most countries, there are the process of adoption of laws concerning digital platforms. We speak about Europe, we speak about Africa, we speak about GRULAC countries, and also if you look at the legislation of Australia, United Kingdom, India, China, and even United States, you will see that they are also try to find the instruments to influence the digital platforms. And it's very interesting situation because I think in some time we'll see that there are almost the same rules in different countries for digital platforms because of dialogue, each country look for legislation of another countries. Of course, we analyzed the European experience and, for example, Australia and United Kingdom experience, and we have the best practice in our legislation, and the same country has the same process. That's why I think in the future we'll have the cumulative effect, which is almost the same as international treaty, but of course it can't be instead of international treaty. Of course, the convention about cybercrime is very important and we need to discuss it, but it's also, I think it's time to define some principle and main provisions of rights and obligations of digital platforms in international treaty itself. First of all, it's content moderation, taxation, equitable access to data infrastructures and services, and another questions which are already defined in lots of laws or bills. Thank you very much for discussion. I'd like to thank everyone who joined us, and of course I'd like to thank our technical team for promoting this session, and of course I'd like to thank our panelists who join us here and virtually. Thank you very much, and I think this discussion will continue after the completion of our session and after the IGF itself, because it's the main question of modern world, how to find a balance. Thank you very much, and you are dismissed.
Thank you, Anna. Tremendous job. Thank you. Thank you, dear participants. Let's keep in touch.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
and it's funny to have 4 empty chairs there.
It is.
On site, you can just sit on the chairs to not make it look so desperately empty.
The audience on the other side, but we don't see them. That's the. They maybe should change the angle of the camera so that we can see some people.
Yes.
Which was, I think it was Eurodic where they kind of did fancy stuff with Zoom, where you were actually projected into some sort of background, so you actually have like a virtual panel with people sitting on chairs. Pretty fancy.
Oh yeah. I mean, there are literally hundreds of workshops, so I guess a lot of choice for people, you know.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the workshop, Internet Resilience Towards a Renewed Resilience of Society. I'm Sami Suissi, a Deputy Head of Open Internet at ARCEP, which is the French telecom regulator, and I will be moderating this session online. I will be helped in this task today by Lucien Castex, who is the representative of public policy at AFNIC, which is the French CCTLD, who is present physically in Katowice. Lucien, can you hear us from there?
Perfectly. I can hear you all online.
Okay. We'll introduce this workshop while waiting for people to come to the session, either virtually or physically. So Lucien will, as he's in Katowice, will also be collecting questions on site, and I will also invite the virtual participants on Zoom to ask questions, as we will have a Q&A session after the panel discussion. And our topic today is Internet resilience, which is, let's be honest, quite broad topic. It can be analyzed from a telco perspective when talking about, for example, infrastructure, connectivity, and it also can be tackled from a cybersecurity angle. The actual COVID-19 pandemic has shown the essential role that the internet has in our daily life. And despite the noticeable increase in traffic, in attacks, etc., that happened during the first lockdown last year, networks have held up, and the internet has proven to be resilient. And the internet has, above all, been shown to be a key to continue our social, professional, and academic life. However, the internet is constantly evolving. We see more traffic from particular actors, new technologies, new threats, etc. So internet should take into consideration new paradigms, in order to guarantee the resilience, security, and sovereignty over these technologies. And guaranteeing this resilience of the internet is a collective responsibility, and the mobilization of the different players in this ecosystem is necessary to preserve the internet and its core values.
Well, now, in order to identify the issues and challenges facing us, we are pleased to have today in our panel 4 renowned experts from different backgrounds that will provide us with interesting insights, I'm sure. So, in a nutshell, the first panelist is Guylain de Salin. Guylain is a senior policy expert specialized in cybersecurity, policy, and trust in the digital economy. At the OECD, he has led recent analytical work on the digital security of products and services, as well as the resilience of communications network, including communication infrastructure and DNS. Before joining OECD, Guylain worked for the French government as a senior policy advisor in charge of international negotiation on the digital economy and internet policy. Bonjour Guylain. The second speaker, Egle Doxiene, joined the Ministry of National Defense as a policy analyst, working as part of Lithuanian managing team of PESCO project, Cyber Rapid Response Team, and Mutual Assistance in Cybersecurity. Coming from international relation, human rights, and the law of war background, Egle got into the field of cybersecurity through her fascination in geopolitics and the changing nature of warfare. Before coming back to Lithuania, Egle was at the European Commission's Legal Service and the International Rescue Committee. Bonjour Egle. Next speaker is Jean-Jacques Sahel. He is head of Access to Information Policy Asia Pacific at Google since November 2019, overseeing Google public policy approach in the region for issues including misinformation, communication policy, and intermediary liability. Before joining Google, Jean-Jacques was managing director of ICANN Brussels office and led the organization's corporate strategy and operation across the European region. Last speaker now is Marco Ogawarning. Marco is a public policy and internet governance manager for the RIPE NCC, the regional internet registry for Europe, the Middle East, and Central Asia. He is responsible for the RIPE NCC's engagement with government stakeholders and policymakers, helping them understand the role of the RIRES in the global internet ecosystem, the services they provide, and how naming, addressing, and routing from the core of an open, neutral, secure, and unfragmented internet. As such, he has participated in a number of national, regional, and global IGFs, as well as ICANN and IETF. With such great panelists, comes the time of a first question. And the first question, I'll ask it to Guylain. What in the work of OECD when it comes to cybersecurity, and what are your recommendations in order to improve internet security and resilience? The floor is yours, Guylain.
Thank you so much, Lucien. Thank you, Sami, for the introduction. I'm going to start to share my screen if that's possible. Okay, so very happy to be in this panel and to see all of you, to see familiar faces like Jean-Jacques and Marco. So I will briefly share with you some insight of recent OECD work when it comes to internet resilience. So for those of you who may not know OECD, we are an international organization. We're the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And our goal is to promote better policies for better lives. So we have an economic and social focus. We're mostly an intergovernmental organization. We gather delegates from 38 member countries, but we're also a multi-stakeholder organization, civil society, technical community, businesses participate in our work through dedicated advisory committees. So we're not a technical standard setter at the OECD, but we're a policy standard setter. We provide advice to our member countries. We help policymakers come together, discuss, and we develop international guidelines as well as recommendations. OECD recommendations are the highest level of our outputs. They are legal instruments, and even though they're not binding, they're usually they have the political commitment of the countries who adhere to it to put them into, to implement them. I know there are a lot of committees at OECD, around 300, and within these 300, there is one committee that works on digital economy policy. It's CDEP. It's a committee that I support. And within CDEP, there is a working party on security in the digital economy, which works on cybersecurity. And today I'm going to share some recent insights we have from analytical work developed at SDE. So what do we mean when we talk about internet resilience? As you said, Sami, it's a very broad topic. So it's a bit hard to try to know where to start. But maybe we should start with a definition of cyber incidents. Cyber incidents are any event that affect the availability, integrity, or confidentiality. We call it the AIC triad of networks and data. It's an important definition because historically in the telecom industries, there's been a lot of focus on availability issues. So if the network is down, users cannot connect anymore. But integrity and confidentiality issues are also very important and can be very impactful. So we should not forget about them. Now, what do we mean about resilience? Resilience is not the absence of cyber incidents. You know, cyber incidents are a bit like they are to cyberspace what storms are to the ocean, right? So you cannot avoid them, you cannot eradicate them, they will always be there. But what you can do is to adapt to them. So resilience is our ability to anticipate, to withstand, and to recover from cyber incidents. Now, where to start? I propose a multi-layer approach. Sami, you mentioned infrastructure. I think it's an important topic. The resilience of fiber, of fixed network, of 5G network is very important. The resilience of protocols is also very important. They run on top of the infrastructure. And the infrastructure and the protocols, they enable us users to use products and services, whether it's software or IoT devices. Increasingly, you know, the internet is becoming the Internet of Things. So today I will say a few words about infrastructure resilience and a few words about the resilience of products and services. As I don't have much time, I won't talk about the protocols, but maybe we'll get to talk about that a bit later. So if we look at the resilience of communication infrastructure, what's really key to understand is that our communication networks are really undergoing a dramatic change. They're really changing and they're very different from what they were 10 years ago, and this change is accelerating. And it's mostly shaped by 4 trends that are impacting the resilience of communication networks. The first of them is the increased criticality of networks. We've seen it with the current pandemic. We rely on networks for our daily life, for teleworking, but also for more critical activities like hospitals or electric grid. So increasingly, they are critical to our society and economy. They're also becoming more and more virtualized, and they rely on cloud services. There is a convergence between communication networks and cloud providers. And there's also an evolution in the networks towards more openness, for instance, through what we call open RAN architectures, and increasingly a use of AI. And taken all together, these trends have a huge impact on the resilience of networks. And basically, the bottom line is that business as usual is not an option anymore to ensure the resilience because it's changing so dramatically. These trends, they bring many benefits. They increase the transparency on communication networks. They may enable more automation of threat detection, more responsiveness to incidents. And they can also enable isolation of attacks across the network. You may have heard of slicing in 5G networks, which enables more containerization. But most importantly, they bring really significant challenges. And the first of them is that the attack surface of communication networks is expanding significantly to an unprecedented level. The supply chain of communication network operators is getting broader and more complex. And all this is happening in the context of an aggravating threat landscapes. More and more, the networks are the target of attacks of sophisticated threat actors like APTs, Advanced Persistent Threat, which are state-sponsored and have really almost unlimited resources. Now, to address these challenges, there is a need for network operators to move away from a compliance mindset and to really adopt comprehensive risk management frameworks. And here, what we call the zero trust model is also very interesting. Maybe we'll talk about that a bit later. So now if we talked about the infrastructure, if we look at the other side of the spectrum, at the products and services we use on top of the infrastructure, at the OECD, we published a year ago in February 2021, 2 reports on this topic. And the main lesson learned from this report is that actually the security, the resilience of products and services is not only a technical issue, it's very much so an economic and social challenge. So typically, if you look at the market for IoT, for instance, or the software market, you'll see that there are misaligned market incentives. It means that the software developers or the IoT manufacturers, they often prioritize time to market or cost effectiveness over security. And now, even if the users want products that are secure, it's very hard for them to assess the level of security of the products they use because of information asymmetry. So typically, if you go today to Amazon, for instance, and you want to buy an IoT device, it's impossible for you to understand whether or not it's secure enough and what is the level of security and resilience of the product. In addition, there are many negative externalities. The value chains of these products are complex and global. So if you buy software, it's made of hundreds of software libraries, which can be open source or not open source. It's very complex, and it makes the attribution of responsibility very difficult. So all of this leads to a market failure. That means that market dynamics on their own are not likely to bring us an optimal level of resilience. And that's why we need policymakers to step in and to try to realign market incentives. Now, what can they do to do that? At the OECD, we've proposed 6 high-level principles that could help policymakers intervene, if you will, in the resilience. One of them is transparency and information sharing. It's very important to address the information asymmetries I mentioned. Today, if you buy a product, it's like a black box. It's very hard to know what's inside. So it's very important to increase the traceability of components. And there are very interesting initiatives at this level. It's called the Software Bill of Material, SBOM. It's been developed, pushed by some governments, the NTIA, for instance, in the US, but also by some companies like Kaspersky, the Russian security companies, has developed their own SBOM recently. Another very important principle is one of responsibility and duty of care. Until now, the responsibility of resilience has been put a lot on the users and not so much of the providers of products and services. There is a need to rebalance this relationship. And so the duty of care, it's a responsibility of the providers of products and services. It starts with making products that are secure by design, secure by default, but also by having policies of a responsible end of life to try to minimize the gap between the end of life and the end of use. You may remember WannaCry in 2017, it was very much so an issue of end of life, meaning that users were continuing using a product that was no longer supported by the software provider. Cooperation is also very important between stakeholder groups across the government and at the international level. Maybe we'll have time to go back to that later. So the 6 principles are about what governments can do, but not really how they can do things in practice. And to help them be more practical, we've designed a policy toolkit. And the idea here is to move away from the traditional dichotomy between laissez-faire on one side and hardcore regulation on the other side. And what we want to say with this slide is actually there are many policy tools that are available to governments, and they should use multiple tools. They should start with the bottom of the pyramid, which is really the less coercive tools, if you will. So, everybody agrees we should raise awareness. It's very important, but we also agree that raising awareness is not enough to address the issues I mentioned. And as you can see, governments have started to take action. So, for instance, they supported the development of technical standards for IoT security adopted by ETSI and by NIST last year. Some governments have launched digital security labels last year, like Finland, Germany, Japan, Singapore, which are proving to be quite effective. And some other governments are looking into draft regulations, cyber regulations, to improve IoT security in Japan and the UK, for instance. So the bottom line here is there are many policy tools governments should try to pick and use the one that are the most effective, but there is no silver bullet, So just having one tool will not solve the issues I mentioned before. What you need is a strategy and the use of multiple policy tools. And of course, what's really important as well is the international cooperation, because if many governments adopt different tools, there is a risk of fragmentation, legal fragmentation in the coming years. And to avoid fragmentation, we need international cooperation. So I'm going to stop here. All of our analytical work is available at oe.cd/security. And you may also contact me if you're interested for more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guilain, for this wonderful presentation. And now I give the floor to Egle, and I will ask you one question: as you work with the Lithuanian government, what is being done in Lithuania nowadays in order to improve internet resilience and increase the level of cybersecurity. It would be nice for the audience to see the example of Lithuania.
Thank you very much, Sami. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here. So I will also share my screen in just 1 minute. Okay. Perfect. So this will be a very interesting conversation. It was very insightful to hear from Gilan from the OECD's perspective and some of the principles and tips for the governments. So here now I'm bringing more of a policy side of things, a national perspective, and also insights that I've noticed working in the field of cybersecurity throughout different EU initiatives and mechanisms. So here we go. So my presentation will focus first, basically, what is existing already, right? So what are the policies and mechanisms that's already here, and what's the value of them? Then second of all, basically, what is missing? And then third of all, what we can do about it, also bringing, as Sami mentioned, the Lithuanian perspective. So status quo, nothing groundbreaking. We all know this, and I'm glad that basically now we have reached this common understanding through the implementation of the very first NIS directive and various practices in public sector and private sector in various institutions and organizations. So we all know that first and foremost, very important to identify what is most critical for you as an organization, whether it is an institution or a country on a national level. So what are your assets and what you need to protect? Then, of course, risk management, requirements, measures. Basically, it can be organizational, it can be technical, such as business continuity plan, recovery from incidents, and so on. Then, of course, incident notification, and not just when you have to notify the national institution if you're affected by the incident, but also how you proceed, how you recover from it, how you can prevent it, and to the point where every single employee of your organization knows what to do, when, for what purpose, who to report to, and so on, including the communication campaign as well. Then national strategies, as Gilan mentioned, we have to have the good holistic strategic overview of what we want to achieve. So the member states of EU already do that with the first NIS directive implementation, and then international cooperation, again, which was mentioned beforehand. We have to share the information that we have. We have to cooperate with each other. And already within this first, we have established CSAR network on the technical level, which shares the threats, risks, near misses, incidents, indicators of compromise, and so on the technical level between CSARs of the EU member states. And then on the political level, NIS cooperation group, basically for the purposes of strategies, best practices, lessons identified after exercise, and so on. What is more new and more recent, basically, given the lessons identified and recent cyber attacks? So more and more we realize that we need cooperation with one another on a national and international level, basically empowering each other. It's not about just, you're the government, that's your purpose, you're the private sector, that's your purpose. Each and every one individual can contribute to increased cybersecurity. And one of the examples is coordinated vulnerability disclosure. First of all, it was a more old-fashioned mindset, which led to either two scenarios, either full disclosure, where the vulnerability is disclosed openly, let's say to the press, and then the vendor does not have enough time to react, to patch, to become more secure. And then, of course, users are not secured either. or non-disclosure at all, where of course vulnerability is there, but neither vendor nor user knows about it. But of course it can be exploited. Now more and more we have the tendency of basically empowering even individuals being a part of the society. When you can notice, if you notice, let's see that there is a vulnerability, you can report to it, to the institution, to the vendor that has the vulnerability, and also the National Cybersecurity Center. And in this way, you can make it more secure. So what various member states have now started doing, basically including this coordinated vulnerability disclosure among their policies in their national strategies. One of the examples is the Netherlands, another example is Lithuania, to not penalize those individuals that are responsible and those that want to report those vulnerabilities. Then also another point is, of course, supply chain security. As we know, as the supply chain becomes more and more globalized, and the more vendors, the more suppliers you have, that increases the surface of the attack as well, right? We've seen it already in 2013 with the Target example, where the hackers were able to access the payment details and personal information of the buyers through the cooling and heating system. We've seen it in SolarWinds example as well. So now more and more we've seen now with the NIS2, with the NIS revision proposal to include in the national strategies, to have it as part of each company's policies to secure supply chain, as well on the political, even EU level, basically to cooperate together to assess ICT project services and systems risks, and seek for best practices, as this was done in the 5G example toolbox in EU level. And then situational awareness. We have created already certain cooperation mechanisms, as I mentioned, on the technical and political level, but we want to enhance more of a situational awareness between those different communities. So between the technical, between operational, between political, between intelligence, between diplomatic. And we also want to make sure that the political level, those decision makers, when the time comes, when there's a large scale incident and crisis going on, that they are well informed how to handle such crisis within basically all the information that they have to have at hand, and not just information from the national perspective, but information from other member states, where, let's say, something might be happening at hand, but this might be not today for your member state, but tomorrow, so you can be better prepared for that. So what is missing? 4 points, what I've observed over the past few years working in the field of cybersecurity. Yes, we talk about raising awareness a lot, but still I see that cybersecurity culture is lacking. Still, more often times we see cybersecurity as an issue of IT, as opposed to cybersecurity. There has to be a culture of mindset that it's everyone's responsibility, whether you're an individual, whether you're a citizen, whether you're an employee, whether you are CEO, whether you are part of the prime minister, part of the government. It is each and everyone's responsibility, because once I also reiterate what was reflected previously, it's not just about the technical aspects, but also, of course, about the social aspects as well. And human factor quite oftentimes is the weak link when it comes to cybersecurity attacks, such as mostly recent Colonial Pipeline attack. Why it happened, why it was possible to happen, because the password was found on the dark web on the employee, and the same password was used for critical infrastructure, and there was no two-factor authentication. So essentially it was a human factor mistake at that point, at this very start, the very beginning, that enabled the attack to take place. So we have to raise cybersecurity culture from bottom up to the very top. Then second of all, of course, human resources, which we all know. This is probably one of the biggest challenges that everyone is facing in cybersecurity. It doesn't matter if you're a business or your government, regardless of your state of origin. Then trust. Although we have created those different mechanisms of cooperation on different levels, on technical, operational, and political level, still to to take a full advantage of those mechanisms, we have to better trust each other to share the information, which does not take place always these days. Still, there's a lot of suspicion and therefore lack of cooperation. And then finally, mutual assistance. So besides information sharing, we have to be prepared, as I mentioned before, for large-scale incidents and also crises. And more often here we see the tendency, again, they are cross-border, cross-sector as well. And we have to seek ways how we can help each other, assist each other in the field of cybersecurity. So this aspect now is being mentioned a few times, but we're still we're looking for the best approaches, how we can deal with that. One of the potentially in the future mechanisms could be potentially joint cyber unit to tackle that, to be better prepared as let's say, for example, European Union as a whole, as an actor. And then addressing those challenges, what can be done about it, and what Lithuania from the political side and national perspective is doing. I'm not claiming that we have all the questions answered and we have the silver bullet, but at least some of the examples that help overcome basically those challenges. So very quickly, in Lithuania, basically we've had national consolidation. So on the political level, everything is under one roof of the Ministry of National Defense. Then on the technical level, it is National Cybersecurity Center. So whether it is private, public, military, or civil, we have those resources consolidated. So what the Ministry of Defense and National Cybersecurity Center has been doing over the past few years. So a lot of public communication campaigns to various parts of society, whether you are a teenager, whether you are an elderly person, whether you are a person with a disability, whether you are working particularly in the private sector and so on. Various public communication campaigns about different threats, risks, and specific actions that everyone can take to make them more resilient as individuals, as businesses, as institutions as well. We've also published a manual specifically targeting small and medium enterprises as well. We know oftentimes those lack of human resources, that's a challenge for them as well. And of course, we do not want to go approach of only, regulation and requirements. We want to educate people why it is necessary to do certain measures. Then training specifically of civil servants, as we've noticed, significant increase in phishing campaigns, spear phishing campaigns. And again, as I mentioned, human factor oftentimes is the one that is the weak link that enables the cyber attacks to take place. So we have training, we've now started training civil servants now for 2 years. This has been ongoing. And there are specific tests as well for people to enter the civil service in Lithuania as a basic knowledge of cybersecurity that everyone also should know. Then on the national policymaking side, we consult with private sector, with academia, with civil society, with various institutions nationally as Ministry of Defense, through the Cybersecurity Council. We try to get involved as many different stakeholders as possible to have a holistic approach to, again, to enable not just that cybersecurity culture, but also trust, trust between different institutions and actors nationally. So we consult with them and we share the information ad hoc. And then, of course, national cybersecurity exercises where we invite members basically of operators of essential services, critical infrastructure, but also partners. Again, those players can be public or private sector. And we basically in those exercises, it's not just about knowledge and skills, but also being ready for different scenarios that are relevant and adopted based on recent cyber attacks and trends and threats. Again, it's about trust as well, enabling that between ourselves. Then when it comes to human resources and how we can attract more people to the field of cybersecurity and in general to public sector, we have initiatives such as initiatives targeting women specifically, because this sector is still where oftentimes women are underrepresented. So we have programs such as Women Go Tech and Women Go Cyber, and then specific programs to attract people who have studied and lived abroad and gained expertise in international organizations and institutions, to attract them to public sector through project management, seeking very specific results in rotations of 1 year. So, and basically also countering the challenges of trust, the lack of human resources, and how we can mutually assist each other. It's also the Lithuanian-led project of cyber rapid response teams, developed through the framework of permanent and structured cooperation in security and defense. And essentially the idea is that basically EU member states can delegate their cyber experts, basically, in other words, share their strengths. So choosing voluntarily what kind of profile of cyber expert they want to delegate. Is it malware analyst? Is it network analyst? Is it a security auditor? And so on. And that cybersecurity team basically has common procedures, trains together, has common tool set, and that is basically commonly developed cybersecurity capability that can be easily deployed to various locations and can respond to cyber incidents, but also act preventatively through vulnerability assessments and also election monitoring. And one of the examples that we had last year was before the Lithuanian parliamentary elections, was where we had partners from the Netherlands that basically tested the electoral commission's vulnerability before the elections took place. And we were able to patch to make the election process much more secure and resilient to any external interference. So that would be it in a nutshell. And of course, looking forward to our discussion. Thank you so much for the floor.
Thank you, Egle, for your fruitful insights. And now I turn towards Jean-Jacques Sahel. You're the representative of private sector in this panel. So my question for you is, how can a private actor like Google guarantee the resilience of its infrastructure and be an active player in ensuring global internet resilience?
Thank you very much, Sami. And before I start, many thanks again to Arsef and Afnik and yourself very much, Sami and Lucian, for organizing this. And I hope this is just one of many such discussions. And it's also really nice to be with panelists that I know, and also with an audience where I recognize many names and people who are dedicated to this work, and have been doing that for many years, for which they should be thanked. I mean, resilience in the internet, I think it's what I'd like to cover here is both touch on some of what Ghislain and Egle have already talked about, but try to think about resilience also in a broader understanding of the world, thinking also about how the internet is used. You know, as we start to emerge from the pandemic, it's quite clear that we're using technology tools as never before, and we've seen a historic acceleration of technology adoption, and that has put the spotlight on ensuring resilience of the internet and of its users. Those of us, I think, here in this room have known for a long time that connectivity to the internet is crucial, but I think now it's obvious to anyone if they didn't know that before. Without it, our economies, our livelihoods, our social interactions would just have been nearly extinguished. Certainly nothing like what we've been able to enjoy, albeit in a limited way, over the past year and a half or so. As imagine if this had been just 100 years ago, when we had the Spanish influenza hitting many parts of the world soon after World War I. Imagine 18 months without e-trading, without Skype, Google Meet, Zoom, without email, without digitally enabled value chain and logistics, without the satellite navigation systems for our ships, etc., etc. It would have been a very different experience. And I think all of that should make us think about the importance of ensuring the resilience and of this whole infrastructure, and connectivity generally. But of course, even with all that we have today, it's not been perfect. And it's still not perfect in terms of overall resilience. So let me just share a few slides, if you allow me. Just a few illustrations. I want faster focus on discussion later on with everyone. Just a few thoughts. Oops, if I can move. Sorry, just a second. There we go. We should remember that we still have an enormous problem with digital divide. Yes, we have close to 5 billion people who are connected to the internet, but the reality is, there's in many countries, rural regions, remote regions, certain communities are still underserved. The number you have in front of you, 37% of people in rural and tribal communities, this is not in an emerging country or, or country in development. This is the United States that we're talking about. And we have this problem around the world. We really need to improve connectivity. And it's not just it's not only basic access to the internet, because even once you have basic access to the internet, you still need to be able to use it in a proper way. So this number of 5 billion people, a lot of that is mobile connectivity. But a mobile device, just a smartphone, that's already a fantastic start. That's enabling a lot of people. But is it enough to run the economy, to be productive, to run a company? Usually you need more than a smartphone. So there's the sort of longer tail, if you want, of connectivity. And then simple things, unfortunately, like simply having electricity. So resilience is obviously very much a holistic consideration here, and digital divide remains something that we need to work very hard at solving. And then during a pandemic, unfortunately, bad actors take advantage of those moments. We've got just one stat here about how many spam messages there have been, per day, 240 million. Hopefully, if you've got a very good email service, you haven't felt it. But our servers, our entire infrastructure behind the scenes has seen that for sure. And of course, what people have seen, unfortunately, is a rise in all sorts of things like attempts at phishing and malware. Then we have nothing new, but something perhaps more marked, where in a situation, in a period when we're staying at home more and using the internet more, is the outages that certain services can endure. And that's, as Guilain was explaining very well earlier, this is going to happen, right? Like any infrastructure, any technology before, there will be moments where effectively repair will be needed. But obviously, it's got enormous impact these days. That's another area to think about. Spikes in demand. Obviously, more people at home, certainly at certain moments of the day and certain moments of the pandemic, there have been spikes in demand. And as mentioned before, we've been lucky in a way that the network has been coping very well. That obviously requires a lot of work under the hood. And that's the sort of thing we need to think about in terms of resilience. And then, in an extension of that from a usage perspective, what is quite troublesome is, if you believe the Freedom House report for the past year, there's been over 20 governments that have operated shutdowns of the internet, either for certain regions of their country or for the entire nation. That still happens, that governments, for usually political reasons, decide to shut off the whole of the internet. That is a resilience issue as well. We need to think about that. This is about how our economies and how our societies are able to continue to live. The internet is now integral to all that. A shutdown shuts down not just certain political aspects of life, but in fact all aspects of life, and increasingly so. That needs to be tackled as well as part of a broader holistic approach to resilience. Now, moving on to what just an example, and Sami was asking what a company like us can do or does to tackle at least some of these issues of resilience. So let me just talk a little bit about Google's work in this area, and this, again, trying to be fairly holistic about it, starting with network infrastructure. And Google is one of the internet companies that has for many years now invested in network infrastructure to support the growth of the internet and usage of the internet by companies and people. We're one of the companies that's been at the very active basically in rolling out submarine cables, either on our own or as a consortium. Nowadays, submarine cables remain crucial for the internet, 98% of international internet traffic. And we're trying to further improve that basic connectivity that links countries and continents together. Added to that, we buy international bandwidth and capacity from local carriers, from local fiber network providers. In the region I'm in, we've got points of presence in a number of cities. So that's basically saying our own network on top of the local network operators which are based in those countries or those regions. And then we've got a number of caching locations around the region, hundreds of them. And the idea again is making it easier to have the content closer to the user, which in itself ensures that or contributes to better resilience. Other things beyond network infrastructure that are worth mentioning, perhaps if we think about resilience in a broader perspective, is when we do have spikes in demand. Well, how do we tackle that? One of the things that we did when the pandemic hit was that on YouTube, the streaming quality was set by default to standard rather than high definition. Obviously, the user can choose to go high definition, but what it meant is that in an automated way, we were able to make sure that the spikes were mitigated. Then moving on to some of the aspects that Guylaine touched on, in particular with things like IoT, for instance. Increasingly, I think for the industry, it's a general trend, and it's something that Google's been doing for years. We try to build in safety and security in our design, in the design of our products, in the design of our services. So it's not an afterthought, it's not a patch. It's very much a step in the development process that we build in features designed to ensure either safety of users or security, whether it's of the network or the feature or the tool. Another important aspect of resilience, I've touched on the bad actors. We've very rapidly updated our usage policies during COVID in order to tackle misinformation of COVID, whether it was misinformation on potential cures for COVID, or more recently, there's been a lot of misinformation about vaccines. So our teams have been very hard at work at this, and this is about user resilience, what I'd like to term user resilience. And then there's health resilience, if you want, obviously a much bigger endeavor than just Google, but at our end, we've tried to help with, for instance, apps that helped in health with, for instance, the exposure notification app that we developed in collaboration with Apple, and which was rolled out in a number of countries around the world in, frankly, record time. Obviously, what was interesting there is a number of privacy considerations that came into the picture, and that's also why it's really important to have discussions like today, where we can actually both talk about resilience, but also talk about making sure that we have a comprehensive approach to ensuring rights and freedoms are respected. Now, summing it up in terms of the positive impact of what companies like ours can have through measures to ensure resilience at various levels, if you want, of the value chain, is that obviously if you have better network infrastructure, things like submarine cables, we can reduce the price of connectivity, making the internet more affordable to end users. We reduce internet latency. Users get better speeds. And then with greater capacity, you get improved resilience and reliability. And the indirect effects for the economy and social and society are fairly massive. Just a few thoughts before I move on to the sort of concluding part. Already in APAC, it's been estimated that thanks to the network infrastructure investments we've made, we've supported 1.1 million extra jobs and $430 billion US derived from that economic activity. It's looking to continue to increase for another 415 billion over the next 4 or 5 years, more jobs. And then, as mentioned before, high bandwidth, lower latency, more diversity in traffic routing, greater number of people online, and more activities supported online. That's what we can do if we continue to both ourselves as a company, but also generally with the ecosystem, continue to support greater resilience, greater and better development of network infrastructure. Now, moving on to a concluding part, I'd just like to offer just a few thoughts prior to discussion on 3 areas of resilience: network, user, and policy and regulatory resilience. At least that's the terms I've used for this particular presentation. And this is my last slide, you'll be glad to know. On network resilience, amongst many other things, and I would very much support a lot of what's already been said around infrastructure, but a few things I'd like to highlight, thinking about let's think about how we can be innovative in how we use infrastructure. So in areas like spectrum, how can we reuse certain bands for new technologies, or use certain bands more flexibly in order to come up with innovative technologies to connect people. Facilitate the rollout of network infrastructure, things like the landing of subsea cables. There's still a number of countries where it's extremely difficult to land a subsea cable, even though it can unlock a country's economic productivity massively. There's still a lot of antiquated laws out there that don't really understand what subsea cables are, and it's usually local laws to do with local infrastructure that really just need to be updated to the 21st century. It's not a massive lift, but it just needs a concerted effort to happen. And then, of course, we need to future-proof our technologies. So think about things like IPv6 to make sure that the internet effectively can cope with the ever-increasing number of devices connected to the networks. And then we just, generally, we need to make sure the internet remains open. At the network level, this could be a subject of a much longer presentation, but I'll just have it there. In terms of what I term user resilience, really just thinking about usage here, as I mentioned, digital inclusion remains something crucial, and that's geographic, but that's also in terms of various groups that need to be targeted and supported. Together with that, skills and literacy, a lot of what I failed to mention earlier, we do a lot of training in collaboration with NGOs, sometimes with governments, in terms of media literacy or digital literacy. And yes, we've talked and done a lot of awareness raising for cybersecurity for a while, but I think, as Egla was mentioning earlier, it's still not enough. It really needs to be mainstreamed. Now, all these skills about digital literacy are a must for everyone. It's not just students, it's not just seniors, it's everyone at work, and we really need to mainstream that across society so that people can really reap the benefits of the internet fully. And that, in turn, leads to this concept that I think we all adhere to, of this culture of cyber safety, of cyber security that we really need to have, both as individuals, but also as society. I think that needs to be embedded in every organization out there, and everybody, every individual should be made aware. And I think as public-private partnerships, if you will, we should be all concerned, industry, stakeholders, civil society, governments. We should really up our game here. And then again, in terms of user resilience, we need to ensure the open internet, make sure that users can access the content and apps of their choice on the internet. And then the final section, just sort of summary, if you will, from a policy and regulatory perspective. I think the example of the subsea cable is a good one, but there's more to it. I think generally speaking, we've got to think about a regulatory framework that really supports the growth and adoption of beneficial technology, of cloud, of online services. There's still a lot of work to do here, either with regulation that's not there yet, or with regulation that needs serious updating, or that might be stifling simply because of the level of red tape, just extension of old frameworks to new technologies that don't make much sense. With that, another layer, obviously, we need fit-for-purpose data protection frameworks. In the same way, there are regions where the data protection frameworks are still very new or nascent. They need to be reinforced. I think all we do these days needs to be underpinned by good privacy and security regulatory frameworks and balanced frameworks that enable the growth and use of those services, but with all the protections that are necessary. And then, generally speaking, when thinking about regulation, we just need to think a bit laterally outside the box, think about new approaches that will ensure that resilience, again, not just reinventing or extending existing laws, but really thinking afresh about our policies and our regulations. And through that, finding a balance all the time. it's not just about preserving safety, ensuring security. It's also about preserving freedoms that should all go hand in hand, not be a choice between one against the other. And it's very important when we think about internet shutdowns, for instance, and generally security regulations, for instance. We cannot have security if we do not have freedoms. And that needs to be inbuilt. And it should also be something that a lot of stakeholders are accountable for. A lot of people are pointing the finger at internet companies for things like safety or privacy, and that's absolutely correct. But when we see things like internet shutdowns, when we see things like content regulations that are coming left, right, and center, which threaten basic human rights, freedom of expression, it's not just the job of internet companies to raise the alarm bell. It should be up to states, democratic states, as well as civil society and individuals to raise the flag. And it should be up to those democratic countries also to lead by example and make sure they have online content regulations which are freedom-oriented as well. It's very important. If there's one call to action I'd make very loudly for this IGF, it's that we see a plethora of content regulations coming out which are frankly very, very worrisome for the future of humanity these days. And then to finish, again, from a policy and regulatory perspective, an underpinning is the open internet. I think we can achieve a lot of that, and that is through multi-stakeholder approaches at global and at local level. We've got good experience, good examples. OECD, ICANN, IGF, and others have pioneered a lot of those multi-stakeholder approaches. I think there's room to do more, and I look forward to working with many of you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques, for this lovely presentation and for mentioning open internet and IPv6 that are two topics that are dear to me. So before starting the panel discussion and the Q&A session, I give the floor to Marco Horning, and I will have one question for you. We've seen like Egle and Jean-Jacques speak about security culture, etc. So my question is how to impulse a security culture change in order to better handle incidents and improve the process of learning from each other, because it's quite necessary when it comes to guaranteeing the resilience of internet. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Sami, and hello, everybody. I won't be using slides, by the way. I've decided that with my excellent colleague panelists, most of it has been said, if not all, including IPv6. So I won't hope I won't repeat myself. I'll come to your question. But first of all, I'm here as the technical community. That's of course a better word, but in essence, looking at the topic here, security, resilience, we're definitely at the front line, of course. Guylain talked about incidents. Yeah, we see them on a daily basis. And with that, especially in terms of resilience, we should also be conscious of the technical and engineering reality that there is no such thing as zero risk. Things will go wrong. And sometimes things break. And the big important part is, what do you do when things go wrong? And now I'm happy, happy is not the right word, but if I look back to a couple of high-profile, big, global noticeable outages, and I haven't heard a lot about this week's one, but a few spring to mind in the last few months, where we also saw that people really just stepped forward and said, like, nope, that was just us. That was just a stupid mistake. And of course, as technical community, those really hurt, because as you are an engineer, you break your network, you're going to have a good look at yourself in the mirror and probably a good talk to your boss. But things happen. And the reason I pointed out is we have to also understand that not every outage is security related. Things will break. So no matter what you do on security, eventually we also always have to design for the fact that things go wrong. Machines will break, cables will snap, and you have to have enough backup and you have to have enough flexibility to provide the resilience to make sure that critical processes remain running, or that indeed the critical process can do without the internet for a bit because it doesn't work. That said, as I said, we see incidents, the continuous stream, not even the ones that hit the headline, of course, in the technical community. There's a lot of chatter. You see a lot more that even doesn't get noticed by people in the field, by the end users. Egil already mentioned near misses. We see a lot of those as well. And what I do notice when it does come to security incidents, I often see that networks fall subject to the same type of vector. And I already gave a very nice example. In the end, it was just a password that was found on Reddit. And that's a really important one because it happens over and over again. Oh yeah, we got hit by malware because we didn't upgrade the software. And while we know there was a coordinated vulnerability disclosure, we know the patches are there, whether they are insisted or not. And maybe in that sense also something for the technical community to take into account and then probably be a bit firmer in saying, yes, if we want to really guarantee resilience, if we really want to guarantee security, we have to install those updates and maybe put a bit more priority on that compared to other business priorities such as making money. But that also sometimes means shutting down. And that's again back to resilience. If I really want to apply security practices, that means that I sometimes have to shut down parts of the network for maintenance. There are ways around it. I won't bother you with the technical details. There is an engineering way out. Yet, what happens if it goes wrong? And that's, I think, the key point. And the word culture was already mentioned, and then you just asked me. And I don't think there is, I am going to draw the comparison. It's often very controversial, but airlines, of course, there's not a lot of comparison there. It's super regulated. There's only a handful of suppliers. It's far less open than the internet, far less flexible as the internet. Yet I do think when it comes to culture, there's still a lot to learn from aviation, but also from other transports in terms of culture and the way we handle incidents. Because what I see a lot these days, especially on the legislative side, is that there is a lot of attention to reporting. Incidents must be reported, often within a very short time frame. Sometimes it also says and then we also insist that you will report back on post-mortems. What I see less, and that's an observation that is often shared within our technical community, is aggregate reports. Those reports are often classified because they contain company secrets, and what it kind of lacks is the information for the engineering, the information for the technical community to actually be able to learn from our mistakes and be able to identify the root cause and figure out what went wrong. And there's countless of examples, even governments that deliberately do not share zero-day exploits. They know of a vulnerability and they don't share it. That's a disaster waiting to happen. And that's really where I would urge and often urge policymakers is also share it back. And again, looking at it, when aviation incidents happen, and lucky by now they are very rare, but when incidents happen, the first part of the investigation is very open and look what happens. What really went wrong here? Learn from that. The question of, is there somebody to blame? And if so, what should be the countermeasures is second. And what I notice in the current debates around security, that it's often leans towards the punitive. Oh, your data got leaked, so you have to report it, and now you risk a fine. And I think with that approach, we have to be really careful that we don't sort of provide the wrong incentives. It's a real paradox here, but if you ask people to report in order to learn from mistakes, at the same time risking that there is a lot of litigation and a lot of punitive measures possibly being taken for just reporting it, I think we're on the wrong track. So when you ask me what do we need to change? And that is something that I think a culture change in all the stakeholders, even in the end user, is to accept things go wrong. But when things go wrong, don't immediately go look for the culprit, but really try to understand what happens learn from those mistakes, and eliminate the root cause. Now, of course, if you do that and you have a clear understanding of what went wrong the first time, I am all for it that it happens the second time. You should have a really good conversation with that person, because then you go to neglect, and that's really damaging. But at first, take the approach that, yes, something happened. Now let's find out what happens. If it turns out that it's a well-known cause, yeah, that leave it over to litigation and then find out what to do with these cases. But often root causes are unique, and I think that should not be forgotten. I leave it there, and I'm happy to take questions and discuss this with my panelists.
Thanks a lot, Marco, for that great speech. I just wanted to remind the audience here in Katowice that if you have questions, you can obviously take the floor by going to the mic, which is in the corner in the room, and as well on the Zoom room. My colleague Sami is following the chat. So if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask it. So now I wanted to bump in on what you said and ask a question about today. How can cybersecurity culture be increased? Education, awareness. What are your thoughts on that?
You're asking me?
The question is open to the whole panel. Like, if you want to intervene, like Egle, Guilain, Marco, you can choose your.
No, I think in that sense, like you say, there is a lot of awareness, and we do see a lot of, indeed, and we have examples what I would almost consider silly mistakes, naive mistakes, having a password floating around, stuff like that. And there's definitely a lot of more effort needs to be done also in education and then human capacity building, also towards the end user to be aware and don't do anything. That's really every stakeholder has a role here, and that's why it's so important to discuss this at the IGF, because it's not only the end user, it's not only the vendor, and there is also a role there for regulatory oversight and for the governments to step in where needed. So that's really everybody should look at themselves and think like, okay, what can I do to improve the situation, and not just simply finger point to another stakeholder to solve it.
I absolutely agree. Oh, sorry. Oh yes, I'm not muted. Great. you can hear me. I absolutely agree with Marco. Yes, it's every one of ours responsibility, and it has to be our mindset that it's not just some IT or IT specialist job, or it's a matter of purchasing firewall, but it's, cyber hygiene, also actions, what we do, what not to do, as well, what information to disclose and so on. So everyday practices as well, not just the tools that we use, but also looking, if we look not from the society's perspective or individual's perspective, I think oftentimes, let's say, common argument from organizations sometimes that is put forward is that lack of resources, which is absolutely we know that's true. That's a challenge, but I would like to flip this mindset, instead of thinking, oh, how much we will have to pay for cybersecurity, for either it's technology wise or human resources wise. Let's look at it from preventative perspective, what we will potentially be avoiding, in terms of the cyber attack, if we avoid that cyber attack, being more secure as a company, and it's not just not only about money, about the information that might be lost, or critical infrastructure as well, and the causes it might have on the economy and society. So I think that mindset shift would be very beneficial when, if you are the one who has to pitch asking for more money for a CEO of your company, let's say, you can put that argument forward. So yes, it's everywhere. It's the companies, governments, policymakers, civil society, individuals. So each and every one of us.
Jean-Jacques, you were.
If I may follow Can you hear me?
Yes. There was like a connection issue, but now it's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to rebound on Egle. I think she's totally right. A lot of people think, oh, this is going to cost a lot, but the cost is much bigger if we don't prevent it, if we don't do awareness raising. And Marco's point as well earlier, a lot of that we see in this space is punitive. We should think about public policy, not only rating part. Let me just show quickly back to OECD had a SPAM task force, and the three of their recommendations were, yes, basic legislation, but also technological progress and awareness raising. And that remains true today for cybersecurity. So we shouldn't just rush to legislate. We should really think about a holistic public policy approach and a collaborative approach. And this is where, again, the IGF is a particularly wonderful platform, and we should use it both at global level, but also at national level to think, try and put people together and organizations together and go and roll out those sorts of awareness raising exercises. We at Google we've got scale, but we try to use that scale well, and we partner all the time with local actors. So we just had a workshop today in the Philippines, for instance, Be Internet Awesome, in partnerships with local actors. Why? Because, we're big enough, we could roll it out, but actually partnering with local NGOs, community organizations, that helps us to reach people, to reach groups that might not otherwise be exposed to this culture of cybersecurity. So I think there's a lot of potential, but we need, I think, a desire by some actors to just do this and perhaps make good use of those dynamic coalitions and platforms like the IGF that we have in an action-oriented way.
Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques. I have another question, but more regarding the digital transformation that we're facing today. Like, we're witnessing this transformation of the society and the support also for companies, administrations, other entities to innovate and set up platforms. Haven't we become like too digitalized? Is it all worth it? Like, in other words, are we not creating a digital dependence and irreversibility in case of failure? Like, here we're talking about resilience. Like, is it the internet? Isn't it becoming like a single point of failure for the society? Like, this is an open question for the whole panelists. Thank you.
Actually, I wanted to say a few words about awareness, if you don't mind, because I wanted to answer that one, but
go ahead, Gila.
I didn't have the time. I just, of course, I agree with all the panelists that have said that, it's really a whole of society issue. So we should try to gather really everyone. So it's an important point. I think governments have taken some steps forward. I'm thinking about, for instance, the Cybersecurity Awareness Month happens in October, usually in the European Union. And I think, it's really getting traction. I think companies, individuals are getting used to it. Some governments, like I know Annecy in France, for instance, organized games or challenges for cybersecurity. I think it really helps to raise the level of security culture. But what governments can do is limited. And I think what Jean-Jacques said is very important too. Awareness is also going to come from other stakeholders. And there's one awareness tool that I love personally. I'm sure you know it is Have I Been Pawned? It's this website you can go to, you type your email address, and you realize that your email address and passwords have been pawned 10 times. And that's why you realize having complex passwords is really important. So I think that there are many innovative tools out there to raise awareness in ways that we may not think about. So it's really important. The point where I would be a little bit cautious about awareness is that sometimes when we hear awareness, we kind of hear it's all about the users. If only the users didn't click on the wrong link, then we will be safe. So we kind of also forget the responsibility of the suppliers, of the providers, and they also have a role in making the product safe, in making, for instance, security updates available quickly and easy to install. And when I, for instance, there was a study in the UK a few years ago that showed that 90% of IoT manufacturers in the UK, or they were selling products in the UK, didn't have a vulnerability disclosure policy, which means that if you're a security researcher, you have no way to disclose a vulnerability and be sure the company will react. So, okay, awareness is great, but we should also think about the responsibility of the suppliers, and we should think about that all together, if you will.
Thank you, Gila. And just to remind the audience of the previous question, so that the transition will be smoother. Like we were talking about the digital transformation of our society, and if we're not creating like a certain dependence and irreversibility in case of failures when it comes to internet and its resilience. So the floor is yours.
Somebody from the audience will also share their opinion, but while we maybe wait for that. Now, I think you mentioned an interesting one in that, yeah, the internet is sort of becoming really the foundation of everything we do, all our society, all our economy, and in that sense, it might also in terms of awareness and again, sort of stressing the sort of ancient engineering wisdom that you should plan for disaster and not automatically take internet for granted. And I think that's also something that we should probably make people more aware of. Is don't just take the internet for granted, because it sometimes doesn't work. And then at the same time, we saw some great flexibility when the pandemic hit, with people switching to homeschooling or working from home. And we saw sort of that the internet mentioned or functioned as a backup, but at the same time, in a lot of cases, we don't really have a backup when the internet fails, and especially at the end user, the retail users. If you see sort of the global mayhem when a very popular over-the-top messaging app crashes, and everybody is sort of like, oh no, I can't talk to anybody, and like, you still have a phone number. Still call somebody if you really have to, and we have that backup, and that's often forgotten. There's also sort of maybe also rethink a bit sort of in your own ways, and sort of the non-internet businesses also, and the non-internet parts of your life, and what do you do when the internet might not be available.
Yeah, it is a provocative question, Sami. During this discussion, absolutely. I mean, I would still say it's worth it, and that advantages outweigh the risks. But absolutely, I'm here with you, Marco, as well, on the fact that people have to be aware of what they're doing online, what information they're putting out there, and also what other ways to maybe, if it is an individual, maybe to secure that information elsewhere. If it is a company, how can you maybe control the systems also manually, not just, through internet in case of a cyber attack. So in that way, you could increase your resilience. Also, of course, disaster recovery and business continuity plans as well as part of the procedures. So there are ways you can secure yourself better through the use of internet. So that would be my answer. But it's also very interesting to see how we're moving forward. I think by 2050 already, we'll have a higher number of interconnected devices, which will be high already of the number of population in the world. And, with that number of connected devices, the attack surface increases, of course. And so tendencies absolutely are interesting. So even difficult to predict what will be like, in 30 or 40 years time. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, I agree with Eglo. I think it's not the question is not do we want digital transformation or not. It's there anyway, and we have to accept it, and it brings many benefits anyway. So it's great to have digital transformation. I think the question I would ask rather is, the measures we take to secure or to make the internet more secure or more resilient, are they really worth it, or are they limiting the benefits we get from the internet? We take measures, and for instance, I'm thinking about, I love GDPR. I think it's great to protect my privacy, but nowadays you go on any website and you have to click on pop-up window that appear everywhere and tell you, do you accept cookies? Do you accept this policy? Is it really effective? I don't know, but it kind of diminishes your experience as a user because it can get very annoying. And I have multiple examples of that, So we take measures, we think it might work and really strengthen your security, but they also come with downsides, if you will. So I think my feedback would be when policymakers put in place such measures, they should kind of review their effectiveness after 4 or 5 years and say, okay, did it really bring the level of security we wanted? What are the downsides? And is there many other options we can explore to have the same results or better results with less annoyance on the user side, for instance?
Okay, so we have one question from the audience, and I think it's probably related to data-driven regulation, but what could be the role of transparency in increasing cyber resilience? Nowadays we hear more and more about transparency, about data-driven regulation, the role that providing this transparency and using data in regulating would provide an added value. So how can this transparency increase the resilience? And depends on what are we transparent about. That's for sure.
Maybe I can say a few words about that, because you may notice that transparency was one of the principles I mentioned as one of the key principles to really enhance resilience. I think transparency is really key because first it addresses the information asymmetries I mentioned, so it enables users to better understand the products they're buying, but also it enables stakeholders to hold one another accountable, which is very important. So typically, to be a bit concrete, there's been in some OECD countries like Singapore, Japan, the creation of digital security labels, a little bit like the nutrition labels you see on food, or the energy labels you see on appliances. And the idea is to try to help users to make better decisions, more informed decisions when they buy products, and know that the cheapest product may be also very, unsecure. So you would encourage them to buy products that are more secure. And what we've seen is labels also actually also good at incentivizing the suppliers to build products that are better. Because with the labels, they know they can use the security, the resilience as a market differentiator. And so in the end, it incentivizes both the suppliers and the users to buy products that are more secure, which means that we're going to have a more resilient internet in the long run. I think there's also a few things to take into account when you think about transparency. Some transparency measures are ineffective. I was talking about the pop-up windows. I also think about the terms and services that are 50 pages long that nobody reads because you just don't have time, you don't understand. So it's very transparent, but it's ineffective because it's not accessible for users. And I think the second issue is the issue of competition. If you have transparency in a market that is monopolistic or duopolistic, well, you don't have choice anyway, so it won't really help you to choose a different product. So I think transparency is great, but it has to be accessible, it has to be actionable by the users, and it has to happen in a context where there is enough a healthy level of competition, if you will.
Thank you, Guilain. Any other panelists who want to react on this topic? Jean-Jacques?
Just quickly, kind of to agree in a way with Guilain, I think that the importance of meaningful transparency, so it's not just about churning out a lot of data, it's presenting it in a way that makes sense, and also making sure we use the data the data that we collect is for that particular purpose and actually useful. So I think there's a lot of exchanges that need to be had on transparency. Marco made some really important points earlier as well that I think we should remember about effectively how the researcher community can sort of help each other, if you will, if we can have at least some level of transparency. So yeah, it's I think the answer is that yes, transparency can definitely help in increasing cyber resilience. So we just, there's always trade-offs, but generally speaking, transparency, yes, it's a good thing, I would say.
What Jean-Jacques already reiterated. I think from a technical perspective, from an engineering perspective, it really is about learning, understanding what happens to be able to eliminate what actually caused it. And sometimes that means the elimination point is educate your user, because that's simply what happened. Somebody wrote the password on the whiteboard. Yeah, that's from an engineering perspective, less to do. We can apply two-factor or something like that to make it really hard to get into these things. I think Guilain already mentioned zero trust. That's also a really interesting topic, and I know that there's also in similar vein and related to that also a whole movement that basically wants to eliminate all passwords. There's really interesting engineering developments on that side to get rid of passwords. That sounds crazy, but it actually works if you implement it correctly. I think, yeah, like I said, it's really important, and you made a good point that those reports are also useful. It's not only about how many users were affected. It's also indeed sort of get the engineering details out there and then make sure. And even if that has to be in ways that it can be pseudonymized or anonymized, and again, looking at aviation, there's a really valuable database that is operated by NASA where people can also anonymously report incidents, and it just provides an aggregate, and that's really useful in analyzing and seeing what went wrong. And again, to reiterate, culture change is what you often see in aviation, that it is about the culture. It is about sort of colleagues not working together, or a hierarchy breaking down, or too much of a hierarchy where somebody that indicates a problem is overruled by somebody else. And I think that's also an important factor to recognize. And I mentioned that sort of in my opening intervention as well, is that often the technical community knows what to do, but has to take a backseat because other priorities are deemed more important to the business. If you can't shut it down to repair it, then all we can do from a technical perspective is simply put on a helmet and wait for it to break. And that's a rather sad story, and that's also something that we really have to get into everybody's mind, is that sometimes you have to take these steps and do preventive maintenance. But to the point of reporting, yeah, it's really there. Just make sure we can learn from it, and make then sure that if we know that you can also tap somebody on the shoulder and say, like, hey, you should have known that. You know this is a problem. Why haven't you done something about it?
A lot of really valuable comments by my colleagues. I would only add that transparency also adds on to trust as well. And trust I identified as one of the still challenges that we're facing currently. So, whether it is about the products, or whether or not you were attacked, or whether or not you have vulnerabilities. So more and more, we see this really good, that it is the tendency going towards that shift, that we are more openly starting to talk about that, even in exercises, whether it is, national or international exercises, quite often still, now you see more companies, let's say, or member states being more inclined to be hypothetically attacked in this scenario, and what they do, how they would handle it. Previously, no one would volunteer, but it's also a learning experience as well, to test your procedures, how you would handle that crisis situation. So absolutely, I would say trust on the national level between the manufacturers and users, or between different stakeholders nationally, but also on the international level as well, which is key. International cooperation here, as we depend on each other.
And thank you very much for all those insightful ideas. And we still have just 4 minutes, so I think it's time for the conclusion, I guess. So at first, thank you very much for being here today. And I just want to ask each panelist to provide us some key takeaway from this workshop. It can be just 30 seconds by every panelist, tweet-like message that you can share with the IGF community. Let's start with Guilain, Egle, Jean-Jacques, and then Marco, following this order. 15 seconds would be better, but we don't have that much time.
Okay, I'll be very short. I think my first message would be, it's the internet is changing so much and is getting so important that business as usual isn't an option anymore. Stakeholders must cooperate to increase resilience, number one. And number two, the cyberspace is global. It needs to remain global. And so to enable that, we need international cooperation to facilitate interoperability at the technical level, but also at the policy level. I think it's very important.
Thank you. So my key message probably will be reiterating about the cybersecurity culture. And if we want to move towards a more resilient society, there has to be a mind shift in a culture that it's not just a matter of IT, it's each and everyone's responsibility. Thank you.
Thanks. Plus one to all of that. I think it's about collaboration between all stakeholders. I think we need more of these discussions, but move from discussions to actions together. And I think we should realize that we all want that resilience, whether we're governments, industry, civil society. So we should join forces, and I think we should use forums like this one, multi-stakeholder forum, multi-stakeholder alliances to progress. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks again, Arsep and Afnik.
I think the question is not if it breaks, the question is when it breaks. And the important bit is that when it breaks, that you can look back and then honestly say, this was totally unexpected. This was something we haven't seen before.
Thank you all. Well, we have just under a minute left, so that was quite interesting. You can take away. Indeed, it's a question of balance, not too much, not too little responsibility, not too much, not too little knowledge, obviously, nor regulation. Thank you, Guylain. Thank you, Eglé. Thank you, Jean-Jacques, and thank you, Marco. Clearly, a multi-stakeholder fora has are key places to discuss such issues. And the IGF here in Katowice and online, and also at the local and regional level, are playing the role. Thanks and see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Peron.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Okay, good afternoon to all. I'm Deborah Vassallo from the Maltese Safer Internet Centre, and together with David Wright from the UK Safer Internet Centre and Evangelia Daskalaki from the Greek Safer Internet Centre, all part of the InSafe network, we would like to welcome you to our workshop called Mind the Gender Gap or Mend the Gender Gap. Throughout the years, plenty of research and evidence has suggested that women and girls are disproportionately victims of abuse online. Women and girls who experience online abuse, but also those who witness it online, may feel powerless and find difficulty in expressing themselves because of the fear of being attacked. Violence against women and girls online is a human rights violation and a universal issue which requires collaboration between all states in order to ensure a safe digital space for women and girls. This will be discussed today in our workshop with our panelists who are both here and also in Katowice and also online. And I would like to start by introducing our first panelist, who's Maria Spiraki, who is the Greek member of the European Parliament since 2014, and she has been the ambassador for Safe Internet and constantly supports the Greek Safer Internet Centre. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you from Brussels. First and foremost, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to participate in the Internet Governance Forum 2021 as a keynote speaker upon the invitation by the Greek Safer Internet Centre and the Greek Department of the Foundation for Research and Technology. Once again, I would like to thank the colleagues for this invite. It's a great honor for me. Unfortunately, due to parliamentary obligation here in Brussels, I am unable to physically attend your meeting in Katowice, but I welcome the contact of proceedings of the action Mind the Gender Gap or Mend the Gender Gap. It is a remarkable initiative that addresses the issue of gender imbalance online and cyber violence. To start with, I would like to point out that dismantling the obstacles for women in the digital world, and of course in general, necessitates creating a level playing field with men. There is still a lot to be done in terms of education, first of all of young girls, and ensuring that girls are not discouraged, neither from careers in business and tech, nor from discriminatory practices and clusterings. Entrepreneurial learning for girls and women should be enforced through a strategic framework of national and European policies. The European Commission study, Women in the Digital Age, confirms, first of all, the existing threat that only 24 out of every 1,000 female graduates having an ICT-related subject, of which only 6 go on to work in the digital sector. Girls, women, are a minority in the digital sector. The study's findings show also a decrease in this number when compared to 2011. The study also found that if more women were to enter the digital jobs market, it could create an annual 16 billion euros GDP boost for the European economy. In view of the findings from the study, the European Commission outlined a strategy to increase women's participation in the digital sector in order to close the loop, focusing on 3 aspects: challenging digital gender stereotypes, promoting digital skills and education, advocating for more women entrepreneurs. Apart from the professional aspect, which I think it's very important, the problem of cyber violence against women is also an alarming issue that we must be effectively dealt with. The increasing search of the internet, the rapid spread of mobile information, the widespread use of social media has led to the emergence of cyber violence against women and girls as a growing global problem with potentially significant economic and societal consequences. Research by the World Health Organization shows that one in three women will have experienced a form of violence in her lifetime, and despite the relatively new and growing phenomenon of internet connectivity, it is estimated that 1 in 10 women have already experienced a form of cyber violence since the age of 15. Furthermore, a 2021 study from the European Parliament indicated that 4 to 7% of women in the EU in 27 member states have experienced cyber harassment during the past 12 months, during the period of lockdown and pandemic, while between 1 to 3% have experienced cyber stalking. The ranges in the estimates reflect the underlying uncertainty arising from the lack of robust and recent cross-country data available on the phenomenon. We need data to have a chapter of the phenomenon, and we need also credible data. It appears, nevertheless, that the younger age groups face the greatest risk, and that the prevalence of the phenomenon has risen with greater internet and social media use. It is for the youngest. The prevalence of gender-based cyber violence is likely to continue to rise in the coming years, especially among the younger people. Cyber violence has a direct impact on victims, first and foremost in terms of the mental health, reflected in an increased incidence of depression and anxiety disorders. A number of social and economic impacts can also be identified, like withdrawal from the public debate, cost incurred for seeking legal and healthcare assistance, labour market impacts in terms of lower presence at work, risks of job loss or lower productivity, and reduced quality of life due to poor mental health itself. These sets of impacts generates costs affecting victims as well as society. Some impacts are tangible and they can translate into economic costs, while others are intangible and cannot be monetized despite being of major relevance. Some of the costs of gender-based cyber violence were quantified by means in economic assessment. These costs included healthcare costs, legal costs, labour market costs, and costs associated with a reduced quality of life. The economic assessment estimates the overall cost of cyber harassment and cyber stalking at between 49 to 89 billion euros. The largest cost category was the monetized value of the loss in terms of quality of life, which accounted for more than half of the overall cost. It is about 60% for cyber harassment and about 50% for cyber stalking. Labour market impacts were also found to be substantial, together accounting for approximately 30% for cyber harassment and 35% for cyber stalking. The higher cost for the latter owing to lower labour force participation, as we have already mentioned. Healthcare costs and legal costs, while contributing less to overall cost, were nonetheless substantial. Cyber violence against women occurs in various online communication. We all know social media, web content, discussion sites, dating websites, comment sections, gaming, chat rooms, etc. It can make different forms. It can make hate speech, harassment, online stalking, trafficking and sexual exploitation, content sharing without consent, and hacking, identity theft, doxing, which is searching and publishing private information on the internet, and of course cyberbullying during the period that the girls are at school. Such violent behaviors can commit by different types of perpetrators. They may be relatives or friends of the victim, ex or current intermediate partners using digital devices to track and control their victims, the life of their victims, classmates, co-workers, or anonymous users, or online criminals, or hackers. Perpetrators may have a political or religious agenda, as in the case of groups opposing women's rights or political groups targeting women's participation in the public debate, in the public life, maybe in politics or in the university or other sectors. They may act alone or as a group, even without consulting each other. To add the final flair of complexity of the environment that we are working upon, the online environment is constantly on the move and new forms of the phenomenon are emerging. The full extent of cyber violence against women will only be revealed once the EU and the member states alike unite their efforts in producing more comprehensive, holistic and detailed data. According to my opinion, this is the key. Both the EU and the member states should in particular strive to produce more statistics on the prevalence and forms of cyber violence, as well as on the effectiveness of our intervention, the intervention coming from the legal perspective, from the legal framework. A European recommendation should address the topic to foster the uniformity and comparability of data gathering by member states. Having identified a wide range of gaps in the existing EU actions and legislation and the negative impacts on women and girls individually, socially and economically on account of gender-based cyber violence, I strongly believe that we need to act and intervene at the EU level. The lack of harmonizing legal definitions, the lack of awareness raising, which is very important, and I think that we have to start from school, the underreporting, the need for more research and data, and the parameters needs to address in order to achieve a greater momentum by the EU are very important. Bearing in mind that it is also a cross-border issue. It's not an issue which is affecting regions and member states. It is a cross-border issue, and by the end of the day, it is an EU issue we have to tackle. At the national levels, several member states have passed legislation specifically targeting cyber violence against women, in particular on non-consensual image sharing and sexual harassment online. For instance, and I would like to give you some examples, France, Germany, Malta, Ireland, Italy and Slovenia have made the act of sharing images without consent illegal and punishable. Moreover, France has broadened the scope, the definition of online harassment to render group-based coordinated online harassment punishable. Nevertheless, there are still a lot to be done in order to the member states to ensure that their laws are appropriate for the digital age and reflect the use of technologies for abuse crimes and exploitation of women. Of course, apart from national good practices, it is of utmost importance to proceed to regulate this issue at European level. The European Commission is to propose a general directive on violence against women containing definition of the different types of violence, including the definition of cyber violence, which is very important to have. A revision of the Victims' Rights Directive should be considered to account for the specific nature of gender-based violence and to include specific provisions on the protection and support to victims of gender-based violence online. Furthermore, online trafficking in women and girls should be mainstreamed in the Anti-Trafficking Directive. What is more, as recommended by the European Advisory Committee on Equal Opportunities for Women and Men in the opinion on combating online violence against women that brought to the European Parliament the April of 2020, is that the European Commission is to promote cooperation between member states, internet intermediaries and NGOs working on the issue, such as peer learning events and public conference, which is the raising awareness aspect, which is, according to my opinion, of paramount importance. It is also more important to invite the member states to develop a harmonized and regularly updated directory of support services, helplines and reporting mechanisms available in individual cases of cyber violence against women. These should be available on a singular platform, which should also contain information on the support available for other forms of violence against women, and as user-friendly and accessible as possible could be, this kind of platform will facilitate the victims. In this regard, I would like to inform you, and I would like to underline, that we will vote next week in Strasbourg. We will have a plenary in Strasbourg, a report on combating gender-based violence in cyberspace. So your meeting is very timely in this regard, and with this report we call on the European Commission to strengthen its upcoming legislative proposal on gender-based violence by expanding it to cover gender-based crimes committed online or with the help of digital tools, and by increasing support to victims and promoting more research on the topic. Reaching to conclusion, I would like to remind us these times are changing. Access to the internet is fast becoming necessity for economic well-being. It is increasingly viewed as a fundamental human right. Therefore, it is crucial to ensure that this digital public space is a safe and empowering place for everyone, including women and girls. As the world experiences a shift towards digital, we must not allow perpetrators of violence against women and girls to get away by moving their acts online. There is no real dilemma here. The choice is obvious. We must proceed with regulating the issue at EU level. We must also mend the gender gap. Thank you very much for your attention, and once again, thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you, Ms. Spiraki, for your intervention. I would like to see if there are any questions from the guests that we have here, because Ms. Spiraki won't be with us for all the session, so due to parliamentary commitments. Yes.
I would like to ask, you mentioned, Ms. Spiraki, you mentioned something about...
Sorry, the quality of sound is
yes, we'll get the mic. I'm sorry.
There's a mic. Ms. Spiraki, thank you very much indeed for your intervention. I would like to ask you, you mentioned something about a platform which is going to be created in order to help tackle violence, gender-based violence. This is something that is going to be discussed next week or in the near future? Thank you very much.
Thank you. This kind of platform will be established after the procedures of the directive and the regulation we are working upon, but it's not the case for next week. Next week we will vote, as I have already mentioned, on the allow me to say, a report concerning the cyber violence as a kind of crime, and this is the very first step. Just let me explain that maybe sometimes the legislative tools are in a kind of delay comparing with the illegal action that is taking place in the internet. And we have to take it into account, and I would like kindly to ask you to support us in order to speed up with our legislative proposals, and also to put some further pressure to the Commission and to the Member State to proceed with the proper legal instruments, and to proceed also with the implementation of the ideas that we need to tackle this phenomenon.
Okay, thank you. Another question?
Thank you. Hope this doesn't take long. Thank you. It was good to hear your address, Honorable Member of Parliament. We have learned, my name is Nashilongo, I'm from Namibia. We have learned from the EU and your work already with ensuring that GDPR gets in place, and now you're already on these and getting all your member nations to be, to make sure that the protection of women online becomes part of the Commission's work. Just how do you do it? What strategies do you have that, for instance, for the African Commission could follow and make sure that they fasten the process just like you did immediately? I think. I'm sorry, I'm also not in government or government officials to immediately take the message home, but I just really want to know your strategies and how you make sure that all your countries, member countries, enact everything so quickly. Thank you.
Allow me to say that it is very important to lead by example, and the European Union is leading by example in this regard, trying to create a new and very proactive legislative framework. It's not easy, as we all agree upon this, and it's not also easy to export such kind of legal tools in order to facilitate other countries that are not members of the European Union. But let me give you some examples. First of all, we are trying to proceed with gender equality in the digital era by supporting and empowering young girls and women to take part in the digital era and to take their seats in the new situation, in the new century. In this regard, I think one of the main issues that we have to work upon is how could you increase the participation of young girls in digital studies, and how can you also increase the participation of young girls as entrepreneurs in the digital era. The second issue we are trying to go ahead is the issue of the legislative proposal on the cyber violence. I have already mentioned it. And the third, I think that it is also important, the joint platform that we are going to establish by the end of the first semester of 2022. It is a platform that it will gather the data coming from different member states, and it is also a platform that it will facilitate member states to provide assistance. Let me explain to you that the key issue, and I think that it is important for Africa as well, it is the way that we gather the relevant data. We need reliable data. We need data that are coming from different member states, and we need a hub, a point, a platform that we can gather the data and work upon this. So I think maybe allow me to give a kind of very small piece of advice. The first step is starting gathering data and starting creating small platforms in terms of regions or in countries in Africa, and then try to create something that it will be something that it is a Pan-African way of proceeding to this effort.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We have another question.
Yes. Sorry, Deborah, can you hear me?
Yes, Evangelia, we have a question from the online guests.
Okay, then I will wait because we also have comments and questions online. Yes, is there on site somebody who has a question?
Yes.
Okay, I will wait.
Thank you very much for your intervention. My name is Ana Maria Rodriguez, and I work for the World Wide Web Foundation. We work on online gender-based violence, and my question is, what do you think is the role of the big platforms such as Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and how do we make them accountable and join us in the fight against online gender-based violence? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It is very important to say that in this aspect we are lucky behind, because we are based our regulation in a voluntary way of tackling the issue of gender violence when it comes to the platforms. So we need more support and more engagement. And in a way, we need a global agreement when it comes to the platform that will provide to us the safety that we need. So we are lagging behind in this regard. We are working on this with on a voluntary basis with the platforms, but it's not the case. I think now we need more.
Okay. Thank you so much. I would like to place a question, or maybe later, because we also have the industry in the panel. So it's a great question, but we can wait for this question, and it goes like that. What are the tools set in place to combat gender-based violence online at the global space? I think we have to wait for the other panelists also to give their speak, because we have also the industry here with us, and we have so many panelists who would like to say some things about that. So I think we can wait for that question. And we also have a comment. This session is very timely. I'm currently training female journalists and human rights defenders on digital safety, and their experiences online are heartbreaking. Most of them do not know what to do. They need for awareness creation, especially here in Kenya. And now more than ever, that we are having elections next year. So thank you very much for your comments. I think we can hear now the other panelists too. Thank you, Maria Aspiraki, for being here with us, and for all the efforts you put about internet safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invite once again. Thank you.
I think we have one last question from...
Oh,
Thank you. So my question is again related to the role that the EU plays, especially in addressing the gender-based violence and the internet. And it's really related on how resources have been allocated, because even though, for example, EU has been supporting most of women's rights organizations, but we have not seen resources being channeled to women's rights organizations when it comes to their access to internet, but also how they build the digital literacy and how do they protect themselves. So we have a trend where the resources have been channeled to the perpetuators, to, the owner of the system, the big tech, to the men, and not those who, for example, are the most impacted. And because of that, none of us, for example, who are working in women's rights organizations or a feminist group doesn't have, are not even in the space to discuss, to share, and shape how internet should be governed. So don't you think that EU particularly should mainstream the resources, especially the aid, to ensure that the recipients of those resources are also women who can use those resources to fight and to be educated about internet and violence? Thank you.
Allow me to explain that we're working with taxpayers' money, and we're having a large responsibility when it comes to the way that we are allocating the resources. In this regard, NGOs are significant stakeholders in order to tackle gender violence in the web and in the internet, but it's not the case. The case is that we need transparency, we need coordination, and of course, we need to increase the participation of the NGO in order to increase the digital literacy and in order to proceed with solutions that are tailor-made in any case, different solutions within the EU, different solutions in Africa, different solutions in Asia. That's all I would like to say, because you can understand that the European budget is not something that it is in the hands of the Commission, or it is something that it is sharing competence with the Parliament. It is the taxpayers' money, and we have to be very, very careful about it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Spiraki, for your intervention and for the questions that we have. And I will go on by introducing our next panelist, who's David Wright. David is the director of the UK Safer Internet Centre at Southwest Grid for Learning, which is the National Awareness Centre and also part of the European InSafe network. David has worked extensively on online safety for 20 years with children, schools, and wider agencies. He advises a number of governments, organizations, and industry partners on online safety strategy and policy, and has recently been appointed as an expert child online protection advisor to the UNITU. David has presented at conferences nationally and internationally. He's a member of UKCIS as well as the Twitter Trust and Safety Council, and he has recently been invited to be a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Coalition of Digital Safety. David has led pioneering work such as the development of multi-award-winning resources as well as the establishment of the helpline for victims of revenge porn. With the Plymouth University has published a number of groundbreaking research reports. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone here, and also if we can have the slides on, that would be great. Also, I think we're joined by a number of people from across the world as well. So good morning, good afternoon, or indeed good evening from where everyone joins us from. So it's amazing to be here as part of what is the InSafe network. But my contribution here is particularly to do with as you can see here, the revenge porn helpline. And so one of our roles is, as the charity SWGFL, is that we operate the revenge porn helpline in the UK and have done since 2015. But we are also a partner in, as Deborah said, as the UK Safer Internet Centre, and have been for 10 years, and a very proud member of InSafe. Hence, we are here, and also you can see behind Evangelia there a small subliminal advert around Safer Internet Day, which is on February the 8th. next year. I'm sure we'll come back to that. So my contribution quickly here is, as I say, is around our experience over the last 6 years as operating the Revenge Porn Helpline. Now, the first thing I'm going to say here is that the title is a terrible one, and so one that we actually do actively dislike. It is all around we support victims essentially of non-consensual intimate image abuse, but that is a mouthful, and we do retain this title because that's how people typically find us and the support that the team offers to victims, and certainly at those moments of need, there is usually a lot of distress and a lot of emotion. So having it as frictionless in terms of the ability for victims to find us is a really important one. Also here too, we can see stopncii.org. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about that. I'll mention it towards the end, but it's something that Karuna is going to talk about from Meta. I anticipate a little bit later on, but certainly Stop NCII may well answer one of the questions as well that was posed a little earlier on in terms of tools that we, in this particular case, in partnership with Meta, have created to help prevent both uploading of intimate images as well as the threat to upload intimate images as well. But like I say, I'm sure Karuna, who's one of the panelists, is going to talk a lot about that a little bit later on. So what does the helpline do, and who do we help? So like I say, on the left-hand side there of the screen, you can see who we support. So we specifically, in this case, support adults. And it was great to hear from Maria in terms of which countries, for example, have legislation that covers and makes it an offence to post someone's intimate images without consent. In the UK, that was introduced in 2015, and that's why we saw the genesis of this particular helpline. And so at the same time as the law coming into force, that we were able to support people and to support victims as well. More recently, in May last year, we also saw the additions in the UK of making it an offence to threaten to post someone's intimate images without consent. And that can, in our experience and from those that we support, can be as distressing, indeed, as actually having your images shared online. More recently as well, sextortion, so those who are victims perhaps a bit more of organised crime, and we've so very much seen a rise of that, and I'll come back to that in a moment. You can see on the right-hand side there the sorts of instances that we deal with, and we do see that perhaps sharing of images is clearly associated, or is often associated with partners, or indeed former partners. More recently, like I said, extortion has very much come into fore, where people have been victims of perhaps of phishing or has been attacks or being victimised online. We have seen as well a degree of being involved within domestic abuse situations too. And at the bottom there, so the inclusion and the support that we provide to people who are victims of pseudo images, of deep fakes, as you can kind of see. So that is what the helpline has been dealing with over the course of the last 6 years. Just wanted to highlight a particular case. Now, this is one that we've very much been working on in partnership with the National Crime Agency in the UK, and it's actually to do with one particular perpetrator who, as you can see on some of these media articles, in actual fact, his sentencing is happening right now, this afternoon. He was found guilty earlier, 2 months ago, and his sentencing is this afternoon. It is as an offender. So the National Crime Agency in the UK, the UK-wide law enforcement agency, it is as an individual, it is the most amount of offences that the National Crime Agency has ever brought to bear on an individual. And it is to do, in this case, with both non-consensual intimate image abuse and also child sexual abuse as well. You can see down the bottom, So we have been supporting 136 victims that we found. We suspect there are a lot more, but those are the specific victims in this particular case that we've been supporting. And from this case alone, we've had 123,000 individual images that the individual has shared online that we've had removed. There are clearly, as you can see, there's 9,000 that we've not been able to remove for a host of different reasons, typically beyond jurisdiction. But certainly that's an enormous amount of images, and there's a lot of pride that we were able to bring closure in of at least those 123,000 images. So a significant case, and one that really showcases the power, I think, of what is this particular helpline and support, particularly for victims. I did just want to quickly focus on the impact that COVID's had on us. So what these graphs illustrate on the left-hand side there is the number of cases that the helpline has supported. And you can see, so in 2020, we saw about a doubling of caseload that the helpline received. And because we saw a lot of extortion, because people were clearly migrating online, we think that situations have very much been aggravated by lockdown or pandemic, the imposition of lockdown, pandemic lockdown restrictions. The graph on the right-hand side is just the number of images that we've been able to remove. So in 2019, we removed about 25,000 images, and then in 2020, we removed 132,000 images. I should add as well, that's not including the 123,000 that we removed in 2021. So we saw a 5-fold increase last year in the removal rate of specifically non-consensual intimate image abuse. And it is a fair thing to say that in removal of images, so by law, the content is not illegal. Certainly from a UK law, the content is not illegal. It's more the consent, or it's the lack of consent in posting it that's actually the offence. And so removal of content is very much done in partnership with platforms. And again, I'm sure Karuna is going to explain that a little bit later on. I can contribute a little bit later on. I'm setting Karuna up for lots of things to contribute to, aren't I? Obviously, the graphs in the middle. These are graphs in terms of data that really articulate why I am sitting here. And it all to do with the massive gender imbalance that the helpline supports. So 84%, as you can see, 84% of the cases that we deal with have both a male perpetrator and a female victim. And that is evidence alone, I think, to make this particular point, and some of the points that Maria made earlier on as well. You can see the graph at the top there in terms of just the gender of those victims that we receive at the helpline as well. Again, just to make this particular point, this is our tracker in terms of monthly caseload that the helpline deals with. And the yellow box there, you can essentially see, is when we saw COVID restrictions. Now, the red line in March 2020 was our predicted caseload looking forwards. And you can kind of see there's sort of a linear growth. You can understand that continual growth. But the blue line is the actual caseload that we received. So I should report too. So 2021, we've surpassed the whole number of 2020 cases in September. So we continue to see this very much this rise in caseload and the support for victims as well. So it is a huge issue that we are dealing with, and the helpline and the team indeed are dealing with as well. And so that's what I suppose what I wanted to really just add into this conversation in terms of whether that's numbers, whether that's evidence, but fundamentally the sorts of issues and also to articulate some of the distress that comes along with this. So 4% of all those who we receive calls from within the helpline have had some form of suicidal ideation. 38% have got some form of mental well-being and mental health issues associated with the case and the situation that they find themselves in as well. So that's what I wanted to articulate. And you know, some of the things that there are things that victims can do in this particular case as well, not necessarily to make the situation go away, but certainly to ease. And we certainly have a part to play in that role as well. So, Deborah, thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your intervention, and we'll leave time for the questions after also having the other speakers on our panel. And now I would like to introduce Ms. Karuna Nain. She's the director of the Global Safety Policy at Meta, based in Menlo Park, California, where she's responsible for working on issues of child online safety and well-being, women's safety and suicide prevention. In her past 8 years at Meta, Karuna developed Meta Safety Center, led the global expansion of the company's suicide prevention resources, and the pilot program for victims to proactively report non-consensually shared intimate images. Karuna serves on the board of the National Network to End Domestic Violence and is on the Family Online Safety Institute's member group. Karuna, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you, David, for having me here. First off, I'm really sorry I can't be there in person, and I'm doing this virtually. I think I would have loved to be there on the ground doing this to get a chance to meet most of you all in person. But, you know, what can we do? Hopefully next year things look different, and David will invite me for another panel, and we'll be there in person meeting and talking. You know, it takes away some of the joy. But again, thank you for having me. What I wanted to do is really talk about, you know, our approach to keeping women safe on our platforms. I know there have been some questions already coming in via the chat feature, and I know that the MEP also referenced some of the work that tech companies should be doing. So I wanted to just give a quick overview of how we approach this issue as a technology company. But before, you know, I do that, I just wanted to highlight, you know, the past couple of years have been unprecedented for us around the world. When COVID was first detected, many countries went into lockdown, and we saw how important technology, mobile phones, internet became in each and every one of our lives to stay connected with the things that we care about, to have incomes, to be able to work remotely. So the importance of technology and internet has always been there, but it has been even more highlighted in the past couple of years. You know, be it for actually earning your income or be it for having social interaction, the role of technology has been fundamental. The 2021 report released by GSMA on the mobile gender gap has some really important data we all should need to keep in mind. Women's access to mobile internet continues to increase, which is great. I think there were around 112 million additional female users getting online in 2020. However, there's still 234 million fewer women than men accessing the internet. The gender gap remains substantial. Women are 7% less likely than men to own a mobile phone and 15% less likely to use mobile internet. This is statistics as of 2020. I'd be interested to see when their next report comes out how the pandemic has really shaped these numbers and whether women tended to get more online during this time, or, you know, how did this change during this past year? But we all know that, you know, technology has come to a whole new, I think, elevation, or a whole new level of importance for all of us in the past couple of years. And there's never been a more urgent time to address the issue. So I'm really grateful that you all are convening this panel to talk about mending the gender gap, not just minding the gender gap. At Meta, we've always had recognition that we play a fundamental role in making sure that our platforms are safe for women. Women feel that they can come here, they can engage, they can connect with their friends, family, things that they care deeply about. And when we think about keeping women safe on our platform, we tend to take a 4-point approach. It starts with building partnerships. Organizations such as the one that David runs on the ground in the UK, people who are on the front lines hearing directly from women on how we could be doing more, how we could strengthen our policies, how can we build products that really cater to the needs of women. Then, you know, based on a lot of that feedback, we develop policies that very clearly state what people can and cannot share on our platforms. So David talked about the work that we've been doing jointly on combating the non-consensual sharing of intimate images on our platform. So when it comes to this issue, for example, our policies state that not only can you not share such content on Meta's platforms, but also threats to share this kind of content would violate our policies. The third pillar on this work is making sure that we have tools and technology that really, one, empower people, give people the control to really define their experiences on our platform, but also technology that we can run at the back end to proactively get ahead of harmful content so that people aren't impacted negatively by that content beyond, what is absolutely bare minimum. So I'll give you an example. Again, in the area of non-consensually shared intimate images, we are able to run proactive detection capabilities to see if someone has shared this content to us on our platforms and proactively send it to our review teams to check what's going on. And then the third pillar of this is resources, making sure that we are able to connect people with resources, not just having our safety centers and our guides that we develop with experts, but also within the product itself. So very recently, for example, we started surfacing an alert to people on Messenger when we had data or when we had an indication that some interaction may actually be making them uncomfortable. And we started giving them a reminder at that point that would you like to report this conversation or would you like to block the person who initiated this conversation, to give them that kind of resource in line in that moment, rather than expecting them to remember something which ordinarily people, when you're just not normally using our platforms, you would not need those tools. You would not be thinking about this form of safety. And then last but not least is making sure that we are constantly absorbing feedback from the way that our community uses our services and making sure that we are updating our platforms appropriately. I want to double down on an initiative that David briefly mentioned, stopncii.org. This system is something which is really innovative. It's something that hasn't been ever tested out before this. What it really seeks to do is give people control. Even before your intimate images have been shared online, can you proactively reach out to companies and give them a heads up that, look, I have an intimate image or video. I'm worried that this may be shared on your platforms. Can you keep a lookout for it? And if it violates your policies, can you kick into high gear and make sure that it doesn't get shared on your platforms? So we built this service all thanks to David and his team, incredible team at UK Revenge Porn Helpline. It's been a labor of love, lots of work that has gone in for over 2 years, I think, if David can keep me honest here. But the way that it works is it's very victim-centric. You come to a website, and you get some basic information about what is a non-consensually shared intimate image, who are the organizations who work in this space. You get some resources to help you out. We try and make sure that, we reduce some of the burden that you're feeling at that time, because there's so much guilt, there's so much shame that is associated with this harm. We try and give you some resources to help you manage that. And then we give you an option to start a case. When you click on the start a case option, we ask you some questions to just make sure that this service actually works for you and will be able to help you out. So this service is meant for adults, for example. Minors, unfortunately, because the kind of content is illegal imagery, need to be redirected to other organizations. So when people answer those basic qualifier questions, they can actually select the photos and videos directly from their device. The photos and videos never leave their device. So it's very privacy by design. It's very safe by design. Only the hashes are shared back with stopncii.org, which is run by David's incredible organization. And then those are shared back with participating companies. When participating companies receive those hashes and they find matching content on their platforms, they're able to review the matching content to determine if it violates their policies or not, and quickly take action on it if it violates their policies. So again, really keeping in mind what is the need of victims at that point, making sure that they have privacy by design, security, and safety, because none of their information is shared back with stopncii.org at any point. The only thing that is shared back is hashes. And the goal is to really give them some control in an incredibly hard situation. They can come back, check the status of their case. Has any participating company found matching content which they have been able to successfully block because they had the hash? So again, giving victims control. We've just launched it with Facebook and Instagram, but our hope is that other participating companies will join in the days, weeks, and months to come. And I think this is really a great example of a global platform that people can go to. You don't have to go to each and every tech company one by one when you are in that horrible situation to report content to get help. You can come to this one centralized place to get that kind of support. I could go on and on, but I think this is just one step, and there's so much more work that we have to do here. We are definitely committed to making sure that we can respond to the needs of people around the world. But there's definite interest, and there's definite steps that are being taken in the right direction. I'm going to stop because I know other panelists have to speak as well, and I'm happy to take any questions that people may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karuna, for your intervention. And now we'll pass on to another panelist, who's Juliana Cunha from Brazil. She's a psychologist with a master's degree in culture and society. Juliana has more than a decade experience on tech and human beings. At SaferNet Brazil, she's Special Projects Director, focusing on youth empowerment and online safety, especially women and vulnerable people. She's also responsible for the Brazilian National Helpline for Online Safety, offering one-to-one conversations about privacy, sextortion, cyberbullying, freedom of speech, and others human rights-related issues. In this regard, she also develops educational material, speeches, and campaigns to raise awareness about digital citizenship in Brazil. Welcome, Juliana. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Deborah. Hi, everyone. I'd like to thank you the opportunity to share my work at SaferNet Brazil. And I'm just share my screen because I'm going to show my presentation. Just to briefly present who is SaferNet and what you do. SaferNet is an NGO that defends human rights on internet for 15 years. And you work as a safer internet center in Brazil and have actions in 3 different fronts of online protection. First of all, we're responsible for the Brazilian National Cybercrime Reporting Center, receiving reports of contents against human rights on the internet. And we do that in partnership, in cooperation with authorities in Justice Department. And we also run a national helpline, web-based helpline that offers one-to-one conversation about human rights violations, extortion, cyberstalking, and other related issues. Especially focused on young people and vulnerable groups like women. And besides that, we also run the country's awareness nodes, and we are responsible for education activities such as workshops with educators and young people, developing materials and carrying out campaigns. And we are part of 3 different global networks. The first is the HOPE. It's a global network of hotlines, more than 40 hotlines around the world. In SAFE, that is mentioned, we coordinate the Safer Internet Day in Brazil since 2009. And the Child Helpline International, that is a network of helplines that have more than 100 members in the world. And I can show you just a piece of indicators related to reports received by our hotline. So we received more than 4 million, 2,900,000 reports. And you can see all these related indicators such as which page, what count of page, and what was removed. what were removed. So it's important to understand that, of course, we have different types of content that can be reported, such as racism or content involving sexual violence against children, or even misogyny and LGBTphobia. So you can see in the SaferNet webpage to know, understand better these indicators. I just want to show the increase of the reports during the first year of the pandemic, 2020. And you can notice, for example, that hate speech against women increased 70-80% in last year. So it's an important issue. Of course, in the pandemic, we noticed an increase in all the kinds of content types reported to SaferNet, but it's important to highlight this specific type of content. So as I mentioned, you can find more in this page, and I'd like to present specifically what we do to address violations against women on internet, especially the victims that we supported and help at our helpline. So we offer one-to-one conversation through chat or by mail. And the topic is around the sextortion, suspicion of online grooming, or non-consensual sharing of intimate images, and other human rights related issues, as I mentioned. And during these 14 years, we helped more than 32,000 victims from different parts of the country. And in last year, we noticed that well-being and mental health is the first in the top 5 of the topics that victims get for help. And we understand that the pandemic it's like it worked like a trigger for many people that just suffering with anxiety, depression, and other issues related to well-being. But if the most reported violations from victims is non-consensual sharing of intimate images. Of course, it is. You can see that it's increasing, but in 2018, I can highlight that we have a huge campaign, a national awareness campaign. So, of course, you have more people asking us, seeking us for help. But it's a big issue in our helpline, and you can notice that non-consensual sharing, it's a violation that affects specifically in most proportionality women than men and boys. So you can see in the graphic. And we know why, because we have a culture that's blaming, especially girls and women, and that have some of prejudice or discrimination against a woman or girl that have your nudity sharing without consent. So the impact is worse for girls and women. And you can see, Karuna told, but I think it's important to highlight that during these last years, we noticed a huge advance in technologies, especially technologies that use it to address this situation of violence against child exploitation, but it's used now to detect non-consensual sharing, even the sextortion, when you threat someone to share a nude or semi-nude image. So it's important to highlight that technology is an important ally to fight against the kind of violence. And legislation in Brazil, we have some change, and it's important to understand how you can recognize and describe better what kind of what types of online violence. So you have different changes. For example, a change just to recognize non-consensual sharing, or other to cyber stalking, and even to misogyny, hate speech against women in the last years in Brazil, and it's a huge advance. But of course, you will have challenges to address more to address the inequality in the impact of technology. And one thing that I want to, of course, there are many recommendations. I list some, but one thing that I want to address, to highlight, is that we have to change the way of gender-based violence is perceived by people involved, especially victims, survivors, bystanders. So we have to establish a non-panic basic approach to respond more appropriately to this problem. And I think that some of the strategies that I list, it's important to reach this goal, to how to have a non-panic approach, especially because if you think about sexuality, even between teenagers, it's a huge and an issue that even schools or family don't have any idea how to talk about, and there is a kind of polarization about this kind of debate, especially in education, in curriculum, in Brazilian schools. So we have to develop new strategies to address the neutralization of the gender-based violence beyond the criminalization approach. And we have to enabling critical appropriation of technology based on women's right approach. And strengthening, especially, this is very important, strengthening peer support network, because some, in the majority of the cases, one victim, one girl asking for help for a friend, not an adult. So how to strengthen a peer support network for girls who are victims of online gender-based violence, and of course the training actors from protection system to ensure the provision of services that are aligned to gender equality principles. And I think it's my part of the discussion is that. So thank you very much for, and I'm looking forward to the discussion and all the debate with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. Thank you for your intervention. And now we go to our last panelist, who is the youngest panelist. She's Marina Kobedaki from the youth panel, from the Greek youth panel. She's 17 years, and she has been a member of the Greek youth panel for a number of years, actively supporting the activities of the Greek Safer Internet Center. She helped also with the creation of videos addressing a variety of issues like cyberbullying and the right to report, and she has participated in the activities of the European BEC Youth Panel. Marina.
Thank you so much. As we mentioned, I am Marina. I'm 17 years old and I've been an active member of the Safer Internet Greek Youth Panel for about 4 years now. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their contribution today. Everything was very interesting and important. I want to say that I'm very glad to be given this chance and opportunity to share my thoughts on the matter that we're touching on today, which is, of course, online violence, and more specifically, the apparent gender gap that exists. Today, I want to try and share my perspective and experience on that matter as a teenager, and more specifically, a teenage girl living on a country that I think is pretty heavily influenced by that gender gap. I live in Greece. This observation is, of course, derived also from a research that was performed last year by the Safer Internet Center in my country that showed that out of the 10 to 18-year-olds asked, most of them had already experienced online harassment, and the grand majority of them were actually female. They were young girls. But in order not to stall, I think what actually has to be done to cope with this issue is to target straight to the society's core values. What I'm trying to say, that's from my experience, when I am when we're trying to talk to people my age, like 16 to 18-year-olds that have already kind of formed and shaped their online identities, it's not impossible, but harder to change their mentality. That's why I think that digital literacy and education has to be offered from a very young age, before children are exposed to the online world on their own, and even before they have completely formed both their online and offline mentality. Because in order to really incorporate these actions to their lifestyle, they should really adopt and assimilate them. In my opinion, that can only be done if this education is also provided by the school curriculum, as I think Mrs. Maria previously mentioned. This is because I think, from my experience, school is what actually has shaped me and still does. That's why I think that the Safer Internet Centers, they should work together with the Ministry of Education in every case, and offer this digital literacy both straight to students, but to teachers, to my teachers as well, because I think what's very important, and I want to highlight here, is that this education should not only be offered once or once a year, but it should be something consistent, repetitive, and continuous. And if teachers are in a place to provide this information to their students by utilizing some material that we can give them, that's the only way this consistency can be achieved. Of course, this education that we can offer and the digital literacy will be focused on shaping their mentalities and online actions in the future, but it should also be about what online harassment is and how children can recognize it when they experience it or they see someone else experience it and actually report that and not underestimate it and give the enough attention and the appropriate attention that it actually deserves. Also, another thing that maybe we should touch on is that we should cope with the remnants of the patriarchal perceptions that our societies maybe still hold, in my country at least, because it's something that actually prevents us from mending this gender gap. So thank you so much for your attention, and at this point I want to especially thank David, Karuna, Maria, Juliana, who are fighting for my and my friends and every girl's in the world and woman's better online life. And thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. So now we'll go on to see if there are any questions from the online and offline guests. Okay, I have some.
Thank you for your presentations. On the one hand, it's uneasy to hear how much progress we still have to make, but surely we should mend the gender gap. I agree with that. But I have two questions. Maybe the first of them is quick. When we're mending the gender gap, are we mending the gender gap between just two genders? What is the place of non-binary approaches in that field? Because it's definitely possible to imagine that trans women would be attacked because in the eyes of some people, they're not womanly enough. And even trans men can be attacked for preserving some womanly characteristics. But those groups are not easily incorporated into women-specific modes of protection. And my second question is perhaps to Meta representative. We were talking about protection against revenge porn, but sometimes the expression of womanhood, let's say on social media, like Instagram, includes an element of nudity, like sometimes art that includes that element, and it actually, I think, normalizes women's body and women's sexuality is censored by Instagram, for instance. The whole Free the Nipple campaign was, I think, very noticeable, and the result of it is really kind of censoring the artists who want to normalize women's body and make it less of a taboo in the society. So I wonder how we can preserve that balance between self-expression, perhaps in explicit ways, if that's necessary, in art, and protection of women.
I don't know if Karuna wants to take the second question. I've got a response. Meanwhile, I've got a response to the first one. I know, so certainly. I'm sure I'm talking on behalf of all helplines who support the sorts of victims that we support. We do support men as well as women. I think we stand for victims. So anyone who's had their images shared or threatened to have their images shared without consent, who's a victim in that case, that's who we stand for and we stand by. It's just the reason we're kind of talking about this here is because of the extreme nature of the data and in that case the gender that we support. We're driven by the victimization of it rather than necessarily by the gender, but just sharing kind of where we are with the data. Karuna, I don't know whether you had the second part of the question.
Yeah, absolutely, David. And also just to add on to your first response, I think we all know that something like non-consensually shared intimate image abuse is also felt very strongly by, the communities which you talked about, by the LGBTQ communities. So there is definitely the tools and the policies that we are creating also apply to them. And we're very cognizant of the fact that there are groups that may be targeted just because of, their sexual orientation or their gender. And we want to make sure that we have protections in place to enable them to be able to use platforms such as ours for expression, for connection. And our platforms are increasingly important for their safety as well. On the second question, I think you've raised a really, really important point, and this is something that my team and I think of a lot, and it keeps us awake at night. When you have a platform like ours, which is so global in terms of its reach, in terms of its usage, where should our policies lie, and how should we be thinking about making sure that we are really responding to the global needs of our community? And the way that we try and really design our policies is make sure that we're in constant consultation with experts. So nudity is a really interesting question. And, if you talk to people from the country where I am from, which is India, a lot of policymakers, regulators, people will turn around and tell me, my God, there's so much nudity on your platforms. You really need to be cracking down more. You need to take down more content which is, sexually explicit or nude or, this thing, because it's not in line with, what our expectations are from your service. And then when you go down to my colleagues who are in the Nordics or, other parts of the world, they'll be the first ones to say, you guys are prudes. This is self-expression. This is, you are actually adding to stigmatizing some of these issues by having such stringent policies and taking it down. So we have, our policies are never going to be in a place where I can turn around and tell you, this is where the policy is, it's never going to change. Our policies continuously evolve in response to the global community and shifting norms and changing conversations. When I joined Meta, our nudity policies were pretty stringent. We wouldn't allow pictures of breasts at all. But then over the years, in consultation with women's rights groups, experts, advocates, we've actually made some carve-outs, we've actually made some shifts. We don't allow complete nudity just because we have minors on our platform and we want to respond to the global needs of our community. But we do allow, photographs of women's breasts if they are shared in the context of a protest, for example, or if they are shared in, if post-surgery you want to share your scars and talk about your recovery or your experiences. Or if you want to share pictures of breastfeeding, we do allow that kind of content now, which we didn't 6 years back on our platform. So what I'm essentially trying to say is, like, I hear you. This is a discussion which we're having continuously. Where should the line on some of these really complicated issues, be drawn? And this is something we want to have in consultation with experts, people who are around the world, thinking about these issues, and we're responding to the needs of our global community. But thank you for the question. It's something which we are constantly evaluating and making sure we're in the right place on.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions from?
Hello, my name is Valerie from Germany. First of all, thank you for all the panelists' very important work and research. To my questions, which would be directed to Karuna from Meta, thinking about the age limit for registering to, for example, Instagram, which I think is at 13 years old at the moment, and also about my pre-speaker who mentioned, okay, how can we allow more artistic nudity? I was actually more thinking about how can we protect those minors that are on the platform and that might even be younger, because it is difficult to really control at what age they register. How can we protect those minors to get into the mindset of seeing a lot of nudity and maybe uploading difficult images themselves and getting into that expectation of, okay, I need to be sexual, which I think, especially in Instagram, where you see a lot of perfect, beautiful women, men as well, of course. Yes, so bottom line, what is Meta's approach to also protecting kind of the mindset of minors through the pictures that they see on a constant basis? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Again, something which, my teams are constantly thinking about. How do we make sure that our platforms actually foster well-being and don't really add to all the trauma and the anguish which, young women have when they're growing up? It's hard enough to grow up in an offline world, and then you compound it with having these online worlds where you are, where you are at risk of, feeling a lot more of those pressures being aggravated. So we do partner with, again, experts in this space to constantly think about where our policy should be, what kind of content should we allow, what kind of content should we not allow. And we also make sure that we're working with them to provide resources. So, for example, one of the things we've been doing is working with the National Eating Disorder Association to just think about, are there resources that we could provide you if you are searching for some of this content on our platforms, to give you some tips, some resources to help you manage any of this, these discussions which you're having with yourself, or any of this crisis that you may be facing. So that's the kind of work which we want to do over here. And again, we, our same 4-point approach that I talked about, we make sure that we are partnering with experts on the ground. We are building, policies that really are keeping in mind some of these situations that people may be in. We don't want to stigmatize some of these, issues, and we don't want to add to, the burden and the shame, but we do want to provide resources and make sure that, you are empowered to make the right choices on our platforms, but also making sure that, we have tools that help you define your experience. So, for example, we have a tool that really tells you how much time you're spending on our platforms and what is it that you're doing to help you get more control on the time that you are really spending on our platforms. So in a nutshell, again, the same 4-point approach applies, but this is, again, an area where we are doing a lot of work, and we are keen to invest more in the days and weeks to come.
Thank you, Karuna. Evangelia, I don't know if there are any questions from the online.
Yes, we have 2 questions, and there was a hand raised, but I can't see it right now. Well, I will go with the questions. The first question comes from Mark, and he asked, what are the tools set in place to combat gender-based violence online at a global space? So we have heard Karuna talk about this platform which offers proactive actions and victim-centric approach. What are the other tools that exist right now to combat gender violence online?
I'll take that in terms of a response. One of the things as part of the work that Stop NCII has involved has been the discovery I think, of this network of helplines, or helplines, or indeed support services. And so not only is there this particular platform in this particular case for this particular issue, but it is the contextual, the support that is also available in various different countries, which I think has also been a really helpful thing. So I'm not sure, Evangelia, that actually specifically answers the question about what tools are available, although that clearly is a tool, but it's the network of support, I think.
Yes, I think that is a great answer, because we in InSafe have 32 awareness centers in Europe and around 40 hotlines in worldwide. So this actually is an answer to what tools exist. They're not tools, of course, but of course they help people to combat this issue. And another question, yes, please.
We should probably also mention Safer Internet Day again, which is always an opportunity to mark anything to do with being safer online, which I think I mentioned it earlier on, but I'll mention it again, which is on February the 8th next year. It's marked in some 190 countries across the world, and that is predominantly the reason that we're here as well. You can kind of see the small advert behind Evangelia's head. So if I haven't mentioned it already, it's on the 8th of February next year. Put a date in your calendars.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, David. And another question we have from Lourdes, who is a journalist and a digital security trainer from Kenya. So the question is, do you plan to expand your support beyond UK, David? This question is for you.
Okay. Yeah, so Stop NCI is available globally. So that very much answers that question. It's available for anyone to be able to hash their own images and to upload it onto, in this particular case, as Karuna said, onto Facebook and to Instagram to prevent those images from being uploaded, or indeed identify those images. So yes, it's available globally. And what we've tried to do as well is provide and signpost to some 50 other national support centres that will provide you more national support, because we are just a relatively small team, and it's a bit daunting taking on all of that for the world. So hence that there's as Juliana has always pointed out, some of the support, for example, in Brazil, there's a network of some amazing support centres, and that's what hopefully is signposted inside Stop NCI as well.
Thank you, David. Yes, we have another question from the on-site guests.
Yes, just a quick follow-up on the NCI. Yes, we know that it's operated globally, but is there investment in popularizing it and creating awareness? Because it's one thing to have the support system, but if the user don't know about the support system, and I, for example, I'm an active digital citizen, but not necessarily that I know all the support that is available, and especially for those who are not active users, and most of them, they're the ones who are victims. So how do we make sure that this support, the information and the tool is mainstreamed, that everyone know that there is support that is I can get? Thank you.
I'm not sure, Karuna, whether you may well have a response to. All I was going to add to just to start with was, in partnership with these 50 partners from across the world, so they've not only are able to support people, but it provides them with the ability to support the victims that they do as well. So their role in promoting it and signposting it as a solution. So sorry, Karuna.
No, absolutely, David. I think that's the first line of, entry that we have. There are these incredible organizations around the world who are already working with people who are in these horrific situations, and they are the first line of response. They're the first people you'd reach out to if you were in this situation, making sure they know about the tool and that they have actually given feedback. People like Juliana, who really are working with people in these horrible situations, that's the first way you'd get to know about this resource. We just launched it, I think, a week back. So we're just getting started in terms of, raising the awareness about it. But, right at the time of launch, also we did some announcements. We put out some, blog posts. We anticipate some people may be searching online for this resource and will stumble upon it. But you wouldn't really use it if you didn't look at an organization from your own country in the list of partners that support it, because you'd be like, is this really a real, service? Am I going to, send my photos and videos? They're saying they're not going to take them, but is this really real? So having that network of partners around the world is going to be critical for its adoption. And then I think the second thing is even each and every participating company has a role they can play in upselling this, making people know that this exists when they are in that time of need. I think having general awareness about safety features, safety tools is good, but when I'm really in the moment need that kind of help and support, can platform find a way of surfacing it to me so that I actually end up using it? That's going to be again critical for its adoption. So for example, when someone reports content to us as Meta saying that this is a non-consensually shared intimate image of mine, at that point, can we tell them that this service exists, stopncii.org exists, or in our safety centers, or when people are just, reading up information on our help centers, can they come across this platform at that point? That's going to be the second line of entry for people who are looking for this form of help and support. And then last but not least is friends and family. When you're in trouble, you reach out to someone who you really trust to get guidance, to get advice. So the more that we can get the word out there, people know that this service exists, they are more likely to refer a friend who's in that horrible situation to this platform. So that's the way that we mentally tend to think about it. The three, entry points will be just a general Google search. I'm looking for help and support. You stumble on this website, or you stumble on one of our incredible partners who tell you that this system exists. You then also reach out to one of the incredible partners who's counseling you. In the course of the counseling, you tell them that you have intimate images. You're worried they'll be used without your consent online. They haven't already been shared, and they tell you about the service. And last but not least, the tech companies, through their reporting flows, through their safety centers, help centers, can they upsell this service to you at that point as well?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the clear explanation. Okay, so I think we were supposed to have some breakout rooms, but I think we had some very important questions to deal with, and I think that made our discussion very interesting. So I'd like to thank you all. Unless there are any questions that someone would like to pose, we have a question. Yes, Boris.
Hello, everybody, and thank you. This should have been a question, but I would like to ask the panel. There are regional, national differences. So what are they in the challenges that affect and impact gender and genders online? We have to understand that there are some local differences, as Karuna said, especially for the question of nudity. So on the question that impacts gender online, what are those differences in different parts of the world? Thank you.
Yep, I can take that. We've got, look at that, it's gone red. 3 minutes left. So again, as part of this project, that's a really important question, and it was a lot of time and a lot of energy in, which we applied into the title. So what is the correct title for this, which we arrived at non-consensual intimate image abuse? In some countries, it's referred to as non-consensual sexual image, and we arrived at intimate images for exactly that particular reason, that intimacy better describes, I think we concluded, better describes the respect to various different cultures and countries and situations, and it doesn't necessarily an image doesn't necessarily have to be sexual for it to still be have significant impact and harm, and so that's why we very much arrived at the word related to intimacy rather than necessarily what would apply probably more appropriately to platforms' terms and conditions, which will be around sexual nudity and sexual images, but that's hence we arrived at intimacy. 1 minute left.
Yeah. Okay. So Well, thank you all for your participation and for your interesting questions, and thank you for being present here. And we'll wish you all a good evening.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.